The highest bounty 226-259. Chapter 226, The Rescue Plan. It took less than a few minutes for Neptune to collect vast amounts of information on that middle-aged man. This man is called Bridgen. He's a well-known thief whose larceny skills are rated top 3 within Phaecosmic Nation. He was arrested once more than 300 years ago and was given a sentence of 300 years in prison. He was first imprisoned at Leoben Prison and later Nepiara Prison for a total of 230 years. He was released early for good behavior. After getting out of prison, he stopped stealing and selling valuables for money. Instead, he started to steal for others and earn his keep through commissions. He steals a variety of items, including precious stones, art, scientific discoveries, and even people. Moreover, he has a special ability, which is space leap. No wonder he was able to kidnap Lilith without you knowing. Gilding suddenly realized this when informed about this ability. His spaceship is still docked at the harbor. I've already shut down all systems within his spaceship. Even if he was able to space leap through the hatch door on which I've changed the password and get into the cabin, he won't be able to start the spaceship. This was the first form of action taken by Neptune upon finding Bridgen's ship. Did you manage to locate him? This was the question Gilding was most concerned about. Lilith's intelligent wristwatch has been blocked off, so I can't detect her location through the wristwatch. I've also checked every location on the planet with surveillance. There's no sign of Bridgen and Lilith at all. I've also done immediate troubleshooting within the radius of 100 kilometers for my probing and found that there are 3 spots with unique shielding which disturbs my efforts at direct probing. We can take a look at those 3 spots. But we should not eliminate the fact that he might have used his space leap to take Lilith somewhere further. Neptune was still unable to pinpoint Bridgen's location. Support our web novel Go.com. Gilding quickly made his decision. Send the map to us and we'll head to those 3 spots first. Neptune, can you next try to get all surveillance of Bridgen from the moment he stepped foot on this planet? It would be best if there were videos of him, so we can find out who he has been in contact with and the contents of his conversations. Okay, I'll conduct a search now and get back to you with the results. Neptune immediately started to look into all surveillance records. Gilding lifted his drinking glass to give Roland a toast. Uncle, I have a last-minute emergency to sort out and need to leave. Let's keep in touch. Okay, you should go ahead with your business. It's about time we left as well. Roland looked at Carol, who was next to him. Won't you be giving me your communicator's number? Carol said with an unhappy expression on her face. I've sent it to your email. Neptune had sent her the communicator's number the moment Gilding said this. Let's get together again the next time we are free. After saying goodbye to Roland and Carol, Gilding finished the milker in his glass with a gulp and turned toward Biggie and the others. Someone took Lilith. Biggie and the others immediately turned to him when Gilding said this. There are 3 suspicious locations within the radius of 100 kilometers. We'll split up into 3 teams to investigate them. I just emailed the map to all of you. Biggie, you're the fastest. You'll head in the direction of that 7-star hotel. Robert, you head to the unfinished building that's 15 kilometers from here. I'll check out the warehouse at the harbor. As for Tagore, stay here and look after Elsa. The 3 of them left the tavern immediately after the instructions were given out, and they split up into different directions, each heading to their assigned destination. Not long after leaving the tavern, Neptune provided some information that was of some use. Bridgen had in fact landed on this planet only earlier today and was around for less than a few hours. The first thing he did was head to the information counter of Harbor Services after getting off his spaceship. I read his lips and he was asking about where to rent a warehouse for a short period. He next headed to the warehouse storage and got someone to take him for a tour of the inside. However, he did not use his real name when renting the warehouse. He used the pseudonym Frank. The warehouse rental number is the same warehouse number as the one I gave you, although, for some reason, there's an effect of a natural shield over that warehouse. There is a 90% chance that Lilith might be locked up in there. Does that Bridgen have any creepy habits? Gilding was a little worried as Lilith had been missing for close to half an hour. Besides being addicted to stealing, there are no weird habits that stand out. Neptune was slightly taken aback by Gilding's question, which prompted it to recheck Bridgen's information before answering. Does he have a fetish for young girls? This was the question Gilding really wanted to ask and, in the end, decided to voice it out. Nope. He was hitting on mature women with voluptuous bosoms back in the tavern. His gaze was hardly on any woman under the age of 30. Besides Lily. Moreover, photos of him with other women consist only of mature women. Judging by the information I've collected and his actions in the tavern, he does not seem interested in someone like Lily. That is why I deduce that he must have taken Lily as part of a job assigned to him by someone. Neptune understood why Gilding asked the question. However, the words did not stop Gilding from worrying. Gilding frowned slightly. Could it be those guys from the Dark Sectors again? Brojin is not a member of the Dark Sectors, Neptune reassured. Could it be possible that the Dark Sectors had hired him to help out? Gilding suggested the possibility. Neptune went silent for a while before giving a definite reply. The possibility of this isn't high. Those from the Dark Sectors are people who prefer to do things their way. They are also an extremely arrogant bunch, which makes it impossible for them to hire someone to help out with a mission. The most important factor is that if they hired someone and ended up being found out by the other members, they would become a joke. Who else could it be if it isn't the Dark Sectors? Does Lily have other enemies? Gilding frowned further. This was not an unlikely possibility. Lily's family was one of the richest families within the Cosmic Sea, which was the Harris family. Such an influential family as hers would naturally make many enemies. Trick and his men had reached the warehouse in their vehicles while Gilding was still on his way. They found their way to the correct warehouse number very quickly. Trick called Brojin's number from outside the warehouse. The number was sent to him via a short message from the little young master of the child family. Brojin had also heard the noisy footsteps outside. He immediately picked up the phone when he saw a strange number calling. Is this Brojin? I'm Trick from the child family. I've been sent here by the little young master to make the exchange. We're outside the warehouse right now. Open the door. Trick hung up immediately after. He turned toward the 2 rank 13 Gene body behind him and said, let me confirm that he has the person we want. Once I confirm this, I'll wink at both of you to take immediate action. Understood? Both men nodded. Brojin walked to the door and unlocked it. He pushed it open halfway to survey the surroundings. When he saw there was only Trick and 2 others with nothing that seemed out of the blue, he nodded and let 3 of them into the warehouse. When Trick walked into the warehouse, Lilith immediately recognized him. It's you? How shameless of you to do this. You're finally in my hands, you little wench. Trick had also immediately recognized Lilith the moment he set eyes on her. He could never forget that violent little Elita who had pointed a gun to his head. He still felt some fear when he saw Lilith because any member of Gilding's crew would remind him of how big he had slaughtered 2 rank 13 Gene body powerhouses with one slash of the sword. He forced himself to calm down, but it was obvious that the smile on his face was forced. Is that so? It looks like Biggie hasn't given you enough lessons. Lilith saw through his tough exterior. It was clear that the 2 rank 13 Gene body powerhouses behind him looked uncomfortable with her sarcasm as well. He may have strong abilities, but it would be impossible for him to find his way here in such a short time. They might not even have realized you went missing. Brojin had watched the video previously, even though he was unable to tell the true power of the 2 people killed by Biggie. But from the speed of his sword, he knew that Biggie was at least at the demigod level in terms of combat effectiveness. He was not willing to face such a strong opponent and was aware that if he were to go face to face with Biggie, there would be no chance of victory for him at all. However, Trick was never one to choose the path of battle. His gene level may be that of a rank 13 Gene body, but his true combat effectiveness was considered subpar. What Trick did not know was that Gilding was now outside the warehouse. Warehouse number 009527, it's this one. Neptune immediately shouted. Gilding did not act brashly. Instead, he hid behind another warehouse and took out 2 mechanical insects from his inventory, releasing them into the air. Under the control of Neptune, the 2 mechanical insects flew into the warehouse house via the half-opened window. Soon, Gilding was able to view the situation within the warehouse through video projection. In the video, he could see Lilith tied to the chair with anti-magic chains. Besides Lilith, her kidnapper, Brojin was also there. There was also Trick and 2 other bodyguards from the child family, whom he had met previously in the tavern. Neptune, get Biggie and Robert to come here as soon as possible. Gilding knew he needed backup when he saw the few people in the video. There were 3 rank 13 Gene body powerhouses made up of the 2 bodyguards and Brojin, who had the ability to space leap. Gyuding's current combat effectiveness could barely hold back one rank 13 gene body. With 3 of them, there was hardly any chance of him winning. However, he was not worried about losing. Rather, he was more worried about Brujin grabbing Lilioth and heading to somewhere further at the first sign of trouble. This was why the first thing everyone needed to do was take down Brujin. With his crew members' current combat effectiveness, Biggie seemed to be the only one capable enough to do so. Just as Neptune was informing Biggie and Robert about this, the situation within the warehouse suddenly changed. Chapter 227. A troublesome and formidable enemy. Everything that had happened in the warehouse was projected onto the screen in front of Gyuding with the help of the spying mechanical insects. Brujin, release her from the chair and give me the keys to the anti-magic chains, and this would mark the completion of our trade. It will also mean the end of the deal between you and our little young master. Trick walked behind Lilioth and looked at the anti-magic chains locking her up at the back. Brujin suddenly shouted out for things to give. Pause. Wait a minute. I've only received 20% of the deposit for this job so far. How is your little young master planning to make full payment for the remaining fees? Don't you need to inform him that the trade is done, and he needs to pay up? Trick sneered. What is this? Do you think the Child family can't afford to pay you? I didn't say that. I just want you to hurry up and pay me in full. Besides, having money and willingness to pay are two different things. Brujin was not happy about Trick's attitude. Are you saying that the Child family is not willing to pay you? Trick continued sneering. This is a deal made between me and your little young master. There is no need for me to waste any time talking to you. If you aren't willing to give him a call, I'll do it, Brujin said as he lowered his head to search for the number of that little young master from the Child family. Support our web novel go.com. It was at this moment that Trick gave a look to the 2 men behind him. They moved quickly after receiving the signal from Trick and made an immediate assault. They came in from the left and the right, forming an attack that would lethally wound Brujin at the throat and heart. Both attacks came at Brujin akin to that of an arrow leaving the quiver, fast and furious. They were clearly looking to kill. Brujin might not be well versed at combat, but he was quite an expert at escaping, and it helped that he had a heightened sense when it came to detecting intent to kill. At the exact moment those bodyguards went for the kill, Brujin had immediately noticed it and burst away backward at amazing speed without even lifting his head. It looks like you have made a clear stand on this. That little young master from the Child family had never planned to pay in full. Brujin continued looking calm and collected. That's right, because dead people do not need payment. Trick nodded arrogantly. Do you think you can stop me with just these 2? My combat effectiveness may be so-so, but don't you forget this. If I can kidnap this lady for you, I can steal and send her back the same way. Brujin might be saying this out loud, but he knew things were taking a downturn because his space leap ability can only be used 3 times a day. He had used his ability to space leap into the female washroom in order to capture Lilioth. Next, he used the ability again to get them to the warehouse. This meant that he had one last chance to space leap. However, he was not willing to leave just like that. Our young master has taken precautionary measures for your ability to space leap. I believe you should recognize this, Trick said as he took out a translucent ball the size of a palm from his inventory. A space-restricting ball? Brujin shouted out in shock. He had never expected them to prepare this just to stop him. A space-restricting ball was a special product manufactured with advanced technology. It was used to create a disturbance in the connective stability between space and other dimensions. This product was first invented to better research the instability of space, but it was later used as a weapon against those with space ability. That's right. We used the space-restrictive ball to lock down the space within a radius of 5 kilometers when we stepped out of the car. Even if you manage to escape from the warehouse, you won't be able to use your space leap ability. Trick said this with a cold smile on his face. He had clearly planned everything well. Brujin frowned. It was not that he was unable to use his ability after the space-restrictive ball had locked down nearby space. Rather, it would create serious disturbances when he used his ability. It would make it difficult for him to pinpoint the space he wanted to be, and there was a high chance that he would be entwined within the space current. Kill him. Trick did not plan to continue wasting his breath and waved at both the bodyguards to take action. At that moment, one of the mechanical insects landed on Lilioth's anti-magic chains. Under Neptune's control, The chains were quietly unlocked. When Lilioth realized her hands were free, she immediately knew that Gilding had found her. A faint smile appeared on her face as she sat patiently where she was and waited. No one had noticed what happened. Gilding felt slightly less worried after seeing Lili released from the chains. He prepared to make a move. The three men were having a furious battle in the warehouse. The fight had proven that Brujin was not only equipped with the ability to space leap, but his skills and speed were pretty up to par. He evaded attacks continuously as both men's attacks landed on the walls, floors, and ceiling of the warehouse. The building suffered the full brunt of the hits with none of them even scathing him. This was but an ordinary warehouse. After a few rounds of attacks, the warehouse ended up being destroyed beyond its original look. The walls of the warehouse were made of solid compound metal, but it was as fragile as paper when it came under the attack of rank 13 gene body powerhouses. Not far from Lilioth, a huge hole appeared after an explosion. It was big enough for an adult to go through. She was delighted about it as she waited patiently for an opportunity to escape. The opportunity came to her soon because after evading the attacks for quite a while, Brujin had realized that running about avoiding attacks was not a long-term plan. He set his sights on Trick and in a flash, appeared behind Trick, grasping Trick's neck in a hold. "Continue with the attacks, you two, and I will kill him." "Hey, both of you, stop your attacks." Trick started to regret not grabbing Lilioth and getting out of there while three of them were busy fighting. "I'm sorry, Trick, our mission is not to protect you, but to get Gilding to attend the young master's rites of passage. Taking Lilioth with us is part of the mission and killing Brujin is part of it as well. We don't need you anymore at this stage." Lilioth suddenly bounced up when she saw the four men stuck in a Mexican standoff. With a burst of energy from her legs, she quickly shot out of the hole in the wall on her left and got out. "Lilioth is escaping." Trick was facing Lilioth's direction and quickly shouted when he saw Lilioth escaping. The two bodyguards turned back at the same time to see Lilioth crawling out of the hole. One of them quickly gave chase while the other stayed back to finish the job of killing Brujin. Gilding spotted Lilioth the moment she crawled out of the hole. He was about to go get her when he saw the black-clothed bodyguard trailing closely behind her. Gilding immediately activated his ultimate arts level 12, rage ability level 3, and bronze-grade combat armor, which gave quick additional enhancement. Even his advanced iron block level 2 and martial arts field were immediately activated. He made a mad dash forward, so quick that he was running in a slant. A vicious punch of steel fist combined with a solid-looking golden flare of righteous force slammed like lightning into the enemy's waist. 100,000 points of basic combat effectiveness. In addition to the enhancement of ultimate arts level 12, 320 times the effect, with 4 times enhancement from rage ability level 3 and 5 times enhancement from the bronze-grade combat armor, as well as twice the effect from the combat effectiveness of the martial arts field. The strength of Gilding's punch had reached 1,280,000,000 points of battle effectiveness. An amateur rank 13 gene body martial arts practitioner's combat effectiveness would only be at 1 billion points. Gilding's attack had fit the standard of a rank 13 gene body. However, this was not enough because his opponent was also a rank 13 gene body. Moreover, he was a powerhouse at the peak of rank 13 gene body. When it came to combat effectiveness, this guy had already achieved more than 80 billion points and was only a mere 100 billion points away from achieving a beginner's level of demigod level. A demigod's combat effectiveness was 100 times of a rank 13 gene body, which was why the basic combat effectiveness of a rank 13 gene body can vary in large amounts. The lowest of them would have a billion points of combat effectiveness while the highest can go more than 100 billion points. There was a huge gap between Gilding and his opponent. Even with the help of the martial arts field suppressing the enemy, Gilding's strength was unable to break through to his opponent's defense. With the help of advanced iron block, Gilding could only achieve 25,600,000,000 points of defense at most. Even if his opponent's combat effectiveness was suppressed by 50% with the martial arts field, the enemy would still have more than 40 billion points left, which was enough to wound Gilding. Gilding's sudden attack had shocked the black-clothed bodyguard. He quickly used his arm to block Gilding's attack but had not expected Gilding's ultimate arts to be so effective, successfully bypassing the block and landing the punch on his waist. However, It was also that punch that made him realize that Gilding's attack felt just like a tickle. It was not even strong enough to scratch the surface of his skin. It did not hurt at all. When Gilding landed the punch, he immediately noticed the huge gap between himself and the bodyguard. His punch felt like it landed on a piece of indestructible alloy. It had no effect, and Gilding had nearly suffered damage just from the impact. Indestructible alloy was currently the strongest alloy artificially created with technology. It could not be easily destroyed even when under the attack of a deity. This sort of alloy was also known as the indestructible alloy of gods. One could only imagine how powerful the enemy's defense was by comparing it to this metal. Gilding immediately retreated after his attack and placed himself between Lilioth and the black-clothed bodyguard. He watched the black-clothed bodyguard cautiously and did not attempt another attack. Lilioth noticed Gilding's awkward situation. She was aware that Gilding was very powerful, but she also knew that Gilding's basic combat effectiveness was only at 100,000 points. The highest he could achieve was barely the strength of a rank 13 gene body. And there was a huge difference with this rank 13 gene body powerhouse at his peak who was right in front of them. Where are the others? Lilioth lowered her voice to ask. They're on the way here. Gilding frowned slightly as well. No matter what happened, he had to hold his ground until Biggie and the others arrived. Otherwise, Lili would be taken. Lilioth did not continue her questioning on why Gilding had come to this place alone. The bronze-grade combat armor in her hand had immediately transformed into a 2-meter-long nuclear sniper. There was a determined look in her eyes. Gilding, your attack won't be able to get past his defense. Let me take the lead. You can be in charge of covering me. Chapter 228. Lilioth's terrifyingly powerful ability. Gilding was slightly taken aback when Lilioth volunteered to be the main attacker. Ever since Biggie had joined their crew, Lilioth had always taken a backseat when it came to battles, rarely participating in fights. Gilding knew she had advanced to rank 9 gene body and had a higher combat effectiveness than he did, but no matter how high her combat effectiveness enhancement was, it would never surpass Gilding's. That was why Gilding thought he had heard her wrong when she made the suggestion. However, Gilding quickly recovered from his thoughts and nodded in the end. Even though he had no idea what was up Lilioth's sleeves, since she had voiced her decision, she should have a certain level of confidence. A gunner's job was quite different from other combat professions. Most combat professions' combat effectiveness was closely tied to their gene level. However, a gunner's true ability does not have much to do with their gene level. There were only a few factors a gunner would need to take note of in order to deal the most damage to their enemies. First, a gunner would need to have the ability to predict the movement of their opponent. This could be done by sight, sound, and even smell. It could even be guided by an intuitive sixth sense, but the most important point was that a gunner must accurately predict the upcoming movements of the opponent. If they were not able to capture those movements, the possibility of victory would not be high. Second, the power of a gunner's bullet must be strong enough to break through the enemy's defense. There are 2 requirements for that. Requirement 1 was for a gunner's righteous force to be able to break through the enemy's righteous force defense. The second requirement was that the bullet must be able to wound the enemy physically. Once these 2 requirements are met, only will the enemy be heavily wounded. Support our web novel Go.com. Third, the accuracy of the shot. Being able to predict the movements of the enemy and having the best equipment does not necessarily make one a good gunner. A good gunner must be able to shoot their enemy. If a gunner was able to not only shoot the enemy, but have the ability to shoot any part of the body of the opponent, that person would be an exceptionally brilliant gunner. Of course, there were other factors that made a good gunner. For example, the gunner's technique, gun, and type of bullets used. For Lilioth, none of these was a problem. She was an outstanding gunner. All she needed was a gun powerful enough and bullets strong enough to hurt a rank 13 gene body enemy. Right then, Lilioth had both those items at hand. Even though Robert did not have enough materials to upgrade Lilioth's bronze-grade combat armor to silver-grade, he had a good understanding of guns. Robert had especially designed a few different types of gun structures for Lilioth's firearm combat armor. Some were able to upgrade shooting speed to unthinkable speeds while some were able to amplify attack effectiveness to its max potential. Lili was now changing her weapon into a long-barrel sniper, which was designed for enhancing attack effectiveness. In addition to that, Robert had used the shells from the Shrieking Scallops to create a unique structure of a screw drill. No one knew how powerful it would be when the gun and bullets combined forces. The sniper's muzzle locked onto the black-clothed bodyguard's head, yet he ignored the threat of her gun. To the black-clothed bodyguard, gun-like attacks would never bypass the defense of his righteous force without adequate strength from their primary power. He immediately decided to ignore Lilioth and turn to go after Gyuding. His plans were simple because the little young master's main aim from the mission was to get Gyuding to attend his rites of passage. Capturing Lilioth was just a way of blackmailing Gyuding into attending the event. It would make better sense to capture Gyuding than Lilioth, even though Gyuding was not as quick as he was. But thanks to the silent step in Ultimate Arts being an intricate move, every step made by Gyuding was unpredictable to anyone else but Gyuding. That was why Gyuding had always managed to escape all predicaments by avoiding the enemy's attack. As for Lilioth, she stood her ground as her sniper's muzzle locked down on the black-clothed bodyguard, waiting for the right moment to take her shot. Gyuding suddenly stopped moving about in his disorderly way when he realized Lilioth was ready. He crossed his arms in front of his chest in protection, blocking the heavy punch from the black-clothed bodyguard that landed on him like a hammer. Gyuding might have flown backward from the blow and his body had suffered a concussion, but his opponent had also been affected by the strong impact, which made him pause a second. Lilioth did not waste this opportunity created by Gyuding and fixed her crosshair on the enemy's head, pressing down hard on the trigger. Just as the bullet was shot, a black flame appeared on the surface of the bullet, and the original silver-colored bullet vanished in its stead. Even the fluctuation of the airwaves created by the high-speed spinning bullet had been completely covered by it. That black flame was an ability Lilioth had inherited from her father, which was Purgatorial Flame. This was a flame that meant death. Once it touches someone, the person's cells will age vigorously in an instant, culminating in death. This was the first time she was using this ability in combat after her abilities were awakened. When she had released the first shot, Lilioth did not stop in hopes that this would be a lucky shot. Instead, she adjusted the direction of the muzzle and gave another 3 continuous shots, completely deadlocking any possible evasion from the enemy. The black-clothed bodyguard frowned slightly. He had noticed Gyuding stopping on purpose in order to create an opening for Lilioth to take the shot. His years of battle experience had warned him that Lilioth's attack might not be as simple as he had thought. He tried to evade the bullet but realized that his line of movement had all been closed up. The only thing left to do was for him to hold up his hand in an attempt to block the bullet headed for his head. The bullet, which was engulfed by the black flames, tore through his righteous force protection with ease as it shot through his palm. A chill fueled with cold sweat spread across his back as he witnessed the bullet go right through his palm with no signs of stopping as it continued forward, going straight for his head. He immediately put up his other palm to stop the bullet from moving forward. However, his righteous force this time was easily torn apart as well. The bullet was lodged to his palm and it did not shoot through it. He lifted his head to look toward where Lilioth was. He was still in shock over what just happened. If he had not stopped the bullet in time, he would have been a corpse by now. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly saw black flames starting to spread from his wound all over both his palms. The flames continued moving upwards of his arms. The most terrifying part about this was that he could not feel any pain from it. He went berserk as he shoved his palms into the ground, trying to put out the flames, but the black flames showed no sign of being extinguished. Instead, it burned rapidly and became even more fiery. It took less than 2 minutes before the black-clothed bodyguard stopped struggling. His body was now carbonized and looked like a black statue. He stood still where he was, not moving at all. Right then, Rojin had managed to escape from the warehouse, running out in disarray. The other black-clothed bodyguard was giving chase. A gentle gust of wind could be felt and the carbonized bodyguard immediately disintegrated, turning into a pile of dark, black carbonized powder. Not even his bones were left. This was witnessed by the 2 who had been in a chasing spree. They stopped in their tracks as they looked cautiously toward Gyuding and Lilioth. Possessing the ability to turn a man into powder was a terrifying one that was shocking to anyone. Gyuding was also slightly stunned by what he had seen. Even though he knew that Lilioth had gained a strange ability after her recovery, He had not expected it to be something so terrifying. Even Lilioth did not seem to be aware of it. She had not expected her ability to work so well, as she had never tried it on anything alive. This was the first time. This has nothing to do with me. This was all masterminded by their young master. I'm just trying to earn a living. I'm a victim as much as all of you are in this situation. Just look at what's happening. Not only are they refusing to pay me in full, they're also trying to kill me. Bredgen immediately pointed his fingers at the black-clothed bodyguard. He turned to make his escape as he said this. Gilding and Lilioth were not quick enough to capture him. They had no choice but to leave him be. The remaining black-clothed bodyguard knew that the tables have been turned against him. He was about to make his escape in another direction when he heard Lilioth's voice from behind him. If you try to escape, you will end up just like your companion. Lilioth had gone into high alert after Bredgen slipped away. The first thing she did was point her gun at the black-clothed bodyguard. He stopped in his tracks when he heard this. He raised his hands and turned around. The black-clothed bodyguard suspected that the gun in Lilioth's hands was a demigod item when he saw her pointing it at him. Otherwise, it would not have that terrifying effect of burning someone into crisp. However, it did not matter whether that was a correct assumption. He was not brave enough to try his luck by doing something stupid. Right at that moment, Biggie and Robert had also arrived at the location. Robert was carrying someone on his shoulders. Surprisingly, it was Bredgen who had attempted to escape before. We bumped into this guy on the way, so we took the opportunity to apprehend him. This must be the man who abducted Lily, right? Biggie asked. Even though he had previously seen Bredgen's picture, he was still worried he might have caught the wrong person. You're right, that is him. We weren't quick enough to go after him when he escaped. Luckily you made it in time. The thought of Bredgen mentioning her flat chest and criticizing her height still made Lilioth a little angry. Tie them all up and we'll take them back to interrogate them. Even though I sort of figured out the reason for them wanting to abduct Lily, I still need to confirm some details. There's still another guy in there whom I'm not sure is dead or alive. Take him with us as well. Gilding pointed at the warehouse as he said. Robert immediately took out his self-made anti-magic chains and locked up both men. After that, he went into the warehouse. Not long after, Trick was led out by Robert with a deflated look on his face. Let's go back to the spaceship. Gilding looked at all three prisoners, but he did not feel happy at all. Chapter 229, The Little Young Master of the Child Family. In a room that had been emptied within the Golden Eagle, Gilding and Lilioth sat opposite Trick. Tell us, why did you hire Bredgen to abduct Lily? Gilding asked with a grim expression on his face. Even though Gilding usually had a sunny demeanor about him on normal days, he looked pretty scary when he was serious. His expression alone was enough to get Lilioth to sit quietly at the side. She did not dare say a word. It really wasn't my idea. It was our little young master's idea. No, I mean, it was the idea of the Child Family's little young master. After what Trick experienced at the Old George Tavern, he was not willing to step on Gilding's tail. That was because each and every member of Gilding's crew was scarier than the last. Being in their midst, Trick felt that he could lose his life at any time. That was why he did not dare to lie. It's said that the Child Family's little young master was pronounced a genius from a very young age. He is extremely intelligent and very good at devising schemes. Each time he hands out missions to his subordinates, he prepares at least 2 sets or plans. This time, he wanted to invite you to his rites of passage, but all he told me was to think of a plan myself. I had no idea what other plans he had in mind until I got in touch with Bredgen. That was when I found out that his second plan was to kidnap Lilioth. However, it had been carried out already. He wanted me to make the trade with Bredgen and prepare a spaceship to take Lilioth away as soon as possible. He also instructed me to kill Bredgen, Trick explained as he revealed the little young master of the Child Family to be quite the schemer. What you mean to say is that there is no other reason as to why you abducted Lilioth except to invite me to his rites of passage. That was why he wanted to take Lilioth hostage? Gilding continued to ask. I have no idea if he has other reasons. I was only tasked to invite you to attend his rites of passage. As far as I know, it's the only reason why we kidnapped Lilioth. From the information we've gathered, she's the weakest in your team and the easiest to get our hands on. Moreover, gunners are fairly easy to capture in close proximity. To be honest, Trick had no idea why Lilioth had been kidnapped. He was only making a deduction based on the missions he had conducted before. Gyuding, I have a few questions as well. Lilioth poked Gyuding on the arm with her finger. Support our web novel Go.com. Gyuding nodded. Go ahead. Is the child family involved with any industry that has to do with media? In other words, are they planning to step foot into the media industry? Lilioth had her own family's influence in mind. The child family started out in the banking industry. However, they're now involved in almost every industry. They have the most influence in the finance and energy industry. They do play a part in the media industry but aren't profiting from it. It has to be said that they aren't losing money in it though. That's because the Harris family has the entire information industry of every 3-star and above Cosmic Nation within Cosmic Sea under them. That includes the industries that deal with news and media. Cosmic Nation is a 5-star Cosmic Nation, which means it is completely under them as well. Trick had an understanding of the different industry markets. The child family started their business in Cosmic Nation, am I right? What is their family conglomerate's current ranking in regards to wealth? Lilioth's question was straight to the point. Yes. The child family's business dates back to more than 10,000 years ago. Their business was started by one of their ancient ancestors who was a demigod. Every generation of their family was born and bred in Cosmic Nation. The family conglomerate's wealth ranking in Cosmic Nation is currently second, and they are not far from number 1. Trick was quite knowledgeable about child family's background. Lilioth raised an eyebrow as she continued to question. It should mean that they really want to be number 1. The child family is a huge financial group. They should have many new projects each year, right? Do you have a list of those projects? The projects are decided on by our superiors in the headquarters. I'm just a minor supervisor of a division and don't have much decision-making power. I only receive instructions after such projects have been confirmed. Most of them differ according to the division they're under. Each sector has different focuses, which is why the final plans of a project are not the same for all of us. Moreover, plans concerning projects of the following year are only distributed to us at the end of each year. Any additional plans never make their way to us. If you'd like to have a look at this year's projects, I can only show you the ones that were given to me at the end of last year. Trick had no idea why Lilioth was asking about such things. Give me all the files concerning your company's plans throughout the last 10 years, Lilioth made a strange request. Nevertheless, Trick complied. Trick was locked up within the Golden Eagle. Even though signals from the outside world were blocked, signals could be transmitted to and fro within the spaceship. Lilioth immediately started looking through the projects after receiving their files from Trick. She did not ask any more questions. Biggie took Trick away once Gyuding was done interrogating him and then brought in the other two one after the other. After putting together information from interrogating all three of them, Gyuding realized that they were still in the dark. The bodyguard clad in black, for example, worked as a bodyguard for the child family. He knew almost nothing about the child family's business. All he did was simply complete missions given to him without any question. When he had no missions to work on, he would resume his position as a bodyguard for the child family. As for Bridgen, he had received his job at the last minute and had never dealt with the child family before this. It was the little young master of the child family that had gotten in touch with him, and the little young master was the one who had taken the initiative in their deal. All Bridgen knew was that his job was to kidnap Lilioth. As for the reason behind that, the little young master had never told him. Lilioth could not find even a single clue despite having gone through the child family's list of projects over the last 10 years. However, after getting Neptune to hack into the child family's headquarter network, Lilioth found that someone had suggested them to expand their influence into the media industry 3 years ago. Nevertheless, the person that had made the suggestion could not be identified. Additionally, the project was put aside without any execution. As for the reason why it was being stalled, only the 4 words "project to be decided" were written. The halted plan had been placed in a highly classified file which only those of the highest clearance could access. Lilioth smelled something fishy as it hinted to a conspiracy of some sort. Lilioth began to think that the little young master of the child family was not as he seemed. She even went as far as to guess that inviting Gyuding to his rites of passage was just a cover-up. His true target had to be her. The sky had darkened by the time the interrogation was done. Elsa finally woke up from her drunken stupor. Biggie had carried her back from the tavern. Hence, when she exited the room, she was surprised to see Trick and the others. What are they doing here? And who's that man with the glasses? Lilith gave her a summary of what had happened. Elsa immediately gave the three of them an unfriendly look. So, that means these people here are enemies? Yuding, since you're done interrogating them, it would be pointless to keep them here, right? Do you need me to finish them off? Elsa was angered by the fact that they had attempted to kidnap Lilith. I think it'd be better for me to do that. Biggie wanted to take up the responsibility of killing them. After all, it would not be nice for such a young girl to do such a thing. The hearts of the three men immediately sunk to their stomachs. It looked like all three of them would not be able to escape from the evil clutches of Yuding's crew. Lilith, what do you think we should do with them? Yuding looked at Lilith. Lilith was the victim after all. She had the right to make the decision. Forget about it. Just let them go. They were only doing their jobs. If we're going to take revenge, we should look for that little young master. Lilith had no intention of taking it out on them. Lilith, there's no reason to be kind toward them. If they managed to kidnap you today, they would have probably ended up kidnapping others in the future. Elsa stared at three of them angrily. Lilith looked at Yuding. Yuding, let them go. Yuding fell silent for a moment before he nodded. Since Lilith wants to let this matter go, I'll let you all off. However, there is still one thing I need before you leave. Yuding's gaze fell on Trick. I want to talk to your little young master. That. There was an uneasy look on Trick's face. It was bad enough that he had failed his mission. It would have been bearable if he managed to quietly lay low for a while. However, now, Yuding wanted to talk to his little young master through his communicator. It would be the equivalent of slapping his little young master in the face, with he himself playing a part in it. You can choose to reject my request, but think about the consequences. Yuding's words were clearly threatening him. Trick naturally understood his situation. He took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Fine. Trick quickly found the little young master's number in his communicator's call history and dialed it. The call rang less than 2 times before a young man's voice was heard over the speaker. Trick, is the deal done? Hello, little young master of the child family. Yuding smiled as he greeted the young man. You are Yuding? Unexpectedly, the voice on the other end immediately recognized Yuding's voice. That's right, I'm Yuding. Yuding said his name out loud, slowly but clearly. I guess this isn't a simple greeting since you're calling my number. The young man's voice was quite calm and collected. Yuding smiled widely. Of course it isn't. Aren't you trying to get me to attend your rites of passage? I'm here to tell you a piece of good news. It so happens that I have the time to pay you a visit. The other side of the communicator fell silent. The young man seemed to have come to an understanding after a while when he said, that does sound like good news. In that case, I'll await your arrival. Everyone was stunned when they heard the conversation that took place between the two. Chapter 230, Rothschild's Scheme. Name, Rothschild. Gender, male. Age, 15. Family, child family. Gene level, unknown. Special ability, unknown. Suspected to be a player. Other abilities, possess high intelligence and terrifying deduction skills. Support our web novel Go.com. Wanted, no. Criminal record, none. Special cases, rejected invitation to take part in monster concentration camp. The little young master of the child family displayed that he was a genius when he was 2 years old. He managed to learn how to speak 23 languages, as well as read and write 8 of them. At the age of 1, that year, he was exposed to 4-dimensional chess, which is played using space and time dimensions. In less than 3 months, he went into a frenzy, challenging chess masters via Skynet. Even national players of Cosmic Nation lost to him. After that, he went on to study physics and earned himself a PhD in space physics as well as strategic studies in Cosmic Nation's Royal Academy. He became a guest lecturer in the Royal Academy for Strategic Studies at the age of 10 and later turned to study genetics. It took him only 2 years to receive a PhD in genetics. His research was mainly on orthogenesis. At the age of 13, he resigned from his position as a guest lecturer and rarely appeared in public from then on. Neptune quickly found information on the little young master from the child family, but most of it was not that useful. The child family had taken great lengths to protect the young man. There were not many pictures of him available on Skynet. Even the most recent picture that featured him was when he was 13 years old. That guy does not seem like someone easy to handle. He has high intelligence, and his special ability seems to be player, Neptune said as he projected a description of a player's ability. Special ability, player. Ability description: the ability to fight a battle like a chess game. Every enemy in the person's eyes is like an opposing chess piece. Able to accurately predict the enemy's next move after obtaining information from the enemy themselves. Ability flaw: judgment is sometimes flawed because of unknown information. We've met a similar opponent before. It was that guy named Walter from Great Divinity of Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation. He was the one who had come up with the plan to nab us all in one go. However, something unpredictable happened, which resulted in an ending that was neither here nor there. Neptune's tone was not relaxed at all. Gilding's crew would be on the losing end if they fought an enemy who was not only extremely focused on the big picture but also very detailed with their strategy. When it came to intelligence and strategizing, there was almost no one better than Neptune. However, Neptune was not human, and his logic was different from human beings as it could not include latent factors such as human growth and character change in its calculations. Moreover, there were limitations to obtaining personal information of a person from Skynet. Hence, in such cases, Neptune could only evaluate a person's true capabilities by being in direct contact with them or their friends. If his power to deduce things is really equivalent to that of a player, he should have already predicted the possibility of the missions failing. That would mean he probably expected Gilding to show up and get back at him after having been challenged twice. This could very well be his third plan, which is to get you to attend his rites of passage on your own accord, even though it might look like we are the ones in control. In truth, he has attained his aim. If that's true, he's a terrifying enemy. Lilith began to frown. Neptune shared his opinion. If he really is as described in those rumors and was invited to the monster concentration camp, it would mean that even if his intelligence level has not reached X's, it is still not far from it. People like him normally do not give up halfway on whatever they intend to do. When his first and second plan failed, he would not have made up for them by coming up with a third plan that would fail. Hence, there is only one explanation, which is his third plan has already been executed. That would also mean that we have been tricked by him. What if we don't show up? Didn't Gilding say we will pay him a visit? We can very well lie to him and not go. That would rile him up. Elsa thought that the situation was too much of a headache and gave a simple suggestion. It's no use. We're already under his radar. If we wander even slightly from the current route, he'll be sure to come up with something to force us to change routes. I believe he has already set the stage for everything. Neptune was forced to think of the worst-case scenario when it came to such enemies. Gilding nodded as well. There is no need for us to get involved with the minor lackeys he will send to come after us. We will just end up wasting our time and exposing our true abilities. It would only give him more time to come up with an even more intricate plan. Heading straight for him would be the best plan. When is his rites or passage? Lilith suddenly asked. Neptune answered. In 18 days. The location is Red Shield. The Child family's headquarters is also located there. Rumor has it that a demigod watches over the place. The planet's security level is considered to be one of the top 5 in Fey Cosmic Nation. That must be the reason why he's able to invite me in such a carefree manner. Gilding nodded when he heard the information Neptune had. That's right. The planet's security system is made up of half-automated machines. It is said that the machines are the work of a survivor of the mechanical tribe who used to be a master. They might cause me some trouble, but with Robert around, they should not be much of an issue. Neptune continued to recite information about Red Shield. How long would it take for us to get there? Gilding asked. At normal speed, it would take around 15 days. Let's take the time to cultivate properly during this time and upgrade our abilities. We'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. At that moment, on Red Shield, a handsome young man was sitting upright in front of his study table. The man was watching a projection of a video clip and was wearing a nice, tidy, blue suit. The white shirt the man was wearing on the inside was clean and crisp. Additionally, there was a black striped tie straightened tightly around the collar of his shirt. He was not dressed like a young man at all. The projection in front of him was a clip of Gilding's crew in battle. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he stared at the footage. Ross, why are you still watching videos of Gilding and his crew so late at night? A beautiful young woman suddenly appeared behind the young man. She looked very alike the young man. Lucia, I should be asking you why you're in my room so late at night. Ross turned to glare at her. Lucia pouted. Is that the way to talk to your older sister? I sleep just opposite you. I saw your lights still on so late at night, so I came in here to give you a polite greeting. Do you have a problem with that? Well, didn't you want to meet Gyuding? I've invited him to attend my rites of passage. He'll be here on that day. It's late now and I'm about to turn in. You should go and do the same, Ross said as he turned off the projection. How did you do it? He doesn't seem like someone who would easily accept any invitation. Lucia was clearly surprised and curious at the same time. You don't need to know, Ross said as he turned to leave. Did you set a trap for them? Lucia knew her little brother well and could guess what he had done. All you need to know is that they will be here. Anything else is unimportant. Ross picked up his toothbrush and started to brush his teeth, sounding unclear with his reply. Hey, you aren't trying to get Gyuding and his crew here on purpose to create chaos and take the opportunity to leave Red Shield, are you? Lucia suddenly realized something. Ross pulled the toothbrush out of his mouth and turned around to look at his older sister who was only a few months older than him. Stop spouting such nonsense when you have no proof. Lucia placed her hands on her hips and replied indignantly, Don't think I don't know you well. If you don't tell me the truth, I'll go to father and tell him about this. Ross gargled and walked out of the bathroom. Fine, I give up. You're right. I'm trying to get Gyuding and his crew here for the very reason you guessed. I want them to create chaos so I can leave the planet amongst the confusion. Haven't you considered the consequences of doing so? Lucia was getting angry. Did the old man think about the consequences when Aunt Lan died? Ross' face turned grim upon mentioning the topic. So, you still haven't let it go even though it's been almost 3 years. Lucia's expression changed as well. I was brought up by Aunt Lan. That is something I will remember for the rest of my life. A sharp look flashed across Ross' eyes. Do you know how many deaths you'll cause if Gyuding's crew clashes with our family? Lucia hoped that she would be able to change her brother's mind. Gyuding does not have a demigod in his crew. Biggie may be strong, but his weapon is an ordinary one which cannot kill a demigod. They might cause some damage to the child family to a certain extent, but they won't be able to exterminate the entire clan. As for me, I'll be able to take the opportunity to leave this place which has had me locked up for close to 16 years. If I really wanted the entire family to be destroyed, I wouldn't have lured Gyuding's crew here but Cold Blood's the Punishers. Ross raised his head to look at Lucia as he explained with a calm look on his face. It doesn't matter what is it you say. I have to tell further about this. Lucia knew it was not child's play. Even though Ross normally did not make any mistakes in his strategies, she knew that Gyuding's crew would not be easy to manipulate. Ross did not stop Lucia when she turned around to leave. Instead, he watched quietly as Lucia jumped out of the window. You're a man who schemes very well, even making use of your own sister. A shadow slowly took the shape of a human in the dark. It was the voice of a woman, but her body was completely wrapped up in a long, black robe. Even with her being in the shadows, one could vaguely see the blood-red pattern of a demon on the chest of her black robe. I'm not making use of her. It's been years since I spoke to the old man. I'm just getting Lucia to help me pass a message to the old man for him to be on high alert and prevent the family business that has been going on for the last 10,000 years from being destroyed in one night. Ross glared at the woman and said calmly. Chapter 231 Rothschild's scheme. Name, Rothschild. Gender, male. Age, 15. Family, child family. Gene level, unknown. Special ability, unknown. Suspected to be a player. Other abilities, possess high intelligence and terrifying deduction skills. Support our web novel Go.com. Wanted, no. Criminal record, none. Special cases, rejected invitation to take part in monster concentration camp. The little young master of the child family displayed that he was a genius when he was 2 years old. He managed to learn how to speak 23 languages, as well as read and write 8 of them. At the age of 1, that year, he was exposed to 4-dimensional chess which is played using space and time dimensions. In less than 3 months, he went into a frenzy, challenging chess masters via Skynet. Even national players of Fey Cosmic Nation lost to him. After that, He went on to study physics and earned himself a PhD in space physics as well as strategic studies in Fey Cosmic Nation's Royal Academy. He became a guest lecturer in the Royal Academy for Strategic Studies at the age of 10 and later turned to study genetics. It took him only 2 years to receive a PhD in genetics. His research was mainly on orthogenesis. At the age of 13, he resigned from his position as a guest lecturer and rarely appeared in public from then on. Neptune quickly found information on the little young master from the Child family, but most of it was not that useful. The Child family had taken great lengths to protect the young man. There were not many pictures of him available on Skynet. Even the most recent picture that featured him was when he was 13 years old. That guy does not seem like someone easy to handle. He has high intelligence, and his special ability seems to be player, Neptune said as he projected a description of a player's ability. Special ability, player. Ability description: the ability to fight a battle like a chess game. Every enemy in the person's eyes is like an opposing chess piece. Able to accurately predict the enemy's next move after obtaining information from the enemy themselves. Ability flaw: judgment is sometimes flawed because of unknown information. We've met a similar opponent before. It was that guy named Walter from Great Divinity of Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation. He was the one who had come up with the plan to nab us all in one go. However, something unpredictable happened, which resulted in an ending that was neither here nor there. Neptune's tone was not relaxed at all. Gilding's crew would be on the losing end if they fought an enemy who was not only extremely focused on the big picture but also very detailed with their strategy. When it came to intelligence and strategizing, there was almost no one better than Neptune. However, Neptune was not human, and his logic was different from human beings as it could not include latent factors such as human growth and character change in its calculations. Moreover, there were limitations to obtaining personal information of a person from Skynet. Hence, in such cases, Neptune could only evaluate a person's true capabilities by being in direct contact with them or their friends. If his power to deduce things is really equivalent to that of a player, he should have already predicted the possibility of the missions failing. That would mean he probably expected Gilding to show up and get back at him after having been challenged twice. This could very well be his third plan, which is to get you to attend his rites of passage on your own accord, even though it might look like we are the ones in control. In truth, he has attained his aim. If that's true, he's a terrifying enemy. Lilith began to frown. Neptune shared his opinion. If he really is as described in those rumors and was invited to the monster concentration camp, it would mean that even if his intelligence level has not reached X's, it is still not far from it. People like him normally do not give up halfway on whatever they intend to do. When his first and second plan failed, he would not have made up for them by coming up with a third plan that would fail. Hence, there is only one explanation, which is his third plan has already been executed. That would also mean that we have been tricked by him. What if we don't show up? Didn't Gilding say we will pay him a visit? We can very well lie to him and not go. That would rile him up. Elsa thought that the situation was too much of a headache and gave a simple suggestion. It's no use. We're already under his radar. If we wander even slightly from the current route, he'll be sure to come up with something to force us to change routes. I believe he has already set the stage for everything. Neptune was forced to think of the worst-case scenario when it came to such enemies. Gilding nodded as well. There is no need for us to get involved with the minor lackeys he will send to come after us. We will just end up wasting our time and exposing our true abilities. It would only give him more time to come up with an even more intricate plan. Heading straight for him would be the best plan. When is his rites or passage? Lilith suddenly asked. Neptune answered, in 18 days. The location is Red Shield. The Child family's headquarters is also located there. Rumor has it that a demigod watches over the place. The planet's security level is considered to be one of the top 5 in Fey Cosmic Nation. That must be the reason why he's able to invite me in such a carefree manner. Gilding nodded when he heard the information Neptune had. That's right. The planet's security system is made up of half-automated machines. It is said that the machines are the work of a survivor of the mechanical tribe who used to be a master. They might cause me some trouble, but with Robert around, they should not be much of an issue. Neptune continued to recite information about Red Shield. How long would it take for us to get there? Gilding asked. At normal speed, It would take around 15 days. Let's take the time to cultivate properly during this time and upgrade our abilities. We'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. At that moment, on Red Shield, a handsome young man was sitting upright in front of his study table. The man was watching a projection of a video clip and was wearing a nice, tidy, blue suit. The white shirt the man was wearing on the inside was clean and crisp. Additionally, there was a black striped tie straightened tightly around the collar of his shirt. He was not dressed like a young man at all. The projection in front of him was a clip of Gyuding's crew in battle. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he stared at the footage. "Ross, why are you still watching videos of Gyuding and his crew so late at night?" A beautiful young woman suddenly appeared behind the young man. She looked very alike the young man. "Lucia, I should be asking you why you're in my room so late at night." Ross turned to glare at her. Lucia pouted. "Is that the way to talk to your older sister? I sleep just opposite you. I saw your lights still on so late at night, so I came in here to give you a polite greeting. Do you have a problem with that?" "Well, didn't you want to meet Gyuding? I've invited him to attend my rites of passage. He'll be here on that day. It's late now and I'm about to turn in. You should go and do the same," Ross said as he turned off the projection. "How did you do it? He doesn't seem like someone who would easily accept any invitation." Lucia was clearly surprised and curious at the same time. "You don't need to know," Ross said as he turned to leave. "Did you set a trap for them?" Lucia knew her little brother well and could guess what he had done. "All you need to know is that they will be here. Anything else is unimportant." Ross picked up his toothbrush and started to brush his teeth, sounding unclear with his reply. "Hey, you aren't trying to get Gyuding and his crew here on purpose to create chaos and take the opportunity to leave Red Shield, are you?" Lucia suddenly realized something. Ross pulled the toothbrush out of his mouth and turned around to look at his older sister who was only a few months older than him. "Stop spouting such nonsense when you have no proof." Lucia placed her hands on her hips and replied indignantly, "Don't think I don't know you well. If you don't tell me the truth, I'll go to father and tell him about this." Ross gargled and walked out of the bathroom. "Fine, I give up." "You're right. I'm trying to get Gyuding and his crew here for the very reason you guessed. I want them to create chaos so I can leave the planet amongst the confusion. Haven't you considered the consequences of doing so?" Lucia was getting angry. Did the old man think about the consequences when Aunt Lan died? Ross' face turned grim upon mentioning the topic. "So, you still haven't let it go even though it's been almost 3 years. Lucia's expression changed as well. "I was brought up by Aunt Lan. That is something I will remember for the rest of my life." A sharp look flashed across Ross' eyes. "Do you know how many deaths you'll cause if Gyuding's crew clashes with our family?" Lucia hoped that she would be able to change her brother's mind. "Gyuding does not have a demigod in his crew. Biggie may be strong, but his weapon is an ordinary one which cannot kill a demigod. They might cause some damage to the child family to a certain extent, but they won't be able to exterminate the entire clan. As for me, I'll be able to take the opportunity to leave this place which has had me locked up for close to 16 years. If I really wanted the entire family to be destroyed, I wouldn't have lured Gyuding's crew here but Cold Blood's the Punishers." Ross raised his head to look at Lucia as he explained with a calm look on his face. "It doesn't matter what is it you say. I have to tell further about this." Lucia knew it was not child's play. Even though Ross normally did not make any mistakes in his strategies, she knew that Gyuding's crew would not be easy to manipulate. Ross did not stop Lucia when she turned around to leave. Instead, he watched quietly as Lucia jumped out of the window. "You're a man who schemes very well, even making use of your own sister." A shadow slowly took the shape of a human in the dark. It was the voice of a woman, but her body was completely wrapped up in a long, black robe. Even with her being in the shadows, one could vaguely see the blood-red pattern of a demon on the chest of her black robe. "I'm not making use of her. It's been years since I spoke to the old man. I'm just getting Lucia to help me pass a message to the old man for him to be on high alert and prevent the family business that has been going on for the last 10,000 years from being destroyed in one night." Ross glared at the woman and said calmly. Chapter 232, Upgrade to Rank 7. Gyuding was not bothered at all by Rothschild's aim. To Gyuding, Rothschild had crossed the line when he kidnapped Lilioth, even though 3 of the 4 black-clothed bodyguards had been taken care of, and Lilioth had expressed that it was needless to pursue the matter. Gilding was not about to let it pass. That was the reason why he had called Rothschild's number to announce his visit. Rothschild was the mastermind behind everything while the others had only followed his orders, which was why when Liliath suggested to let Trick and the others go, Gilding did not object. Their spaceship left Probrand early the next morning. Everyone began to cultivate to prepare for the upcoming battle. No one had any idea what kind of trap Rothschild had set for them. All they could do was enhance their abilities and take down the schemer with pure brute force. Gilding had not managed to achieve a breakthrough in his gene level. He could only cultivate his righteous force and await the restocking of Earth core crystals from Monster Paradise. Neptune brought good news on the third day after the ship had left Probrand. The latest stock of Earth core crystals had finally arrived. However, there was also a piece of bad news. Each person was only allowed to purchase one crystal at a time, and they were allowed to make a bulk purchase only once a month. Each bulk purchase was limited to 100 pieces. If one missed the purchase period, they could only wait until the next month to buy them. Nevertheless, there was no need to worry about missing out on the crystals with Neptune around. The moment it was restocked, Neptune could help Gilding place an order and leave an address for where the crystals should be sent to. Support our web novel Go.com. We'll make a stop at Boars in 3 days. It'll take around 3 days for them to send the crystals there. It will be morning when we arrive at Boars, so we won't miss out on the delivery nor wait too long for it. Neptune had deducted the best place to collect the crystals and made the necessary arrangements. 3 days later, the Golden Eagle was seen docking at the harbor of Boars. They had made it to the planet before sunrise, just in time to watch it. The Earth core crystal finally fell into Gilding's hands after lunch. After signing the package, the Golden Eagle left Boars. When Gilding returned to his room, he took out the Earth core crystal which was encased in an exquisite box. The Earth core crystal was fiery red. It was the size of a thumb and was shaped like a prism. Gilding held the crystal between his fingers as he carefully examined it. How do I use this thing? Do I swallow it? Swallowing it would be the simplest way. Gilding did not hesitate after hearing Neptune's confident reply. He immediately threw the rock into his mouth and gulped it down with force. When the piece of Earth core crystal landed in his stomach, Gilding felt a hot current begin to rush from within his abdomen to each and every corner of his body. Neptune, on the other hand, saw numerous black virus strains appear in every part of Gilding's body. They went into a frenzy as they consumed the Earth core crystal. The entire crystal was devoured in less than 10 minutes. Under normal circumstances, a person would need at least 3 days to absorb an Earth core crystal. Those who consumed crystals a little slower sometimes needed up to 5 days to absorb it. After the Earth core crystal had been absorbed, another gene shackle appeared in Gilding's body. It was a shackle that was completely black in color with numerous ciphertext written in gold carved all over it. An unknown power tore at it and a fissure soon appeared on the shackle. The fissure, which could be seen clearly, continued to spread quickly. It was not long before the entire shackle broke apart. The color of the pieces that broke off gradually faded, and they eventually vanished. At the same time, a minor portion of the third gene chain within Gilding experienced some change which took about 5 minutes for it to stabilize. During this time, the cells in Gilding experienced raging mitosis as they evolved continuously. Gilding's original cell index of 100,000 points quickly enhanced to 800,000 points. Gilding slowly opened his eyes. He felt the huge change within his body this time. It was clearly the result of a breakthrough from his original gene level. Neptune analyzed the latest stats of Gilding's body and projected it. Name, Gilding. Gender, male. Age, 15. Gene level, rank 7. Cell index, 800,000. Spirituality index, 790,000. Special ability 1, level 3 rage ability, able to evolve. Special ability 2, level 1 high speed regeneration, able to evolve. Special ability 3, level 3 damage stacking, cursing ability, able to evolve. Special ability 4, absolute seal, level 2 taboo energy, able to evolve. Special ability 5, level 2 advanced iron block, able to evolve. Special ability 6, rank 1 martial arts field, able to evolve. Special ability 7, level 1 advanced repulsive effect. Ability description, able to control items and make them go in any direction in any form of push and pull. The limit of the push and pull force is 10 times the effect. Ability limitation 1, when using the ability, A part of the body must be in physical contact with the item. Ability limitation 2. Any item can only be controlled by pushing and pulling. Controlled items with repulsive effects are not included. Ability limitation 3. If the ability is used numerous times on the same item, the ability can only be executed once. Ability limitation 4. If the size of the controlled item is huge, the ability can only be used within a range of 1000 meters. Neptune was a little envious of Gylding's luck when he saw that Gylding had gained a new ability. Advanced abilities were not something easily acquired, and the ability Gylding had freshly developed was a rare and powerful ability. It was considered quite the achievement if someone managed to obtain ability that could control gravity. To gain the ability to control an object in any form of push or pull naturally included the ability to control gravity. Gylding was delighted when he saw the ability. He started to think about ways to develop the ability. Gylding did not waste any time as there was still room for him to expand his cell index. He started to swallow black crystals, the ones that allowed an individual to add on 50,000 index points with each one consumed. Days passed and Gylding only used 2 days to enhance his cell index to 1,000,000 points. Unfortunately, there were no more earth core crystals for him to use, and it was impossible for him to achieve a breakthrough to rank 8. Gylding started cultivating his righteous force with the remaining time. He wanted to complete the 4th cycle before arriving at Red Shield. His righteous force was now powerful to a terrifying extent, probably even surpassing Big E's, the strongest person in his crew. When Gylding's cell index hit 1,000,000 points, he was finally able to use Ultimate Arts level 12 without causing any stress to his body. He was also no longer restricted to a time frame when using it. Ultimate Arts level 12 was the last level in Ultimate Arts, enhancing one's combat effectiveness by 320 times. It had reached its limit. Basic combat effectiveness of 1,000,000 points was also the maximum enhancement effect produced by bronze-grade combat armor. The enhancement effects of bronze-grade armor had a limit of 1,000,000 points, and it could not exceed that limit even if Gylding had more than 1,000,000 points. The other members of Gylding's crew also achieved certain progresses aside from Gylding himself. Among them, Lilioth had achieved the most improvement. She had advanced from a rank 9 gene body to a rank 10. As for her cell index, she had gotten it to 1,501,000 points, steadily beating Gylding. Elsa and Biggie already had quite high basic combat effectiveness as they were both rank 11 gene bodies. It was difficult for them to achieve great progress in terms of enhancement. Nevertheless, they managed to improve slightly in terms of ability. As for what had become of Robert, he had locked himself in his room. On the other hand, as for Tagore, who had always been busy stealing food, Gylding had no idea what had happened to him at all. On Red Shield, the Child family had been extremely busy for the past few days, preparing for combat against Gylding. Ross sat cross-legged on the floor quietly. There was nothing around him, not even a table or chair, which was why he could only sit on the floor. He was not in his room but in a place used for internal punishment within his tribe called the Repentance Tower. The body of the tower was made up of bluestone blocks. The bluestone contained material similar to that found in anti-magic chains but had much higher radiation. Anti-magic chains only took effect once a person was chained up. On the other hand, bluestones did not require physical contact to function as an anti-magic medium. As long as the person was within range, their abilities would be sealed. Any normal person locked within the tower would have their primary power and special ability sealed. All they could do was panic as they looked at the bluestone blocks and prayed to be released each day. Nevertheless, Ross was not anxious at all. He composed himself by closing his eyes, appearing to be asleep. Surveillance cameras were hidden in every corner of the tower. They were placed with the aim of making sure that the punished repented. Ross had been imprisoned for more than half a month, yet he did not display any sign of anxiousness. He treated the place as his own room, waking up every day to wash up on time. He would go for a morning jog, have breakfast, cultivate, eat lunch, read, eat dinner, read again, and sleep. He kept his daily schedule without fail, and that impressed everyone. His family had even confiscated his intelligent wristwatch in order to punish him, but it did not seem to have any effect on him. Lucia was the one who had brought him his dinner today. "Why are you the one here today?" The family servants were normally the ones who took turns to bring him his meals. Ross thought it was a little strange when he saw Lucia serving him personally. "I saw a servant bringing your food this way and thought it would be convenient since I have something to say to you." Lucia crouched down as she placed the tray on the floor. "Gilding and his crew should be here by now, am I right?" "Even if they aren't, they should be arriving soon." Ross' lips curved up slightly as if his current environment did not affect him. "They should arrive in our star sector tomorrow morning, but no one knows if they will make a direct stop at Red Shield. Your rites of passage is in another 2 days, and there is a possibility they will choose to stop at nearby planets in order to avoid a clash," Lucia guessed. "Gilding will definitely dock at Red Shield immediately." Ross smiled confidently. Chapter 233. Arriving in Red Shield. A black and white checkered Golden Eagle could be seen descending in Red Shield's port. As soon as the spaceship landed, a young man dialed a contact number. "Boss, Gilding's spaceship has arrived at the port." On the other end of the communicator was another young man in shades. He was sitting on the terrace of a breakfast shop, enjoying coffee and bread. "I see, send me a picture of them. Keep an eye on them, and if they split up, tell the others to follow them. Don't leave any of them out." "All right." After hanging up, the man immediately took a picture of Gilding's Golden Eagle and sent it to his boss. After receiving the picture, the man in shades took off his eye. Then, he confirmed that the spaceship in the picture of the projection was indeed Gilding's spaceship before he dialed another number. "Hello, is this the Army's General Mance?" The man in shades was rubbing his temples, and there was not much respect in his voice. "Who are you? Where did you get this number?" The deep voice of a middle-aged man was heard from across the communicator. "Support our web novel Go.com. I would like to anonymously report the arrival of Gilding's spaceship at Red Shield's port. I just witnessed it myself." "Isn't Red Shield under your jurisdiction, General?" "You should send someone to take him away immediately. If not, Red Shield will be really unsafe. The interstellar pirate Gilding has a bounty of more than 2 billion universe credits. Additionally, each time he visits a planet, he stirs up something big. Ordinary citizens like me are a little afraid to go out with him around." The man in shades had not even finished when he was interrupted by the voice across the communicator. "All right, we will investigate the matter and take care of it." "When will that?" The man in shades wanted to pressure him more, but the person on the other end had already hung up. On Red Shield, in a luxurious hotel suite, a stocky middle-aged man sat up in his bed, half naked. "Who is it? Spoiling our mood this early?" A languid female voice came from the bed. Her hand touched the man's broad back, and her fingers gently wandered on it as if she was a fairy. "Get out, and you needn't come anymore starting tonight." Mans turned to look at the curvy, dark-haired beauty whose body fascinated him. He had wanted to enjoy his time with her for a few more days, but now it seemed merciful of him not to kill her. Did I do something wrong?" The young woman looked a little puzzled. "You've done nothing wrong. Get dressed and out you go." Mance managed to avert his eyes. "If anyone from the Child family asks you, tell them that I'm not in the mood these few days. Tell them not to send any more women as well." With that, Mance turned around and sat on the edge of the bed, lighting a cigarette for himself. The woman got dressed with a somber expression. However, she did not leave immediately. She went around the wide goose-down feather bed and stopped in front of the man. "I don't know what happened, but I know what you're thinking. To you, I'm just a high-class whore the Child sent to sleep with you. Therefore, you can just sleep with me a couple of times, get bored, and turn your back on me. I can leave, but before I leave, I want to make a few things clear. I didn't sleep with you for money. I slept with you because I liked you. I'll return this necklace you bought the day before yesterday along with 300,000 universe credits. Do you know how much the one I was wearing was worth? 8 million. The woman yanked off her necklace and threw it at Mance before picking up her heels and striding barefoot out of the hotel room. "Yuna, I'm sorry." Mance took the necklace and lowered his head in silence. "I had to keep my guard up since it involved the Child family, General." Shortly afterward, a knock was heard from the door. "Come in." Mance stowed the necklace in his inventory and shouted in response. A young man dressed in military uniform pushed the door open and stepped near the bedside. "What's the matter?" Mance went straight to the washroom. "General, we have just received word that Gilding's crew has arrived at the port. According to the Chief of Staff's deductions, his crew is after the Child family this time. I'm already aware of this. Someone called my communicator directly and tipped me off. Mance spoke of the matter with some irritation. Ordinary people did not have his contact number. Except for a few subordinates that were directly under him, the only other person who knew his number was Yuna. Hence, that was why he was so annoyed earlier. Yuna might have leaked his number to the Child family because she was the escort they had arranged for him from the start. He had been smitten with that woman for the last few days. Then what shall we do? The young master of the Child family is going to have his rite of passage soon. They've invited many of us to the function. It wouldn't be very nice if we leave it be, right? The young man asked anxiously. Gylding's crew may not be here to cause trouble. Perhaps they are just here to watch. Just have someone watch over them and see what happens. Even though Mance said as such, he did not think it was the case. He knew that Gylding's crew must have had something to do with the Childs. If not, the Childs would not have brought in so many talented people for the rites of passage. He had come across 15 to 16 rank 13 powerhouses in the last few days. One of the guests was even a demigod. It was a little excessive considering it was a kid's rites or passage. Additionally, the main point was that Red Shield was under his own jurisdiction. In theory, a rite of passage like such only required them to invite him, the army's supreme commander. However, the Childs had sent out invitations with not just his name on it, but with the names of all the members on his team who had the combat effectiveness of a rank 12 gene body and above. At the time, Rance had noticed something strange but did not give it much thought. When he arrived at Red Shield, he could only sense a storm brewing when he saw a lot of powerhouses. It was only then that he realized the Child family had invited all the powerhouses of his team to serve as cannon fodder. Only after receiving the tip-off did he learn that Gylding's crew was the root of everything. As an army general, he was considered a prominent figure in Fey Cosmic Nation. He had always been a man of his word in the army. However, he had been tricked by the Child family this time. First, they found a woman to bewitch him. Then, they got the woman to lure him into serving as cannon fodder against Gylding's crew. It greatly displeased him, so he decided to sit tight and watch. Gylding and his crew had no idea that such kind of politics was still ongoing on Red Shield. As soon as the spaceship docked, everyone gathered in the living room. Gylding, shall we go straight to the Childs to find the young master after getting off the spaceship? Elsa was fueled with the urge to fight as she raised her fist. After all, it had been a long time since she had fought anyone, and her hands were itching. Furthermore, the main point was, when she felt that her combat effectiveness was improving a little too slowly, Neptune taught her a combat method called stack boxing. Using it with the special energy in her body, it worked much better compared to her using righteous force. No hurry. The rites of passage won't begin until another 2 days. Do it now and we might have to leave before the rites of passage. We only have to eat and play for the next 2 days. We've been cooped up in the spaceship for more than half a month, so let's call these 2 days a holiday. Gylding had no intention of settling the score with the Child family's young master so soon. That sounds good, but is it safe? Lilith did not think it was a good idea to show up at the enemy's door like that. Don't worry. They won't make any big moves until the rites or passage. They'll just send a few people to test us, Gylding said adamantly. As long as we don't cause any trouble, they won't dare do anything. If they did, it would be the equivalent to them announcing to all interstellar pirates that they don't welcome them here. Nearly a third of their business clients are interstellar pirates. Besides, they would want to be more prepared. 2 more days is exactly what they want. Humans are really complex creatures. If I were you, I would take care of the danger immediately no matter the cost. Neptune had some difficulty in understanding what Gylding was thinking. According to my calculations, there's only a 12.88% chance that the Childs will trigger the other interstellar pirates if our crew is killed before the rites of passage. A lot of the businesses they run have a certain advantage in the market, so it's very unlikely that someone would give up their products. Probably less than 5%. You can't calculate these things in terms of probability. All they know is that killing us before the rites of passage would be frowned upon by interstellar pirates, so they wouldn't dare risk such a thing. Gylding shook his head. He was aware that calculations were not always reliable, which was why Neptune was not suited to be the military advisor of their crew. I think Gylding has a point. Neptune can calculate the probability of an outcome in a split second. However, if it were the Child family, It would take them a lot more time to gather all sorts of information and data to make such calculations. It would take days or even months for them to work out the probability of an outcome. Liliath nodded. Therefore, they wouldn't waste time doing things like that and just use a rough estimate. Then we can get off and have breakfast now. Gilding grinned. He was rarely supported by others whenever he disagreed with Neptune, who was generally faultless. He was flattered by the support he got for his judgment, which did not come easy. Chapter 234, An Incomplete Deity Position. Many powerhouses had come to Rothschild's rites or passage. The Childs were reputable. 2 demigods were invited, including the demigod who was already in the family. One could say that they had 3 demigods guarding them. Additionally, there were 23 rank 13 powerhouses and a few hundred rank 12 gene bodies. Condensed into a single force, their combat strength was only second to the Lord's bodyguards in the entire Fey Cosmic Nation. Nevertheless, they were not a single cohesive force but a collection of dozens of small circles. In other words, everyone had their own agenda, and it was not that simple. News of Gilding's arrival on Red Shield soon spread. The powerhouses who had been invited to the rites of passage finally figured out who the Childs was facing. They were facing one of the most famous newcomers in Fey Cosmic Nation, Gilding. Most of them had heard Gilding's name because he had been under the media's spotlight a lot lately. In particular, the video in which he and Grand Duke Roland appeared in the tavern more than half a month ago had been viewed more than 10 billion times. It was one of the top 100 most viewed videos of the year in Fey Cosmic Nation. Hence, it was hard for Gilding to keep a low profile. Most of the people who had come for the rites of passage had seen that video. Unlike ordinary people who read about the latest gossip, the powerhouses were more concerned about Biggie's swordsmanship. The 2 men whom he had beheaded had not managed to attack, so it was impossible to determine his gene level. Furthermore, the media did not offer any comments on him. Nevertheless, judging by the speed of his strike, many of them had come to the conclusion that Biggie had combat effectiveness similar to that of a demigod. As for the rest of Gilding's crew, the opponents they had encountered in the videos were at most rank 12 gene bodies. However, the videos were from more than a month ago, and no one could tell how much Gilding's crew members had changed in terms of strength. Support our web novel go.com. In the Repentance Tower in the Child family mansion, Ross was motionless. He kept his back straight, and the upper part of his suit did not have a single wrinkle. The heavy tower door was pushed open amid a dull roar. Ross, who had his back to it, heard the sound of footsteps and slowly opened his eyes. "You again?" he asked without looking back. "How did you know it was me?" Lucia asked, somewhat confused. "Footsteps are discernible. Servants take small, frequent steps and try to keep themselves as quiet as possible." Ross turned around and explained, "You must be here for another reason aside from bringing me my food. Has Gilding and his crew arrived?" "You guessed right," Lucia said angrily. "They've arrived, but instead of coming straight to the door, they casually had breakfast in a shop near the port and then went shopping. It's like they're not here for trouble at all. They're waiting for the rites of passage," Ross replied without thinking. "In that case, shall we get rid of them before your rites or passage, lest they make trouble?" Lucia thought simply. "Didn't you want to see Gilding?" Ross teased while laughing. "I admire him, but not to the point where I'm a mindless fan. For people like us, family comes first, and when necessary, we can sacrifice ourselves, not to mention the rest." Lucia shook her head. Her statement made Ross fall silent for a moment before he spoke up again. "It isn't that easy to make Gilding and his crew leave. The family powerhouses cannot attack unless they stir up some trouble. Otherwise, outsiders will take it as we Childs don't welcome interstellar pirates and are hostile to them. There's a part of our family business that's tied with interstellar pirates, so we can't give our clients such an impression." "Then, should we let somebody else do it?" Lucia pursed her mouth disapprovingly. "I'm sure the old man has thought of everything you could possibly think of. You don't have to worry about this sort of thing. They should have their plans." Ross pointed to the plate Lucia was carrying. "Aren't you tired carrying that for such a long time?" Gilding and his crew leisurely strolled through the marketplace near Red Shield's port. Just as Gilding had expected, the Childs did nothing more than send men to spy on their movements. Hence, Gilding's crew did not even try to shake off their pursuers since there was no need to do so. Not to mention, they were aware that there was more than one force stalking them. Gilding reckoned that at least one other force was keeping an eye on them, and that was the army. Nevertheless, He did not care, for the army had made it clear that they did not want to get involved in his feud with the Child family. Gilding also knew that just because the army and the Childs had not done anything, it did not mean they could not get others to intervene. They were also stopped on the road by a young man. "Well, isn't this Gilding's crew? It's quite a coincidence for us to have come across each other at such a place." The young man appeared to be about 20 years old, around 2 meters tall, muscular, unarmed, and was clearly a close combat martial arts practitioner like Gilding. "Is it? You began following us ever since we got off the spaceship." Elsa blatantly exposed his lie. Elsa was not the only one who had noticed him. The others had noticed him because he was really bad at hiding his tracks. The other stalkers were stealthy, like stars on a rainy night, hardly visible to the naked eye. However, he was like the moon on a clear night, easily visible to the eye. The muscular man turned red and coughed awkwardly. He then looked at Gilding and shouted, "Gilding, do you dare accept my challenge? What's in it for me if I accept your challenge?" Gilding did not agree immediately and instead asked, "If you lose, you and your crew must leave Red Shield and never set foot on it again." The muscular man recited the lines he had been told to say. Hearing this, Gilding knew without a second thought that the muscular man had been prompted by the Child family to challenge him. It was something no ordinary person would have asked for. "Hey, I'm asking for my personal gain, not yours." "Your personal gain? No one told me to give you anything," the muscular man muttered, scratching his head. "Since there's no benefit on my end, I refuse your challenge," Gilding said boldly. "That won't work." "Would you still be a man if you don't accept my challenge?" The muscular man shouted hurriedly. "Is there a causal link between accepting the challenge and whether or not I am a man? If so, please explain it. Besides, I don't accept challenges that won't benefit me." "Not accepting it doesn't mean I'm afraid to accept it." "One more thing. I think I need to remind you that if anyone takes a shot at me without my consent, my crew will collectively take them down." Gilding's words rang in the ears of the surrounding audience. For a brief moment, many of them heard the solemnity in Gilding's tone. The muscular man gulped. Gilding's last words had made his back sweat. He had seen the video of Biggie in the tavern, and at that speed, he thought there was no chance of him surviving. Hence, he had jumped out and challenged Gilding instead of the whole crew because Biggie was someone who could kill him instantly. "What can I do to make you accept my challenge?" The muscular man did not step out of the way immediately but asked after a moment of silence. "What's the most valuable thing in your inventory?" Gilding asked without beating around the bush. "Well..." The muscular man hesitated after hearing his question. "If you're not serious about challenging me, just go away and let us shop peacefully." Gilding reckoned that there was something of value judging by how hesitant the rank 13 gene body powerhouse was. "All right, I'll talk." Having been pressured by Gilding, the muscular man said, "It's an incomplete deity position." "What?" Not only was Gilding stunned, but everyone present was shocked as well. The so-called deity position was something a demigod coalesced in their soul space after being promoted to a deity. The coalescence of the deity position was usually done in the blink of an eye and only deities possess deity positions. Of course, a demigod could become a deity by taking away someone else's deity position, but a deity position that had been usurped could not be promoted. "I stumbled into a secret border 3 months ago and found it on the floor," the muscular man explained. "As soon as I picked it up, I was teleported out." "Very well, I'll take it." Gilding agreed at once. It has to be said that Neptune had blocked all communication systems on the planet the moment the muscular man said he was in possession of a deity position. He had done so to prevent anyone from informing other demigods. A deity position was something that attracted demigods who found themselves unable to become deities even after a long time. Even if the deity position was incomplete, it was sure to be contested by many people. Elizabeth was the only one in Fey Cosmic Nation to have become a deity over the years. Hence, one could imagine how difficult it was to ascend from being a demigod to becoming a deity. If demigods became aware of the deity position, they would come to like moths drawn to a flame, swooping madly around it regardless of the consequences. Nevertheless, Neptune also began to worry about their future. He could stop the information from spreading for a while but not forever. News of Gilding acquiring a deity position would be spread sooner or later. Then, the entire crew would be hunted down by demigods. Gilding, We cannot take the deity position. Lilith knew how serious it was. She grabbed Gylding by the arm and shook her head at him. Don't worry, we'll take it first. I know how to deal with it. Gylding nodded, well aware of the potential disaster it would cause him and his crew if not handled properly. Chapter 235, Crushing with Skill. At the end of it, Gylding agreed to the muscular man's challenge. A deity position, even if broken, was enough to cause demigods to scramble over it wildly. Having a deity position meant that one could become a deity right away as a demigod. It was not a random guess without any reason but a fact that had been proven by many humans in history. It had been well documented in history that, ever since the ancient age, people had become deities by engulfing deity positions. From the ancient age to modern age, there were more than 20 stories that had been recorded regarding a person becoming a deity by engulfing a deity position. In addition to those historical stories, in the current era, there was a man named Rajan Cosmic Sea who had become a deity by engulfing a deity position. Therefore, no one doubted the feasibility of promoting becoming a deity through that way. The deity position was of little use to Gylding because all of the members in his crew were still a long way from becoming deities. Moreover, if one engulfed a deity position, one could not ascend unless they stripped it off and reintegrated it with their deity position. Otherwise, their cultivation would be restrained by the deity position they had engulfed, and they would not be able to achieve a breakthrough. Engulfing a deity position was a choice made by demigods who had decided that it was very unlikely they would be promoted to become a deity before the end of their lives. Gylding agreed to the man's challenge because he had other plans for the deity position. The muscular man was called Marso, and he was an interstellar hunter. He was a rank 13 gene body. He was not weak and was well known in the interstellar hunter community. Nevertheless, he had debuted more than 800 years ago and rarely caught famous interstellar pirates. Of course, not all the pirates he caught were weak. In fact, he had captured interstellar pirates with bounties of more than 8 billion universe credits before. Nevertheless, being famous and having a high bounty was not the same thing. Cold Blood had a higher bounty than Gylding, but he was not as famous as Gylding. Evidently, he was one of the hotter interstellar pirates. It was just that he did not get as much attention as Gylding. Marso had never caught anyone on the A-list and had never seen a guy like Gylding who was extremely popular. Support our web novel Go.com. Of course, with the rest of Gylding's crew around, he also knew that his chances of catching Gylding were basically nil. Hence, he challenged him. As long as he won, his reputation would increase considerably even if he did not catch Gylding. Additionally, the Child family had secretly gathered 16 interstellar hunters, including himself. The Child family had told them that they would receive double the amount of Gylding's bounty if they managed to drive him out of Red Shield. Additionally, they would be entitled to enjoy top VIP treatment in the Child family as well as 20% off all the Child family's goods. It was treatment only demigods could enjoy. That was why he had made the conditions of the challenge clear from the very beginning by setting it so that if Gylding lost, he had to leave Red Shield immediately and never set foot on it again. In fact, the moment he said that, Gylding knew that he had been sent by the Child family. Marso had felt a bit worried when Gylding refused to accept his challenge. However, he was also a little confused. He could have lied or something. However, he unconsciously blurted out the truth instead. He had intended to keep the deity position for himself as he was not far away from becoming a deity. As soon as he blurted out the secret, he knew that even if he managed to beat Gylding in the challenge, he would still lose the deity position. Gylding took a step forward and the crowd scattered around him. They planned on watching from afar. Lilith and the others stepped back 100 meters away to avoid getting caught up in the fight. If Gylding had not achieved a breakthrough and became a rank 7 gene body, he would not have a shot at winning the battle. Thankfully, he had already promoted to a rank 7 gene body and had the combat effectiveness of a rank 13 gene body. His opponent this time was a close combat bodybuilder who was a peak rank 13 gene body. It was going to be a head-to-head fight. Gylding's ultimate arts level 12 was now fully activated along with the combat enhancement effects of his bronze grade combat armor and level 3 rage attack. Instantly, 1 million points of basic combat effectiveness were increased to become 6.4 billion points. With the special effects of his martial arts field, one could say that his combat effectiveness surpassed the 10 billion point mark. Combined with his damage stacking effect, he could achieve a maximum combat effectiveness of over 50 billion points. Looking at Gyuding's emaciated body, he looked much firmer with the support of his muscles. Nevertheless, Ma Su only smirked, and his knotted muscles propped up in an instant. His entire figure became much larger than before. At the same time, other than his muscles and bones, his height skyrocketed from a little over 2 meters to more than 2.5 meters. It doesn't look so good. That guy has an ability called Maximum Conversion, which is an ability similar to Berserker Conversion. His strength and defense have tripled in an instant. His basic combat effectiveness is around 95 billion. Now, his combat effectiveness has been increased to over 280 billion. Neptune was a little worried about Gyuding. Are you sure you don't want to use that move? At a time like this, there is no need to show all your strength. If you can't crush him with strength, crush him with skill. Gyuding clearly intended to hold back. A light golden-colored righteous force flew out from Gyuding's body and enveloped it in an instant. Then, just as it was about to finish wrapping itself around it, Gyuding's figure suddenly disappeared. Gyuding relied not on speed but on the ultimate skill of level 12 Silent Step. His movement speed was already comparable to the special ability of teleportation. Even Biggie could not catch up with him. The position where Gyuding appeared next was the left side of his opponent's head. Gyuding leapt high, his body upside down, with his terminating finger that carried his horrifying golden righteous force. He struck his opponent's left temple directly just like a meteor. It was as beautiful as could be. The beauty of close combat was applied to perfection in his moves. That move was so beautiful, I want to learn too. Elsa could not help but shout. Lilith noticed that from the moment she met Gyuding, his moves had been sleek and fluid. However, with Gyuding's golden righteous force, his moves that were graceful has become more beautiful. The corner of her lips as she quipped, "That move was indeed beautiful. But he's not performing right now. He's in actual combat. His moves are very practical," Biggie explained. "Don't think of his handstand as a useless stunt. In fact, he managed to avoid being counterattacked by his opponent because of it." Gyuding is shorter from shoulder to head because of his opponent's size. Gyuding's attack was aimed at his opponent's temple, and anyone's first instinct would be to duck and then strike back straight out with their left arm. Nevertheless, a straight swing would not hit Gyuding because of his handstand. If the opponent wishes to hit him, he cannot rely on his instinct to act. He must use his brain to lift the angle of his left arm. Nevertheless, having to do so would mean his response time is delayed, and Gyuding would be out of his range by then. Gyuding's would not miss cursing his opponents with his damage stacking ability on his first hit. Nevertheless, an attack of more than 10 billion points was only like a tickle to Ma Su, who had nearly 300 billion points in terms of combat effectiveness. However, for Gyuding, he was still warming up. After the first blow, without a pause in between, he vanished once again before he reappeared on his opponent's right. This time, Gyuding smashed his elbow into his opponent's right lower rib cage before he disappeared again. Before Ma Su knew it, Gyuding had appeared quietly behind him. Gyuding's fist was completely encased in blinding golden force and looked just like a small star. His fierce steel fist carried a burning star as it punched the back of his opponent's head. The blow made Ma Su feel dizzy, and his vision blurry. Gyuding seemed to have expected it as he suddenly appeared in front of Ma Su. His hands supported him as his body twisted violently. In the blink of an eye, the tip of his toes, covered with righteous force, violently struck Ma Su's throat 3 times. At the last blow, the distinct sound of a hyoid bone snapping was heard. Ma Su's body instantly fell back after he had been hit. The pain was so intense that he clutched his throat as he struggled to control his falling body. Nevertheless, Gyuding knew that it was not enough to make him lose combat effectiveness and admit defeat. Hence, he appeared once again. This time, he reappeared behind Ma Su, poked out 2 fingers, and continuously hit the back of Ma Su's neck with a thunderous force 3 times. Ma Su felt a sharp pain come from the back of his neck and his eyes suddenly darkened before he passed out. Gyuding managed to suppress him almost perfectly without fighting as violently as he had before in the past. It made Gyuding even more terrifying. All the positions which he had struck were the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Those positions were 10 or even 100 times more vulnerable than the rest of the body. Not to mention, when they were hit, they helped Gyuding achieve special effects that made his fight much easier. Ma Su had passed out, and the outcome of the battle was evident. The fight had been recorded by many people. Neptune had blocked their communication signals but not their other functions. Besides, Gilding's moves in this fight were so beautiful, they were far more beautiful than the ones he had used in his previous battle. Most of the time, he crushed his opponents with force, so there was no need for fancy moves. However, in this battle, Gilding did not take more than a blow from his opponent. Looking at Ma Su, who had passed out and had returned to his original size, Gilding walked over to him. His body is fine except for the fact that he's in a coma because you attacked the back of his neck. The worst injury he has is a broken throat. He only has to drink some cell repair agents and rest for a few days. Neptune scanned Ma Su's body and came to a conclusion. Gilding took the anti-magic handcuffs Robert had made from his inventory, locked Ma Su's hands, and sat down, waiting for him to wake up. Chapter 236, Gilding's Plot. It took 5 or 6 minutes for Ma Su to wake up, with the constitution of his rank 13 gene body. It was just as Gilding had expected. As Ma Su opened his eyes, he saw Gilding grin and show his white and even teeth. "You lost. It's about time you handed that thing over, right?" Ma Su looked down at his hands. He was bound by anti-magic chains and was no longer in a position to negotiate. He knew that he had been defeated completely this time. Gilding was far more inferior to himself in terms of combat effectiveness. But when it came to combat skills, he was in any means not as good as Gilding. Shaking his head helplessly, he opened his inventory, took out the deity position, and handed it to Gilding. Gilding took the deity position in his hand and played with it. The deity position looked like a token that was the size of his palm and was entirely black. He did not know what it was made of, but it felt heavy in his hands. Nevertheless, several strange symbols and ciphertexts were carved on the token, and Gilding could not understand them at all. The most striking thing about it was that it was clearly missing a corner, and along with that missing corner, there was a crack in it visible to the naked eye that was about 2 centimeters long. Gilding quickly noticed that many eyes were fixed on the deity position in his hands, and some of them even had greed in their looks. Gilding quietly stowed the token in his inventory. Then, he took out a key and unlocked the anti-magic chains on Ma Su's hands. "Our deal is done. You are free to go. You'd better go to the hospital. A broken hyoid bone should require a few days of rest." Ma Su shook his head, clutched his neck, and left in disappointment. Support our web novel Go.com. Neptune, unlock the communication shield. Gilding suddenly made a strange request. Neptune was stunned for a while. "In that case, news that we've gotten hold of the deity position will get out immediately. That would lead to endless trouble. That's why I asked you to unlock it. I never intended to keep it for myself from the beginning." Gilding grinned. "Don't worry. Do as I say." Neptune did not know what Gilding was up to. Nevertheless, seeing Gilding's determination, he chose to trust Gilding's decision and unlocked the entire planet's communication shield. Gilding, on the other hand, moved toward the crowd. "Listen, everybody. You can tell any of your demigod friends or elders about me getting the deity position. I will auction the deity position off to the highest bidder in 2 days. This kind of auction only comes once in a lifetime. So, if you miss this one, you may never get a second chance." Gilding's statement quickly went viral. Nevertheless, he stayed put as if he was waiting for something. Just as he had expected, 3 figures soon shot in his direction in no particular order. The Child family's demigod, with an untamed look, looked at Gilding fiercely. "Hand that deity position over." "Why?" Gilding asked without flinching. "This is the Child family's territory. That deity position was stolen from us. Do I need any other reason to take it back now?" My Child lied with a straight face. "How many people do you think you can fool with a lie like that?" Gilding raised his eyebrow. "You really should think of how many people are recording this incident here before you speak, old man." "I've taken a look and estimate that at least 800 people recorded my fight with that muscular man. At least 600 people are recording this conversation. How many people do you think will believe what you said when the videos are uploaded to Skynet?" "Believe it or not, that deity position is a family heirloom. We just lost it today," my Child said with a straight face. He had been a demigod for many years, and he knew that with his talent, becoming a deity was completely out of the question. How could he let go of a deity position that had appeared right in front of his very eyes? "In that case, describe the deity position." Gyuding clearly wanted to make a fool of him. Neptune immediately disabled the projection function of everyone's intelligent wristwatches because quite a few people had filmed it on video just now. He was afraid that someone would inadvertently project it to Maya Child. Black, the shape of a token, about the size of a palm. Maya Child replied fluently. The answer surprised Gyuding a little. All deity positions that are of lower ranks are basically like that, Neptune said in Gyuding's ear. Keep asking him if it has any other features. Those 3 points are correct, but that does not make the deity position yours. What a lot of people probably don't know is that deity positions of lower ranks are basically black tokens the size of one's palm. Gyuding gave the people a little bit of information before he went on to ask, are there any other distinct features of the deity position? Please describe them. There are some carvings of symbols and ciphertexts on it. Maya Child continued to answer Gyuding's questions based on what he knew about deity positions. The carvings on a deity position are actually a projection of the deity's ability. In other words, basically all deity positions have carvings of symbols and ciphertexts on them. Neptune had told Gyuding to say this. Are there no other features? I haven't seen the deity position for a long time. I can't quite remember some of its details. I think that the features I just gave are enough to prove that the deity position belongs to my family. Maya Child continued cheekily. Is that so? Let me remind you for the sake of accuracy, there is a scar on this deity position. May I ask whether the scar was made by a saber, a sword, or some other weapon? Gyuding could not help but smirk when he asked the question. Maya Child seemed aware that it was a trap. He pretended to recall for a moment when in actual fact, he was thinking about how to answer the question. A moment later, he said, there are no scars. He gave this answer because he remembered clearly that his men had sent him a message saying that Gyuding had a deity position in his hands. However, there was no mention of a scar being on the deity position. Hence, he was quite sure that Gyuding was trying to fool him. Are you sure that it has no scars? Gyuding continued to ask. I'm very sure. There are absolutely no scars. Maya Child's confident answer left the stalker who had sent him the news tongue-tied. Then I have to tell you with great certainty that the deity position I hold in my hand is not the one your family has lost. That's because there is a conspicuous notch on the deity position in my hand, Gyuding said as he projected a picture of the deity position. The notch in its upper right corner was very visible and could be spotted from almost 10 meters away. Such an obvious feature like that was impossible to forget. Maya Child had planned on blaming Gyuding and Maso for the damage on the deity position. However, only a real deity could damage a deity position. If he did that, it would be like slapping his own face. Hence, he pretended to look at it carefully and then shake his head in mock regret. It's really not the deity position of our family. We just lost ours today, so I thought the one you just acquired is ours. It's all a misunderstanding out of sheer desperation. A misunderstanding. The other two demigods next to him despised him from the bottom of their hearts. Evidently, they knew what Maya Child was up to. Nevertheless, they were in someone else's territory, and as guests, they could not simply interpose. They could only wait until the show was over. Since it is only a misunderstanding, this deity position is mine. Are there any other objections? Gyuding glanced around and his eyes landed on the other two demigods. Once again, I'll have a small auction in 2 days. The highest bidder will get the deity position. Gyuding, why in 2 days? Can't it be auctioned now? A demigod asked a little anxiously. If they were to compete for it at the time, only 3 competitors would stand. Hence, the odds of them winning the bid were high. No one knew how many people would come in 2 days after hearing the news. What would happen then was uncertain. I plan on having it in 2 days for my own safety, Gyuding said as he shifted his gaze from the demigod to Maya Child. I'm sure a lot of people already know why I've come to Red Shield. Therefore, there is also one condition to participate in this auction. Before my crew leaves Red Shield, the bidder is not allowed to attack me or my crew members. To anyone who attacks, you can force your way into the auction. But I will ignore your bid. Maya Child's face suddenly turned a little sour, and he could not have been clearer about the purpose of Gyuding's visit to Red Shield. The opponent had set the condition against himself. The 2 demigods he had invited would certainly choose to join the auction rather than attack Gyuding. However, he would be put in an awkward position if Gyuding's crew directly came into conflict with his family members. If none of his family members managed to suppress Gyuding, There was no way he could not intervene. However, the moment he attacked Gyuding, he would lose his place to bid for the deity position. He had lived for more than 3,000 years and had never expected himself to be outgunned by a little boy less than 16 years old. Once his opponent struck, he was almost a hopeless cause. Losing the qualification to become a deity had almost become a foregone conclusion. Chapter 237, The Witch Boti. Even before he had secured the deity position, Gyuding had thought about what to do with it. He thought of Uncle Roland immediately, but he shot the idea down instantly. For Roland, the 5-star monster would not engulf someone else's deity position to be promoted to deity level. He would rather run out of his demigod longevity than throw away his pride. By doing so, Gyuding and he were the same in that respect, so he knew that was definitely not an option. Then Gyuding thought about selling it because the rest of his crew did not have much use for it either. First, it was still too early for them to be promoted to deity level. Second, being a deity was not the end in terms of cultivation. Once one took another's deity position, one would lose the possibility of further advancement for the rest of their lives. Though the deity position was useless to him, it was invaluable to those who basically had little hope of reaching deity level through other means. When the auction was scheduled in the presence of the 3 demigods, all 3 demigods, including the child family's demigod, quickly disappeared from the port. From Gyuding's fight with Maso to his conversation with the 3 demigods, all of it was recorded by many and published on Skynet. All of a sudden, the topic of deity position went viral on Skynet. A deity position was a rare auction item. Coupled with video evidence, everyone knew that this deity position auction was not a stunt, but a real one. Support our web novel Go.com. As the holder of the deity position, Gyuding's name once again circulated Skynet. The boy was so lucky to get a deity position. It shouldn't be difficult to get a good price for it. On a planet, Roland was enjoying a roast while watching a video projection of the day's top trending topic. Gyuding's video obviously topped the list. Good combat skills, but his base combat effectiveness is a bit poor. Alongside Roland, Elizabeth, who was the Lord, was also watching the video. She was very free during this period. She had other people to help handle everything except for consolidating her cultivation. When she became a deity, she was actually abdicating her place as Lord. Much of her duties were handed over to the federal government staff, so she was relieved. As she watched Gyuding stop fighting with brute force and fight elegantly, she smirked. He got stronger again. Gyuding naturally had no idea about the amount of attention he was receiving. He and the rest of the crew had been wandering around after breakfast. Although none of Gyuding's crew liked the childs much, after a brief visit to the port and a few stops around it, they had to admit that the planet was well run. Whether it's the standard of living, technology, or its people's level of education, everything seemed to be perfect. Along the pedestrian streets they strolled on, there were various markets on either side. Unlike the incessantly noisy markets on most other planets, the markets here were orderly and spotless. It looks like the child family really took care of the planet. Gyuding had been to many other planets, but only Camellia's Juang was like Red Shield. Red Shield, however, was more orderly than Juang. Of course, Juang was in Board River, and many interstellar pirates pass through it all year round, so it was normal for it to be less orderly. Correspondingly, the planet also had a disadvantage, which was high prices. The average price of the same fruit on other planets was about half a universe credit per kilogram, but here it was at least 3 universe credits a kilogram. Nothing else was cheap either. Neptune briefly estimated that the price of goods here was about 5 times the average price of goods in Fey Cosmic Nation, but the average income of residents here was also about 5 times the average income in Fey Cosmic Nation. For the next 2 days, everyone was basically on vacation mode. They visited the planet's many tourist attractions and some of its specialty snack bars. In the eyes of many, Gyuding's crew was here for leisure. Even the stalkers of several different forces did not feel the need to continue stalking them. Early this morning, in the child family, Repentance Tower's gates finally opened. The glare of the sun compelled Ross to open his eyes. A tall, middle-aged man stood at the tower's entrance. He stepped in, and the door closed itself behind him. "Tell me, what are you thinking?" the man asked in a hushed voice as he approached Ross. "Didn't Lucia tell you?" Ross still did not get up. He looked up at the man, his eyes unmoved. "You want to run away from the child family, why?" James wondered why his son was so obstinate. There is a saying in the modern age that people who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Ross smirked. There are a lot of things the Childs do that I despise. In particular, the slogan "Family First" detests me the most. How dare you say that? James felt the urge to slap the ungrateful boy. The Childs is the legacy of our forefathers. Had it not been for the creed of family first, the Childs would have been destroyed countless times by now. Do you think you would be as smart without our family's fostering? If it hadn't been for the family wealth and fame that hired you the best teachers and gave you access to the best textbooks, you think you could have gotten to where you are today? That's why I said, people who walk different paths cannot make plans together. All of you have completely different philosophies and ideas than I do. The first thing I'll do after my rites of passage is to leave this planet. I will make an announcement that I am leaving the Child family. Ross had made up his mind. I'm going to build a business empire bigger than the Childs on my own. You'll see who has the right idea. James was silent for a moment after hearing this. You didn't bring Gilding's crew here just to escape the planet in the middle of chaos, did you? There's no harm in telling you. There's nothing you can do to stop what's going to happen tonight anyway. Ross slowly stood up and patted the dust on his pants. There are two people in Gilding's crew that are my targets. There's Gilding, and there's the little girl who goes by the name Lilith. The two of them have something to do with your plans on building a business empire? James frowned slightly. Yes. Do you know about the hacking incident that happened at Midian Media some time ago? The one that caused a delay in the release of the wanted notice for the entire Phaecosmic Nation? Ross asked with a smile. Well, it wasn't a hack. Someone broke into their headquarters and stole a mainframe. The mainframe contains the ultimate confidential information of hundreds of cosmic nations, including the Phaecosmic Nation. Additionally, through that mainframe, as long as they have Harris family genetic DNA, they can get through the verification and access the back-end. That little girl, Lilith, is the key to accessing the back-end. As for Gilding, if I'm not mistaken, he's not a hacker at all. He must have some type of artificial superintelligence similar to Skynet on him. That's why he can do most of the things Skynet can. We've brought their crew here to snatch Gilding's artificial superintelligence and Lilith's genetic DNA. Given enough time, I have no problem replacing the Harris family as the first information media group in the Cosmic Sea. You? There's someone else besides you? You have the mainframe? James frowned more than ever, for he had not expected his son to be such an ambitious man. Of course, I have allies that are strong enough, otherwise how would I dare to make such a plan? Ross said and snapped her fingers. A figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was a tall woman, wrapped in a black robe with an image of a blood-red demon emblazoned across her chest. James also noticed that the robe had 3 thumb-sized digits 002 stamped across the collar. The moment he saw that number, his pupil constricted sharply. He was a little shocked that she was a member of Dark Sectors. However, what struck him the most was the seemingly understated number on her collar. That number represented not only a member of Dark Sectors but also a member of Dark Sectors Elders Group. 002 represented the second elder of Dark Sectors, Poti, who was titled the Witch. The 13 elders of Dark Sectors were ranked according to their strength from low to high, among which the weakest, the 13th elder, was ranked 98th on the demigod monster ranking in the Cosmic Sea. Other than that, the 12th and 11th elders were ranked 76th and 55th on the ranking, respectively. The top 10 elders were all in the top 50. Among the strongest 3, the 3rd elder was ranked 12th, the 2nd elder was ranked 7th while the senior elder was ranked 3rd. This woman was the 2nd elder of Dark Sectors, which meant that so far, she had demonstrated even greater combat effectiveness than Roland the Sword God, who was ranked 8th. The presence of this woman here spoke volumes about Dark Sector's strong interest in accomplishing this mission. Hello, Patriarch James, I'm sure you won't stand in Dark Sector's way, will you? Poti lifted her hood to reveal her stunning face. She slightly smirked, and her voice, like a magical sound, vibrated several times in James's ear. At that moment, James's eyes began to glaze over as he nodded stupidly. Poti reached out a finger and ran the back of it over his clearly defined face. What a fine man. Poti, he's my father. Don't do that to him. Ross frowned slightly. Why? You don't want me as your stepmother? Poti chuckled over her mouth. I'll owe you one if you don't touch him. Ross said with a seriousness about him. "All right, whatever you say." Boti then took a step back and kept her distance from James. James slowly regained consciousness, and Ross was already at the door. "My detention is due to end today, right? Guess I'll be going then." Chapter 238 – The Restaurant Encounter. Ross sat in his room, watching Gilding's latest combat video and news about the deity position while listening to his subordinates debriefing. "You mean you've been observing them for 2 days?" Everyone in the crew did not cultivate but spent 2 days eating, drinking, and having fun? Ross frowned slightly after hearing the briefing. "He has the deity position, and word of the auction is out. The terms of the auction are clear. Any demigod who attacks will be disqualified. There are no demigods, and with Biggie's strength, they have nothing to fear." Lucia did not think it was strange. "That guy, Biggie, is really strong, but that should not be a reason not to prepare for a fight." Ross shook his head. "Gilding isn't stupid. He should easily be able to find out that we have more than 20 rank 13 gene body powerhouses and hundreds more that are rank 12 and above." He knew very well that no matter how strong was Biggie, he couldn't handle all of them. "You mean, they still have something up their sleeves?" "What makes them so confident this time?" The more Lucia thought about it, the more certain she was of it. Before they came, they had no idea that Marceau was going to provoke him, much less that he was going to get the deity position. However, the fact that they chose to come anyway suggests that they are well prepared. "It won't be difficult to find out that our family has a demigod guard from Skynet. Their operations will certainly not overlook our demigod's combat effectiveness." In other words, they must have a way to deal with demigods. For them, the deity position just made things easier. It is also clear from the video that Gilding is not afraid of demigods at all. Ross said and paused the video projection on the scene where Gilding and Maya were talking. There was not an ounce of fear in Gilding's eyes. "How many demigods did Gilding's auction attract?" Ross asked again after staring at the frozen video projection for a moment. "Support our web novel Go.com." "Young master, if you don't count the old man, there are 11 of them. It's only noon and we expect more people to arrive before the auction begins." "All right. Keep your eyes on Gilding and let me know if there's anything." Ross nodded, then looked at Lucia. "Let's get something to eat. There usually isn't enough at these dinners. Eat more at noon and you won't be hungry at night." "I know of a new store that just opened. It has been doing very well and is highly rated. A friend of mine, who was there yesterday, said it was wonderful." "Let's go there today." Lucia was not a foodie, but she liked to try new things. Whenever there was a new restaurant or a new clothing or jewelry store, she was always eager to visit. "It's my treat. Think of it as compensation for your detention. After all, you only have detention because I told on you." "There's no need to feel sorry. I happened to use that time to think, and understood a lot of things these days." Ross was not overly concerned about his detention. "Since you're going to treat me, I won't say no." Gilding's crew were gathered at a snack bar at the moment. They sat in a circle and ate with great enthusiasm. The reason for not going to a fancy restaurant was simple. The most authentic snacks were usually found along the streets in food stalls. The food at high-end restaurants was usually plated beautifully, but they were not necessarily delicious. Besides, Neptune could search for local food ratings in the blink of an eye. Neptune did not have to look far to find various acclaimed specials. Therefore, every time Gilding and his crew visited a planet, what they ate were usually of the highest ratings. However, Neptune was somewhat uneasy for the past 2 days. He had a vague feeling that something was going to happen. Therefore, his detection system ran over and over again but it never found anything. Ever since Gilding was promoted to a rank 7 gene body, his detection radius had expanded to 1,000 kilometers. In addition to his gene inventory being enabled for intermediate-level restrictions, a radius of 1,000 kilometers included everything the child family owned. But Neptune still could not see what was causing his anxiety, because there was nothing unusual about the childs. He even wondered if the childs were hiding a deity guard because only deities could escape his detection. However, based on the child family's history and their development over the years, the probability of that was close to zero. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, a black predator pulled up outside the restaurant. The Predator was a high-end sports car brand owned by the Child family. Even the lowest configuration costs tens of millions of universe credits. The car parked outside was the latest model that just went on sale 2 weeks ago. It was silver-colored. It was called the Platinum Beauty and has a market price of 800 million universe credits. Only people who had been granted a certain title by the federal government were eligible to buy, and they were only allowed to have one. This humble restaurant was small and was newly opened. The price of food was also pretty affordable, so most of the people who came here to eat were of ordinary working class, and few can afford to drive Predators. Therefore, the car soon attracted a lot of people's attention. However, what was even more remarkable was that the other two black Giant Armors also came to a stop. Car models like Giant Armors were exclusively used by bodyguards. Sure enough, 6 people, including the driver, stepped out of the 2 cars. All of them were large and somewhat intimidating. The door of the Predator opened and out came a young man and lady. The man was dressed in a suit and tie, with his hair neatly combed, making him look incredibly smart. His face was extremely handsome, but with just a glance, one could tell that he was young, probably around 16 years old. As for the young lady, her purple dress was elegant, but her doll-like face gave away her age. She was at most 16 or 17 years old. The couple's appearance attracted a lot of attention, and Gilding and his crew looked in their direction. "It's Ross." Gilding recognized him immediately. Neptune had shown him Ross's profile, which also included a photo of him. "He's Ross, child?" Lilith looked him over carefully and concluded, "He looks better in person." Elsa chimed in, "He's indeed handsome." "Are we doing it?" Ever since Biggie regained his combat effectiveness, he seems to be open to any kind of combat. "There's no hurry, we'll wait for dinner." Gilding took his eyes off Ross and continued eating, seemingly unfazed by his presence. Seeing that Gilding had no intention of doing anything, Lily and the others withdrew their eyes and continued eating their food. "Why wait until tonight? He doesn't have a lot of bodyguards right now. Wouldn't it be good to take this opportunity?" Elsa asked in confusion. "I said I would attend his rites of passage. If I do anything before the rites of passage, his rites of passage would be ruined and I wouldn't have kept my word." Gilding's reason was simple. He said he would attend his rites of passage, so he would be there. Hearing this explanation, the others did not ask any more questions about it. Surrounded by several bodyguards, Ross and Lucia entered the small restaurant. The moment Ross walked in the door, he saw Gilding and his crew, because Biggie and Robert's body size stood out. When he saw Gilding's crew, he was shocked because he did not expect to run into them in a place like this. Ross remembered that the modern age had a saying, "Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road." It was the most appropriate way to describe this situation. Noticing something wrong with Ross, Lucia looked in the direction of his gaze. Her heart throbbed when she saw Gilding's crew. She nudged Ross, who was ahead of her, and said in a low voice, "Get into the private room quickly, before they see you." Just then, Gilding appeared to turn casually toward them and smirked. Lucia had a bad feeling. Gilding's smile clearly telegraphed that he had noticed their presence. Strangely though, he did not respond in any other way. Instead, he watched them go upstairs to a private room. Once inside, Lucia breathed a sigh of relief. "Get the family to send more people. 6 bodyguards are too few." "Don't be nervous, Gilding won't make a move." Ross was very sure. "Don't be so sure. We only have 6 bodyguards now, and 2 of them are only rank 12 gene bodies. Now is the best time to do it." "If I were you, I would do it now," Lucia said anxiously. Gilding said he was attending my rites of passage. "The rites of passage haven't even started. He won't do anything," Ross judged confidently. "Besides, they would have attacked the moment we came in if they wanted to." "Don't be so nervous. Let's order and get something to eat." After about 10 minutes, Gilding's crew finally finished their meal. "Come on, let's go and say hello to the Child's young master." Gilding paid their bill at the front desk and beckoned to the others. The group walked up to the second floor. The Child family's bodyguards knew who Gilding and the others were, but they still stopped them. "Don't be so nervous. I just have a matter to consult your young master about." Gilding did not force his way through. "Let them in." Ross's voice came from the private room. The leading bodyguard reluctantly pushed the private room's door open, and Gilding and his crew filed in, followed by the 6 bodyguards. The private room that could have held 12 people now seemed a little crowded. Ross sat where he was with his eyes fixed on Gyuding. Just get straight to the point. It's your rites of passage tonight. As long as you apologize to Lilai in front of everyone, we can leave it at that. If you refuse, and you'll suffer the consequences. Gyuding dropped a remark. You have the afternoon to consider my offer. Ross smirked a little and shook his head at Gyuding's suggestion. I don't need the afternoon. I'll give you my answer now. I won't apologize. If you have nothing else to say, I haven't finished my lunch. Good, we'll see you tonight. Gyuding dropped the remark, turned around, and walked out of the private room. Chapter 239, Battle of the Monsters. At night, under a clear starry sky, Rothschild's rites of passage started as scheduled. The Childs reserved the largest square on the planet. The lights around the square lit up the whole area, making it seem as if it were day. Although one needed an invitation to enter the party, Gyuding's crew did not receive an invitation and were not prevented from entering. The guard simply glared at them and moved aside. Looking at the huge square and all its elaborate decorations, Liliath could not help praising, "It's really quite impressive. But the more powerful the family is, the less extravagant the rites of passage will be." Indeed, compared with the Harris family, the Child family was at best a countryside nouveau riche with no history. Gyuding, when are we going to attack? Elsa seemed eager to start fighting. Since learning Stack Force from Neptune, she never got a chance to show off her newly learned skills. At the height of the party, of course, Gyuding did not see Rothschild, who was the star of the party. But there were plenty more powerful guys. Support our web novel Go.com. There are 16 demigods, 28 rank 13 gene bodies, and more than 100 that are rank 12 and above. Neptune quickly gave them the statistics. However, with the deity position in hand, it is unlikely that any but the demigod of the Child family will attack us. Don't look down on your opponent though. No one knows what Rothschild has up his sleeves. He's an expert in strategy. I'm sure there's something we don't know about. Unless he can get the deities to come, he is doomed to fail. Gyuding admitted that Ross was a smart guy, but the sheer difference in strength between them was not something that could be solved with brains alone. About half an hour later, almost everyone had reached. James, the patriarch, stepped onto the makeshift stage in the middle of the square. Today, I am very happy that all of you can attend my son's rites of passage. I hereby toast you. After some pleasantries, James began to tell funny stories about Ross's childhood on stage, while Ross stood under the stage, smiling faintly without a word. Most of James's stories were not about the famous genius's achievements on any given day, but about the little details in life, some embarrassing things that ordinary kids do. There was a lot of laughter, and now and then he looked at Ross as if hoping he would come around and stop pursuing his ambitions. However, Ross did not respond at all. It was as if the person in the stories was not him at all. It was more than half an hour later when James finally brought Ross on stage. He sighed and walked off the stage, knowing that it was all too late. Ross strode onto the stage, his black suit as sleek as ever, without a wrinkle in sight. A brown striped tie with a white shirt made him look energetic. After taking the stage, he went straight to the point. In ancient times, the primal rites of passage was not really a feast, it was a hunt. Only young men who hunt prey strong enough can be truly recognized by the other members and become a real adult. Therefore, today, I'm going to use that ritual to prove to the world that I'm an adult. My hunting target is here today. He is 4-star monster Gyuding. The crowd was shocked, and most did not expect things to turn out this way. This was because Gyuding had just proved 2 days ago that he was strong enough to defeat peak rank 13 gene body martial art practitioners, while Rothschild, who had never shown his strength, dared to challenge Gyuding. The scene was immediately captured on video. Gyuding walked slowly onto the stage and looked Ross in the eye. He did not seem surprised that Ross would challenge him. One last chance for you. Apologize. Otherwise, I won't have any reservations about killing you. Didn't I give you my answer at noon? Ross smirked. If you didn't understand, I'll repeat it. I'm not apologizing. In that case, go to hell to reflect on it. As Gyuding spoke, bronze-grade combat armor was summoned. Ultimate Arts Level 12, Rage Attack, Advanced Iron Block, and Martial Arts Field were all opened at the same time, and his combat effectiveness was instantly driven to its peak. Gyuding immediately appeared in front of Ross, The 5 fingers on his right hand clenched into a fist. Strong steel fist carried the golden righteous force and punched out crazily, like a comet across the night sky, toward Ross's face. "You ding, actually I'm a rank 7 just like you. Do you know why I challenged you?" Ross showed no signs of nervousness. Instead, he smirked and continued, "I'm a monster just like you. But I'm a stronger 5-star monster than you. You can go toe-to-toe with a rank 13 gene body, right? However, a rank 13 gene body is nothing to me. I've challenged you as my first battle. Once I suppress you, countless people will know my name," Ross said and held out his left hand, which turned into a huge blood-red palm and intercepted Gylding's deadly punch. His other hand turned blood-red as he pressed it onto Gylding's chest. Gylding was hit by a force that sent him flying upside down. Then Ross's whole body began to change dramatically. He transformed from a handsome young man into a tall red giant. The giant was even taller than Biggie and Robert. His forearms alone were much bigger than Biggie's thighs. Ross's clothes burst apart to expose his naked body. Everyone could see that he was entirely red, giving the impression that he had been stripped of his skin, exposing his crimson muscle fibers. His eyes were dark. No one could see the whites of his eyes nor his pupils. Some even noticed that Ross, who was in this state, had lost his gender identity. All the organs that determined a person's sex had completely disappeared from his body. "Gylding, do you see this? This is my real strength." Ross's voice sounded like 3 or 4 voices coming together, and there was something eerie and uncanny about the sound as it came out. Lilith looked in the direction where Gylding was falling, a little worried. Based on her current pupillary power, she was able to pick up their fighting movements, but she was not really sure how hurt Gylding was. There was little change in Biggie's expression, which relieved Lilith a little. Tagore stared at Ross with a strange look in his eyes. Robert, too, saw how the battle was going, yet he did not move. He got a lot stronger after he transformed. Elsa was more interested in Ross's transformation. "However, why do I feel like there's something sinister about this power?" "You're right. It's a purgatorial brute beast." Tagore hopped on Elsa's shoulder and whispered in her ear. He probably took a brute beast's genes and modified it into his own. In a base plane like this, it can only be recognized by those who have dealt with purgatorial creatures. Is a brute beast that horrifying? Elsa could not help asking. A real brute beast may only be cannon fodder in purgatory, but it is almost impossible to rival it in the base plane. Since brute beasts are born with demigod combat effectiveness, when they reach adulthood, they immediately have the equivalent combat effectiveness of a lower-ranking deity. Tagore explained. "I've heard Dad mention purgatorial plane before. It's scarier than abyss plane and is extremely dangerous. He once went to the 3rd level and was attacked by a very powerful insect before he escaped." Elsa longed for a place like this, and it was hard for her to imagine that her dad would lose a battle. "Your dad is already so strong that lower-ranking deities have little chance of surviving that guy," Tagore said and remained silent, turning his eyes to the battlefield. Gylding rose from underneath the debris, and with the blow, he had just barely managed to exert their repulsive effect upon himself. It increased his defense by 10-fold. Under the 20-fold aid of the advanced time block, his defense had already reached 128 billion points. With a 10-fold increase, his defense went directly over 1 trillion, easily stopping Ross's attack. Although Ross was only a peak rank 7 gene body, a peak rank 7 usually had the basic attack effectiveness of 10,000 points. However, Ross was a 5 stars ranking monster. His basic combat effectiveness was 10,000 times more than an ordinary person, bringing it to a total of 100 million points. Add in an 8,000-fold increase in combat effectiveness after the transformation, and he had 800 billion. This level of combat effectiveness was extremely scary, as new demigod martial arts practitioners usually only had 100 billion points. Gylding heard Neptune's voice in his ear. "Gylding, this guy implanted himself with the brute beast's gene and acquired their ability to transform. Not only does the brute beast's attack effectiveness increase significantly after transformation, but so does its defense. Even if you exert a repulsive effect on yourself, with your current attack effectiveness, it's almost impossible to defeat him by force. The only way is to attack his weakness. Brute beast's weakness is usually at the nape of their neck, but I've just scanned his body and found that it has been moved up to the back of his head. This vulnerable position is harder to spot because of hair covering it. The weakness of brute force is very obvious, and the nape's defense is less than 1% as strong as the skin. Even if this guy modified it, it's not going to help much. Because the gene template he's using is from a brute beast. He can only alter some of its details. There's no way he could eliminate the flaw. Thanks, Neptune. I'll get rid of him in no time. Gilding slowly stood up as he emerged from the ruins. Chapter 240, The Witch Attacks. Gilding stepped out of the ruins, but a powerhouse could tell by the sound of his feet that he was not harmed at all by the attack. A tenfold repulsion gave Gilding a tenfold increase in defense, which allowed him to withstand the blow. Ross was slightly puzzled to see Gilding come out of it unscathed. He clearly remembered that the blow he had just delivered went straight to Gilding's chest, without any resistance from him. By right, even a peak rank 13 gene body powerhouse's sternum would have been crushed by his blow. Even if he survived, it should be hard for him to get back up. However, Gilding looked as if the blow did not faze him at all. Ross remembered the tactile sensation from the palm of his hand being solid, meaning that he had hit something solid and that everyone had seen Gilding's body flying upside down. It made him wonder if Gilding had just used something like body double arts to deflect the damage elsewhere. He did not think Gilding's defense would be strong enough that he could receive such a blow without taking damage. He was most convinced of this when he studied the video of Gilding's battle with Marceau the day before yesterday, and Gilding simply won due to his skill. If Gilding had been able to defend himself, he would not have to be so cautious in the battle with Marceau. However, Gilding's combat skills were all used to avoid his counterattack in the first place, meaning he did not want to be hit. Marceau, though much stronger than half of the rank 13 martial arts practitioners, was not half as strong as him. So the argument that Gilding's defense was stronger than his combat effectiveness was simply not tenable. Not only did Ross have this question, but the other onlookers were also surprised. They could clearly sense Ross's strength through his vibe. With the power of that blow earlier, they could probably guess how much there was. However, when Gilding emerged out of the rubble unscathed, he did indeed drop a few jaws. Liliath, however, was relieved to see Gilding was alright. "Is this what you call power?" Gilding said with a hint of sarcasm. "Genetically engineer yourself from some strange beast?" Support our web novel Go.com. Ross turned a little pale at this. "What do you know?" "I know what you know." Gilding regained his footing slowly and fixed his eyes on Rothschild. "Then you can die with this secret." Ross suddenly broke out into a frenzy. He did not want Gilding to spread the word about his use of purgatory creatures in modifying his gene. This was because purgatory creatures were extremely evil creatures, essentially mortal enemies of the human race. Someone who used other beasts for genetic modification would at best be called a mad scientist, but using purgatory creatures' genes would be nothing short of anti-human. This was because genetic modification was almost irreversible and inheritable. Integrating purgatory creatures' genes into human genes, and if this genetic trait was passed on to future generations, it was likely that tens of thousands of years later, there would be an enormous number of people infected with this gene. One by one, Gilding's body glinted, dodging Ross, again and again, looking for an opportunity to strike. Although he would not suffer any real damage if he was hit, the force of each shock still affected his movements. Ross, on the other hand, was extremely vigilant. Since his opponent knew he was using brute beast's genes, he would also know where the brute beast's weaknesses were. Although he transferred it, he was still afraid to take risks. Therefore, at the same time as the attack, he had been maintaining a highly defensive posture. Ross threw everything he had into each blow. As he maintained the brute beast's transformation, each blow was like a nuclear explosive grenade from a destructive armored vehicle. Had it not been for the dozen of demigods working together to form a primary power barrier, he would have destroyed the entire city. Gilding, however, seemed at ease under this kind of attack. He was no slower than his opponent and had the advantage of martial arts. Ross's efforts were completely futile. Even the occasional shock could do no harm to Gilding's strong defense. After a series of hundreds of punches, not an inch of square was intact. The belligerent onslaught also led Ross to finally expose one small window of opportunity. If it were ordinary people, such windows of opportunity would be pointless. They would certainly have no chance to attack. However, Gilding's ultimate arts could do things no human could. He took a silent step and appeared behind Ross. 3 terminating fingers carried 3 golden force, that fell like meteors, drew 3 different arcs across the sky, all of which hit exactly the same spot on the back of Ross's head. Gylding's counterattack happened in the blink of an eye. While everyone was still wondering why Gylding chose to attack the back of his head, Ross's body collapsed and began to shrink rapidly. At that moment, dozens of rank 13 gene bodies and hundreds of rank 12 gene body powerhouses pounced at Gylding at the same time, and one of them quickly saved Ross from the battlefield. Mind your own business. Gylding pulled his foot out and directly struck a man on the side of his head. The man's neck fractured, causing him to die on the spot. After imposing a tenfold increase on his repulsive effect, Gylding was not only tenfold stronger in defense, but also tenfold stronger in attack effectiveness. He now had hundreds of billions of points in combat effectiveness with any ordinary strike. Those rank 13 gene bodies at most had 80 billion or 90 billion of combat effectiveness. They naturally had no way of surviving Gylding's attack. Seeing some helpers joining his opponent's battle crew, Biggie and the others finally made a move. Biggie slashed with his saber, and 2 of the rank 13 gene bodies that were blocking him were cut in half in an instant. Wherever else's axe landed, the shock from it was so great that everyone else was disarmed of their weapons and killed on the spot, causing the ground to flow with blood. As for Lilioth, with her sniper attacks, her victims turned into ashes directly, and no one could avoid this fate. Tagore stretched his paw and tore multiple space cracks in the void with a force no less powerful than Biggie's saber. Robert finally had his first personal battle. All his fingers turned into cannon barrels at the same time, and dense white beam balls shot out continuously. They were particle beam cannons, a weapon he had modified to destroy the cellular structure of the human body through heat. Any place the white beam balls hit would produce a horrible burning effect. If one's defense was not strong enough, it would directly puncture them and they would die on the spot due to the damage of internal organs. Gylding's true combat effectiveness was finally fully demonstrated at this moment. Strong rank 12 and rank 13 gene bodies were like lambs ready to be slaughtered in front of the 6 of them and were slaughtered in less than 3 minutes. This scene was undoubtedly shocking. Only then everyone understood why Gylding dared to come to Red Shield. It was because his crew was strong enough. They were now showing combat effectiveness that even the Child family's demigod would not have dared to contest. He was still hesitant to attack after those rank 13 martial arts artists had struck because he really wanted the deity position. However, he immediately chose to stay put when he saw Gylding's crew's performance. Although he knew that Gylding's crew did not have any demigod items in their hands, and were incapable of killing him, after seeing the strength they showed, it was not difficult for them to join forces and beat him to a pulp. Judging from what Gylding had just done, he knew he could not kill Gylding. His hair was disheveled, and he was now not as neat as usual. Just then, Ross woke up. Someone wrapped his naked body in a large robe, making him look rather odd. He looked at Gylding with slight astonishment, mostly puzzlement and anger, after seeing the bodies strewn across the floor. "How do you know where my life gate is?" "I had already modified that gene and moved the life gate." "I told you." "I know what you know." Gylding looked at him coolly. "You now have 2 choices. Die or apologize. Don't think your old ancestor can save you." "I have a few corrections to make. First of all, I don't need the Childs to save me. Second, it will only be you, not me, who dies here today. Third, we're going to get Lilioth. No one here today is going to stop me from going ahead with my plan." Ross pulled a sinister smile as he said this. "Hey, are you out of your mind?" As Gylding finished, a ghostly figure coalesced silently in front of him. Biggie, Elsa, and the others immediately raised their guard and attacked, but their attacks were strangely unsuccessful, and they could only watch helplessly as the dark shape coalesced. It was a tall woman wearing a black robe, a blood-red devil logo on the chest. This robe in particular also had 3 inconspicuous digits 02 on its upturned collar. Dark sectors. Everyone reacted immediately. Not only did Gylding's crew, but everyone else recognized the woman's identity right away. Besides that, some of the demigods also judged from the number on the woman's collar that this person from Dark Sectors was the Witch Boti. Many demigods' faces took on a ghastly expression. She was the 7th most powerful being on the demigod monster ranking, with the power to kill deities. She was not someone they could compete against. "Handsome, you're mine." Poti lifted her hood and playfully smiled at Gyuding. She grabbed his collar and Gyuding disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 241, Robert's Ultimate Kill. Gyuding disappeared, but the woman from the dark sectors remained where she was. Biggie, Robert, and Taekor's attacks arrived almost at the same time, but Poti held out her hand that seemed slow but was in fact swift, and easily stopped them all. Then her eyes fell on Lilioth, who was clearly her second target. Robert clenched his fist immediately, his whole wrist rapidly transformed into a thick cannon barrel. He targeted the cannon barrel on the woman, and then, without warning, a flash of black energy shot out of the cannon barrel at a speed beyond the perception of the naked eye, instantly drowning her figure in it. Damn it! What is this? After the black energy disappeared, Poti's figure once again appeared, and her left hand, which she used to block the attack, appeared completely disintegrated. This is an oriented antimatter annihilation cannon, which can produce annihilation effects even if your body is made of pure energy particles, Robert explained in a very serious tone. In other words, even if you are a real deity, the attack would be capable of harming you. Poti did not realize that the toughest guy in their crew would be the most unassuming robot. Her left hand began to slowly take form again. In fact, her body, just like Roland, had already completed the entire materialization, and she was only one opportunity away from becoming a deity. The deities were called deities because they were no longer flesh and blood. Therefore, the only way to die was for the energy that made up the body to be destroyed. Just like the one that just lost one hand, they could grow it back in the blink of an eye. Although the robot's antimatter annihilation cannon could cause her some damage, it was almost impossible for it to kill her. Robert also knew that Poti would not give up so easily. He took a weapon from the inventory and handed it to Biggie. The intelligent optical iron shock saber may not be a god item, but it can cause damage to demigods and deities at an atomic level. As it carried primary intelligence, the saber could simulate some features of a metal saber, such as the impact of the metal, the toughness of the metal. Support our web novel Go.com. Thanks, that's exactly what I needed. What Biggie needed was a weapon that could cause damage to the opponent. With the iron saber in his hand, Biggie took a step forward and held Lilioth behind him. I'll get that little girl. Poti's left hand was now wholly reformed. It was no different than it was before. She might say so, but she did not act immediately. Instead, she pulled 3 coffins out of the inventory. Looks like this woman's gonna do it. Many demigods have heard of Poti's forbidden arts. No one dared to deny Poti's strength, because she did not only have formidable close combat effectiveness, her spirit strength was also extremely terrifying. However, these two were not the most feared factors. It was because she knew a very special forbidden art. This forbidden art was also the main reason why she was ranked so high on the demigod monster ranking. Corpse dummy arts was the name of this forbidden art. It was handed down from the Middle Ages by the witch tribe. Poti had inadvertently inherited and acquired a few tricks, but just a few were already enough to increase her combat effectiveness to a terrifying level. The 3 coffins rose slowly, their lids opened automatically, and 3 whole bodies were revealed to everyone. This scene made the surrounding audiences tremble with fear. All the lights around the square had been broken because of the battle between Gyuding and Ross. Despite most of them having extraordinary eyesight, the light and strange energy disturbance from the bodies left most people with only a vague outline of the face in the coffin, unable to identify who they were. Poti quickly pinched her hands, and moments later, the 3 bodies in the coffin finally opened their eyes. Biggie and the others immediately felt a tremendous amount of pressure from those 3 coffins. Finally, the 3 bodies slowly moved. They stepped out of their coffins almost simultaneously. Only then could everyone see their faces clearly. There was much whispering in the air. Is that done? Who was number 3 on the demigod monster ranking 200 years ago? One pointed to the one-eyed man in the middle. The one on the left seems to be Skrull, who was ranked 4th on the demigod monster ranking 300 years ago. Someone also identified the slender man on the left. The big guy on the right looks like Mag, who was ranked 7th on the demigod monster ranking 80 years ago. I heard he was killed by Poti and replaced. Skrull, who was number 4, and Dunn, who was number 3, seemed to have been killed by Ulma, the senior elder of the dark sectors. Now that their bodies are here, they should be given to Poti by Ulma. Since Poti can control all 3, Her actual combat effectiveness would make her qualify to rank number 4 on the demigod monster ranking. Robert was the first to react when he saw the trio step out. He pulled 4 white energy spheres out of his inventory. The 4 spheres were about 30 centimeters in diameter each. They were all white, emitting blinding rays of light. Robert stuffed the 4 spheres into his body, one after the other, and his body began to transform acutely. In the blink of an eye, the original humanoid transformed into a huge ice blue and silver cannon. The structure of the cannon barrel was similar to that of the Deicide Lilioth had seen before, but the cannon Robert had transformed was larger and more sophisticated. Biggie and Tagore, take care of Elsa and Lily. Although I can aim the attack, the aftermath of the attack will also affect those around me. Besides, close your eyes and open them after 10 seconds. Robert's voice reached their ears, and almost at the same moment, 4 terrible white flashes of light, as violent as a stellar explosion, lit half the dark planet into daylight. The intense roar even reverberated through the planet's atmosphere, rapidly spreading to every corner of the administrative planet, 300 times the size of Sarul. The sound traveled beyond the bounds of physics and reached the speed of light. In that instance, everyone on the planet thought it was the end of the world and looked in horror at the white sky. The 4 flashes did not last long. 10 seconds later, Biggie and the others opened their eyes and looked at the white sky where the light had not dissipated. Their eyes somewhat bewildered. However, he soon saw that Robert's huge body began to melt after the wave of attacks. This is by far my strongest attack, the Supernuclear Annihilator Cannon. If I hit them head-on, those 4 guys should also be dead. However, in order to have controlled an attack of this magnitude, my energy has been entirely exhausted, and that's all I can do. The rest is up to you. Protect Lily and save Gyuding. Robert's body slowly turned into a ball of liquid metal, and Biggie immediately stowed the metal ball Robert had turned into away in his inventory. The sky was now dark again, and the night was clearer than ever. Damn the mechanical tribe! A woman's curse rose from the distant ruins. Biggie took a step forward and held Lilioth behind him. Even Tagore, who had never taken his opponents seriously, had a grave look in his eyes. What a surprise! Gyuding's crew is harboring the human race's archenemy, the mechanical tribe. Boti slowly walked out. The left side of her body had been blown up. Everything from the left waist up to the shoulder was gone. Even the left side of her neck was blown off. However, she was still alive after suffering such injuries, and her body was undergoing rapid and visible healing. Not all of the mechanical tribe is bad. Not all of humanity is good too. Are there not scumbag organizations such as the Dark Sectors in the human race? Lilioth said sharply. The little girl has a pretty sharp tongue. I can't wait to see you kneel and beg for mercy after I kill all your companions, Boti sneered. Do you really think you can win when all 3 of your paramours are completely dead? Old woman that no man wants, you'd better go home and play with corpses. Lilioth continued taunting. You. Boti was fuming. It was the first time she had ever been called an old woman. She did not know how to retort all of a sudden. A moment later though, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. Are you really so naive to think that mechanical tribe guy can take out Dun and Scraw so easily? Boti was not sure whether the 3 corpse dummies were destroyed. She went into an alert state when Robert transformed, so she dodged the instant Robert attacked. However, half of her body was still hit badly and she almost died. Under the great impact of that energy, she momentarily lost her sense of the 3 corpse dummies, which she thought were all destroyed. However, just now she sensed that Dun and Scraw were reacting again, which meant they had not been killed. Just as Boti spoke, the sound of rubble shifting about could be heard. The 2 remaining corpse dummies slowly emerged from the rubble. Dun's body, from his upper abdomen down, was gone, but his body was still rapidly repairing itself. Scraw's entire upper body was gone. Even his head was gone, but he still had not died. His body was rapidly repairing itself. Biggie's brow furrowed as he saw what he knew was bound to be a tough fight. Chapter 242 The heavily wounded Tagore. Robert's madness eventually failed to win the result he wanted. The mechanical tribe's kill, which was strong enough to kill deities, was still slightly inferior to the demigods who had the power to kill deities. Out of the 4 demigods, only 1 had fallen, and that was the weakest Mag. Although the other 3, including Boti, were also severely injured, it was not difficult for them to restore their bodies, which had materialized completely. Of course, It was not as if Robert's last catastrophic blow did not affect the trio. The horrific attack not only destroyed their bodies but also consumed more than 90% of their energy in an instant. Even with less than 10% of energy left, demigods with the power to kill deities were without a doubt terrifying. Lilioth and the others were in crisis again. Protect Lily and save Yuding. That was Robert's last commission. Biggie took a deep breath. Holding the knife in both hands, he started to gain a strong momentum uncontrollably. He did not know how far he could go, but he knew that he could not let his teammates down, so he had to push himself to the limit. As the momentum continued to climb, the sky, which was clear earlier due to the energy impact before, actually created a black cloud, above which lightning flashed. A flash of lightning flashed in the blink of an eye, and in the electric light, the crowd saw a cloud of black gas slowly form above Biggie's head. Then, lightning kept flashing, lighting up the entire space, and the crowd could see the black gas above Biggie's head gradually coalesce. Support our web novel Go.com. It was a black armored giant, sitting on a throne made of countless sabers. In his hand, he held a bloody saber, with traces of blood faintly visible on the blade. This is the Imperial Projection. A demigod let out a cry of surprise. Many were shocked at the demigod's cry. Imperial projection. This kind of situation was rare, but it was already recorded in the ancient documents. When such projections appeared, it meant that this person had gone beyond their cultivation's constraints in a certain field and reached an extreme state. They had a certain chance to become an extreme powerhouse in the field, so they could generate the imperial image. A true extreme powerhouse was a strong being who could lead the entire human race to a glorious era. Biggie's imperial projection also caused a terrible change and deafening noise in the sky. As Biggie tried to push himself, Tagore leapt off Elsa's shoulder. His figure began to transform rapidly under everyone's watchful eye. In a matter of seconds, the seemingly docile kitten transformed into a blood-red super beast that was hundreds of meters long. Its 9 tails dancing randomly in the void. His pair of golden eyes fixed on the route of this incident. Poti. A killing force gushed from his body uncontrollably. He showed his transformation to Lilioth and his other companions for the first time. The gesture was certainly shocking. The terrible, enormous figure vanished suddenly, and by the time he appeared, 3 men had pounced toward it. His deadly claw strike carried a murderous intent and tore an enormous hole that was dozens of meters long into the void. Then he rushed toward Poti and the rest who had not fully recovered. The blow was 10 times more terrifying than it had been when he was fighting Roland. While they were practicing, he had been busy eating up all the energy crystals he had gotten from Elizabeth. That was 500 rank 12 energy crystals, and he had finished digesting them, becoming a part of his energy. It would be strange if his strength did not improve. Tagore's sudden outburst was also something Poti did not expect. The attack that contained spatial energy was also enough to cause damage to their fully materialized bodies. While they were still injured, the 3 chose to dodge. Biggie also finally made a move. His figure did not move, but he stood guard in front of Lilioth and Elsa. An invisible black thread, 10,000 times thinner than hair, silently struck out. This trick, which he also named Massacre God, was the one he used to kill his bewitched self in the dream. Most of Scrow's body had coalesced, but his head had not yet taken form. Naturally, there was no way to see Biggie's movements through his glasses. By the time he sensed danger coming, it was too late. The sword energy, which was like hair, suddenly changed in quality and wound his whole body into a black cocoon. A moment later, the black cocoon broke into pieces and Scrow, who was inside, disappeared, leaving only white specks floating in the air. All the onlookers were shocked to see Scrow getting killed directly. Scrow is a true 5 stars ranking monster. He had killed 3 lower ranking deities in the Cosmic Sea. Biggie had easily killed a powerhouse like this. Imagine what a terrifying being Biggie was. Bypassing rankings to kill a 5 stars demigod monster was something only a legendary unmatched 7 stars monster could do. Of course, it was also considered that Scrow, now a corpse, should be weaker than he had been when he was alive. Robert's recent terrorist attack should have done him substantial damage, so what Biggie killed was not Scrow at his best. Only by thinking in this way, could everyone be less scared of Biggie. However, Biggie's Massacre God move was not without cost. He could only use such a terrifying attack once every few days. The reason why he did not choose to attack Poti, who was the leader of the enemy, was because Poti had hid herself so well no one could trace her in the slightest. and it was before he could lift his saber and release his sword energy. Therefore, Biggie opted for the weaker Scraw, who did not see his attack. Once Scraw died, the Imperial projection above Biggie's head finally fanned out, as did the black clouds in the sky. Takeo's attack was dodged. The attack sank far into the ground far away, and the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers began to shake violently. A huge crack caused a shift in the Earth's crust, and a 100-meter wide, bottomless Grand Canyon took shape in less than half an hour. In the meantime, Takeo's attacks were not over, and each of his claws carried a terrifying space-tearing effect. After several times of embarrassing dodges, Boaty and Dun's injuries finally recovered. Dun struck first, and with a thunderous blow, he blocked Takeo's claw attack. However, the beast's attack was not that simple. A beast with an intention to kill was a lot more dangerous. One of Takeo's tails suddenly flew out, and what had seemed to be the tail of an ordinary beast turned into a strange black chain that wound around Dun. Boaty's pupils constricted as she watched the scene. It can simulate order chains. I'm afraid once we're entangled with it, it will have order chain sealing effect. What are these monsters in Gyuding's crew? When Boaty saw that Dun did not dodge, but had scampered onto the beast's belly, she quickly pointed out with one finger and stopped the chain from winding. The moment she showed herself, Biggie once again struck with his saber. This time, it was different from the attack before. It was a huge black saber force that was extremely fierce. Boaty moved all 10 fingers and several finger force struck, tearing the saber force into pieces. At that moment, Dun's fist energy strengthened and landed on Takeo's abdomen. A terrifying silver fist energy shot out of his body and into the sky. However, almost at the same time, the black chains once again twisted around Dun's body. Dun's body froze instantly and Takeo was shrinking fast, but Takeo was not about to give up. The black chain lifted Dun's body to his mouth. He bit it off and swallowed Dun straight into his stomach. Seeing this scene, Boaty did not have time to stop him, but she struck her finger force, successively bombarding Takeo's belly, trying to rescue Dun. After this blow, Takeo's figure shrank even faster. His tail, which had turned into a black chain, quickly returned to its original shape. However, Boaty soon felt that she had lost all contact with Dun, which meant that Dun had fallen. Watching Takeo's rapidly shrinking body, Boaty flashed a gleam in her eyes and rushed towards Takeo, trying to kill him. Biggie finally moved. He just took a step out and stopped in front of Takeo. With a calm face, he slashed his saber, and the black saber force flashed momentarily. It was like a huge black crescent, making a strange curve in the air, and aimed straight at Boaty. Boaty moved her 5 fingers and immediately smashed the saber force to pieces before reaching up towards him. Biggie, of course, was not afraid of close combat. He lifted his saber, and it felt as if the action slowed down suddenly. For a moment, his hand disappeared, so did his saber. In less than 0.01 seconds, he slashed his saber millions of times, and Boaty's body was completely submerged in the sea of sabers. Meanwhile, Biggie's other hand reached out to catch Takeo, who had completely restored to his original condition, and put him on his shoulder. Takeo's mouth spilled purple blood and laid half dead on Biggie's shoulder. He too was clearly out of action. Seeing Takeo in such a state, Biggie left and returned to Lilith and Elsa. He handed Takeo over. Give him some cell repair agent first, whether it works or not. The Sea of Sabers attack was also broken by then. Boaty, who was wearing ragged clothes, appeared in her original spot. A small part of her body had been minced by Biggie's Sea of Sabers, but it also repaired itself rapidly. Biggie's face was grave, and he knew that the battle was far from over. Chapter 243 Boaty's personal domain. Boaty was genuinely furious, for it was the first time she had been embarrassed since she joined the Dark Sectors more than 2,300 years ago. As the third most respectable person in the Dark Sectors, other than the Domain Lord and the Senior Elder, who dared not look at her face to do things, and who dared not bow down to her. After all, even the most peripheral members who were invited into the Dark Sectors were geniuses. This time, she was beaten by Gyuding's crew members several times. 3 of her most powerful corpse dummies were destroyed, one after another, until nothing was left behind. None of her opponents were killed, only 2 were out of action. Most infuriating of all, She was wounded by a rank 11 gene body. A rank 11 gene body would usually be the most peripheral member in the dark sectors. Their daily work consisted of simple miscellaneous chores. The shabbily dressed Boti's face was somewhat hideous. "Biggie, are you really that naive to think that with you over there, I can't do anything about that little girl?" "Don't forget, I'm a demigod. I have a personal domain. If I can put Gyuding in it, then I can put all of you in it too." As soon as Boti finished, her figure instantly appeared within 2 meters of Lilith and the rest. She grinned at the trio and their figures vanished immediately. The demigods in the audience were a little disappointed. Boti's capture of Gyuding's crew meant they had all come for nothing, and that deity position was completely out of the question. In theory, Boti was a member of the dark sectors, basically the enemy of all mankind. Even now with Boti injured, the demigods did not plan to do anything about it. There was a saying in modern ages that a lean camel was still bigger than a horse. Since the woman was ranked 7th on the demigod monsters, even when she was injured, she was definitely not someone to be pushed around. Support our web novel Go.com. Ross, get me a room. I may need to stay for a while. At least I won't be able to leave tonight. Boti lowered her voice as she walked up to Ross. I see. The arrogance had completely disappeared from Ross's face and he had no idea that Gyuding's crew could push the mighty Boti to such an extent. Robert, Tagore, and Biggie all whipped out extraordinary powers to protect their partners. Together, they slaughtered 3 corpse dummies with combat effectiveness comparable to deities, and these 3 were not even rank 13 gene body. He was a little scared thinking about it, how strong Gyuding's crew would be if they survived this. Biggie, in particular, was absolutely stunning. Everyone knew he was one of the best in Gyuding's crew, but no one could have predicted that his toughness would go beyond the combat explosion now. After killing Scruff so ruthlessly, Biggie still had the strength to face Boti and prove to everyone that he was strong. The weirdest thing was that he was only a rank 11 gene body. Moreover, the Imperial projection concerned him more, which was the mark of becoming an extreme powerhouse. As long as Biggie survived, there was a good chance that he would become a true extreme powerhouse in the future and become a pioneer that would lead the entire human race. The human race was but one among thousands in this world. It was barely a first-class race, but nowhere near those that were truly at the top. If an extreme powerhouse appeared, it would be a great help in making the entire race stronger. Shaking his head to get rid of these distracting thoughts, Ross led Boti away. Although he was only a rank 7 gene body, he was familiar with the demigod's personal domain, so he knew why Boti did not leave. Personal domain was not an inventory, but a world in another dimension. The portal to this world could only be opened by the domain owner, so there could be an infinite number of portals. The owner of the domain could open his domain from any location on any planet and take their opponents into it. However, whichever way the opponent exited the domain, he could only leave from the position which he had entered. In other words, Boti pulled Gyuding and his crew into her domain from Red Shield. Whether Boti released them voluntarily, or Gyuding and his crew broke through Boti's personal domain and escaped, they could only appear in Red Shield or even Square where they were pulled into. That was because the portal they entered and the portal that they exited had to be the same. That was the personal domain's rule. That was also why Boti would not leave. A personal domain could not move things around, and she could not take Gyuding and his crew with her. Only when Gyuding and his crew were beaten unconscious in her personal domain could she use the anti-magic chains to lock up Gyuding's crew and take them away in her spaceship. Gyuding knew what was going on the instant she caught him into her personal domain. Boti's personal domain was very special. It was a dark world, with only a crescent moon in the sky. In the soft moonlight, Gyuding saw tombs all over the place, giving a chilling sense of gloom. This woman is so hardcore that she set up her domain like this. Gyuding could not help but quip. The domain is set up in such a way that the means of attack are obvious. It must be where the bodies in the tombs come out one by one to attack. Neptune also saw nothing new in this attack. I did a quick scan at the beginning, and there are 321 tombs. 3 of them are empty, and the others are inhabited. Moreover, out of these 321 tombs, 320 contain demi-powerhouses, while 1 contains a lower-ranking deity. How can there be a lower-ranking deity's body? A deity is already a complete energy body. Won't the energy disperse automatically after death? Gyuding did not think about how to deal with his opponent at first. Instead, He asked a question. The body of a deity whose soul died directly does not collapse, Neptune explained. Don't ask such silly questions at this time. What you should be thinking about now is how to break out of her domain and get out. Gilding frowned as Neptune mentioned the tropic. More than 300 demigods and one deity. I can't even defeat the demigod. The absolute seal ability only works on organisms, and can only be used once every 20 days. I could have done something if the woman had come in by herself, but there's nothing I can do now. Do you have any good ideas? I can't help it. It's already a dead end for you to be trapped here. Neptune gave a pessimistic comment. There are only two ways to escape. One is to tear her personal domain apart by violence, and the other is to kill all the demigods and deities buried under the tombs here. However, you don't have the strength to do either. Therefore, my advice is not to waste any effort and just sit tight. This woman is from the dark sectors. Her target must still be Lili. I can't just sit there and wait. As Gilding finished, he activated Ultimate Arts Level 12 and Rage Attack at full force. He also summoned Bronze-grade combat armor. Steel Fist began to slam the ground, one punch after another, hitting the same spot wildly and sporadically. The ground slowly crumbled under Gilding's frenzied attack. There was no other sound in the dark world except the roar of Gilding's fists hitting the ground. Not even the bodies buried in the tombs came out. The woman didn't even activate the domain's attack mode? After Gilding bombarded it for a few minutes, Neptune felt odd. The only explanation is that she must have encountered an extremely powerful enemy. The domain was a world that operates autonomously. But there were also two modes of operation in this world. One was the conventional mode in which the energy expenditure of the domain owner was maintained at a very low level. The other one was attack mode, which, once activated, automatically attacks outsiders in the domain. It would not return to normal until the target was dead or the domain owner turned off attack mode automatically. In this case, the domain owner's energy expenditure would be very high. Boti did not activate the domain's attack mode. The only possibility was that she was in a very intense battle, and her own energy expenditure was so high that she could not maintain the domain's attack mode. The fact was that, after Gilding's capture, Boti had been in combat state with Biggie and the rest. She had no extra energy and no extra vigor to pay attention to her own domain. She was also not worried about Gilding escaping, so she ignored him. Gilding had been hitting the ground for about half an hour. No piece of the ground was intact and it had collapsed into a deep pit. Many bodies buried under the tombs were revealed. Gilding had no way to deal with these pure energy body opponents. Half an hour later, the sudden appearance of Biggie and the rest stunned Gilding. You're caught too, Gilding, are you alright? Biggie looked at Gilding, who seemed unhurt. What's wrong with Taegor? Gilding frowned when he saw Taegor lying half-dead on Liliath's shoulder. He was wounded by the corpse dummies the old woman summoned, Liliath said indignantly. However, she didn't get anything good out of it either. 3 of her strongest corpse dummies had been destroyed by Biggie and the rest, and she was heavily wounded. Where's Robert? Gilding did not see Robert and was a little worried. Robert ran out of energy and returned to his original metal ball state, Biggie said, and pulled the metal sphere Robert had turned into from the inventory. Robert shouldn't be too much of a problem. We'll have no problem if we can relocate the energy source. However, Taegor's injuries are serious and he needs medical attention as soon as possible. Gilding picked Taegor up and briefly checked on him. Although Gilding was not a doctor, he was still a pharmacologist and knew about common medicine. After the examination, he injected a tube of golden potion into Taegor's body. I have several tubes of S-grade cell repair agents. They're spoils of war from the Dark Sector members, which I did not expect to be of use today. However, his injury is more than a simple flesh wound. Cell repair agents can only keep his cells active and make a slow repair. To make a full recovery, we must find a doctor as soon as possible. As Gilding finished, everyone heard a strange rustling sound not far away. Liliath saw a hand reaching out from the earth more than 10 meters away. Chapter 244, Dragon Slaughtering Axe. Of the 321 tombs in Poti's personal domain, all but 3 of them were empty. Additionally, the demigods who had been buried there had begun emerging from the earth. Those Gilding had ejected skipped the process of rising up from the dirt and instead picked themselves up from the ground. They scanned their surroundings and then zeroed in on Gilding and his crew. Although there were still no signs of movement from the largest deity tomb, The difference was little for Gylding's crew that was trapped in the domain. Neptune had long anticipated Poti's domain attack, and he had told Gylding how to break out of the domain before. However, it could not be done with Gylding's strength. Gylding, Biggie, and Elsa moved in a pincer-like formation while they kept Lilith and Tagore protected in the middle. Several demigod corpse dummies sprung up immediately. Biggie brandished his saber, and a black crescent sword energy shot out. The 3 demigod corpse dummies were instantly cut off at the waist, disintegrating into energy fragments. Biggie could not kill Poti with sword energy. That was because Poti was only one step away from becoming a deity. She was only a deity position away from becoming a true deity. Given the right opportunity, she could instantly coalesce the deity position and become a deity. Additionally, Poti herself was a 5-star monster and had hundreds of times more energy than ordinary demigods in her body. Naturally, she could not be killed easily. The demigods buried there were mostly ordinary demigods. They would have been able to take down people who were less than demigods, but in Biggie's presence, they could only face death. Support our web novel Go.com. There was nothing wrong with Biggie, but Elsa and Gylding were still uneasy. Elsa was completely flushed with red energy as she clutched a huge axe about her height. The huge axe was made of some unknown material that was capable of inflicting damage to demigods. Nevertheless, she was only a rank 11 gene body. Factoring in her increased combat effectiveness, she could defeat a peak rank 13 gene body, but it would still be a little too difficult for her to kill demigods. 2 demigods pounced on her out of nowhere, and she could only swing the huge axe, barely able to defend herself from both sides. Biggie noticed Elsa's situation after he had killed his 3 opponents. Without hesitation, he stepped in and helped Elsa kill the 2 demigods. On Gylding's side, he had activated all abilities but his absolute seal. As a result, his combat effectiveness had risen to hundreds of billions of points. With damage stacking, he was capable of reaching a maximum of over 500 billion points in terms of combat effectiveness. The 2 demigods who lunged at Gylding were new demigods with less than 200 billion points in combat effectiveness. Nevertheless, even though Gylding was not weak, he could not inflict any damage to a demigod with bare hands. Therefore, Gylding used the axe that he had bought at great dignity. The axe was known for having slaughtered a dragon in the past. Since Neptune's unlocking ability was not high enough to break the axe's seal, Gylding had to make do with it without knowing if it would have any effect. As a strong close combat martial arts practitioner, one of the qualities one had to have was the ability to adapt and use various weapons easily. Gylding did not feel uncomfortable when he wielded the axe. Gylding took the axe and swung it masterfully. Unexpectedly, the seemingly inconspicuous rusty axe cut managed to cut through one of the demigod's necks like tofu. The demigod's head flew off in an instant, and his body shattered into pieces. Additionally, the axe strangely began to absorb the energy pieces of the demigod that had been beheaded. Gylding turned around and the axe slid effortlessly through the waist of the second demigod. Just like the previous demigod, the demigod's body collapsed and he was absorbed by the axe. Gylding looked at his axe with some incredulity. This thing works really well, and it can absorb energy fragments. However, right after Gylding finished speaking, another wave of attacks began, and another group of demigods sprang up to fight him. With the axe in his hand, Gylding killed another 3 demigods instantly. The axe seemed to be becoming stronger as it absorbed more and more energy. When Gylding swung the axe, a golden flare flashed through the void and instantly cut through the 3 demigods. His killing speed was enough to match Biggie's. Elsa, on the other hand, did not have much pressure on her. All she needed to do was obstruct their enemies a little and keep them away from Lilith. Biggie and Gylding would kill them in the next instance. After several attacks, Gylding found that with the axe, his combat effectiveness was no longer important. That was because the axe only increased in power and did not stop. With the axe, Gylding managed to kill a demigod who was ranked 87 on the demigod monster ranking. It has to be said that the demigods on the demigod monster ranking could not be compared to ordinary people. 87th place might not seem like a high ranking, but there were many demigods in the Cosmic Sea that have managed to rank in the top 100. They were without a doubt very strong. Only the top 10 demigods on the demigod monster ranking would have been able to kill the 87th ranked demigod in an instant. Had it not been for Gylding's axe, with his combat effectiveness, he would not have been able to break through his enemy's defenses. Over 100 of the 300 corpse dummies were destroyed by Gyuding and Biggie in less than 10 minutes. Biggie was a little breathless from exhaustion because of his previous battle with Boti. On the other hand, Gyuding, under the Axe's guidance, became more and more aggressive as he fought. At that time, Boti had arrived at the Child family's residence where Ross had arranged for her to stay temporarily. Ross showed her to a guest room and then left. As soon as she entered the guest room, Boti checked on her domain. She had expected Gyuding and his crew to crumble under the repeated attacks of the 300 corpse dummies. She had seen Gyuding's strength in his first battle with Ross. He was not at all capable of damaging her demigod corpse dummies. On the other hand, Elsa had not attacked during their fight with her, and it was obviously due to her lack of strength. Then, there was Lilith, who had barely been able to help. Moreover, Tagore was battered. Boti acknowledged Biggie's personal strength, but it was clear that he expended a lot of energy during their fight with her. Hence, with so many people dragging him down, he would not last long. Nevertheless, as soon as Boti stepped into her domain, she sensed that she was short by more than 120 corpse dummies. She was greatly surprised. How could it be? How is this possible? What's impossible? You locked us in your domain. You should have been prepared for us to turn your domain upside down. Gyuding smiled somewhat sarcastically. Besides, I wonder what will happen once we slaughter all the corpse dummies here. Boti took a deep breath and looked at Gyuding. You really shouldn't have challenged me, but now that it has come to this, I'll show you the real horrors of my domain. Chapter 245, The Arrival of a Deity. Boti moved all 10 of her fingers and made strange markings. All of a sudden, the remaining corpse dummies that were over 200 in number sprang up and lunged wildly at Gyuding and his crew. Gyuding and Biggie were incapable of stopping Boti's hand movements because she was standing just outside of their attack range. More than 200 corpse dummies were put in a state of revolt. Gyuding and Biggie were placed in a dire situation. On the other hand, rather than looking on, Boti walked toward the only tomb that was still standing. The tomb was green in color and had several loops of black energy on its surface which seemed to be suppressing a corpse dummy beneath it. That was why the corpse dummy underneath that tomb had not risen even after Gyuding and his crew had entered Boti's domain. A perfect personal domain had to have a guardian item. For example, in Roland's case, there was a sky-reaching giant sword. The lower-ranking deity's body was the guardian item of Boti's personal domain, as well as the strongest being in the entire domain. Support our web novel Go.com. The deity's body had been found among the remnants of an ancient civilization by the Dark Sector's Lord and Senior Elder. Even the body's deity position was intact. After taking possession of the deity's body, the Senior Elder gave it to Boti to be the guardian item of her domain. Boti would not have gotten to where she was currently without the help of the Senior Elder. From the first day she joined the Dark Sectors, the Senior Elder cared for her whether it was consciously or unconsciously. It allowed her to sail smoothly through the rank of the Dark Sectors. She easily became a demigod in less than 200 years and managed to climb to the position of an elder. After becoming an elder, the Senior Elder began to show his fondness of her even more. This made other elders shy away from her. The Senior Elder presented her with the bodies of Dun and Scraw, whom he had killed in front of everyone. It was because of the 2 corpse dummies that Boti was able to kill Mag, who was ranked 7th on the demigod monster ranking, taking over his place. The Senior Elder's behavior led many people to think that he and Boti had an illicit relationship going on. Hence, when Boti was promoted to become the 2nd Elder, no one raised any objections. Even the Domain Lord kept a tacit attitude. In fact, Boti did not know why the Senior Elder was so kind to her. She had thought that the Senior Elder was interested in her. However, over the past 2,000 years, she had been on hundreds of missions with the Senior Elder, and yet he never touched her even once. In the eyes of others, she was the Senior Elder's exclusive property. People did not know how many times she had slept with him. However, the truth was she had not slept with him even once. The Senior Elder had never even held her hand. She was, of course, an intelligent woman and never challenged that. That was because she did not know what the Senior Elder actually wanted. She did not know if the Senior Elder would still remain partial to her after they picked apart the matter. Hence, she chose to remain silent. Although she heard many rumors of people secretly accusing her of being a whore, she chose to ignore them. Not to say that she avoided intimacy, but it was a matter concerning both the man and woman. Mutual consent was involved. Hence, Even if the rumors were true, there was nothing for her to be ashamed of. His others' opinions did not matter. Boti also remembered the senior elder's words when he secretly handed the deity's body to her. This deity may only be a 5-star lower-ranking deity, but he's from a special race from ancient times and has very strong combat effectiveness that is comparable to that of a 3-star medium-ranking deity. Don't mention your possession of the body to anyone, not even those you trust the most. You can use him as the guardian item for your domain. With him in hand, you will be able to suppress a true lower-ranking deity if you meet one. Boti had held the body in her possession for more than 100 years but never used it once. It was ironic that she was going to use it on Gylding, who was only a rank 7 gene body. Nevertheless, she had noticed that the axe in Gylding's hand was not a demigod item at all. It was a real god item and a very powerful one at that. If she allowed Gylding to go on like that, perhaps it would become possible for him to break out of her domain. Then, she would fail her mission. Therefore, she had to resort to using the most powerful means in order to suppress Gylding and his crew. Before reaching the tomb, Boti bit her finger and dripped some blood onto it. At once, the green tombstone began to shake. The shaking started out lightly but grew more violent as time passed. Not long after, the first loop of black energy seemed to have been cut by something as it suddenly broke and then dissipated. Then the second loop, the third. It was not until the 7th loop that all the black energy vanished completely and the ground of the whole domain began to shake violently. It was as if a horrible being was trying to break through the earth. Gylding and his crew were still surrounded by corpse dummies. 50 to 60 of them had been killed by Gylding and Biggie under a few minutes. Nevertheless, the rest of them were still standing bravely. When the ground began to shake violently, Biggie, the strongest of them all, felt a great sense of danger. Biggie's body felt an uncontrollable thrill at the sense of it. It was his body reacting naturally to the situation. The corpse dummies that had lunged at Gylding stopped moving and looked toward the direction of where Boti was standing. Their expressions were glazed. It was as if they were pilgrims looking at their own venerating presence. Gylding and the rest also noticed that Boti was standing in the same spot where the last tomb was. It was the very spot where Neptune had said the deity was buried at. That woman has released the last deity. Neptune was speechless. There was still some hope when Gylding became able to wield the god item, but now, their escape was completely out of the question. Neptune compared the energy fluctuations of the deity with those that had been recorded during ancient civilization. He found that the energy fluctuations of the deity were strong enough to match the intensity of a 2-star or even 2-star medium-ranking deity from ancient civilization. If it only had the combat effectiveness of a lower-ranking deity, they still would have had a chance to win with Gylding's god item. However, the current creature in front of them had combat effectiveness equivalent to that of a medium-ranking deity. Even if Roland joined the crew, they might not be able to escape their fate of being suppressed. Lilioth looked anxiously at where Boti was standing. Her eyes were wide and tears were streaming down her face non-stop. She shouted, "Stop! I'll go with you as long as you stop right now." Seeing Lilioth's desperate expression, Boti smirked and laughed mockingly. "Now you're begging me? Too bad it's too late. Besides, you're not the only one we want. I want Gylding too. However, I wouldn't let the rest of you go even if you and Gylding were to beg me to stop. That's because you made my domain what it is now. Only by turning all of you into corpse dummies can I eliminate my hatred. Of course, before that, I'll capture you and Gylding alive. I'll take control of Gylding's artificial superintelligence and use it to gain access to the Harris family's databank. The two of you won't escape the fate of being turned into corpse dummies. As for the others, I'll just kill you on the spot." It did not occur to Gylding that the members of the Dark Sectors knew about Neptune. Nevertheless, it was not the time to think about it. Gylding was more concerned with what he could do to save himself and his crew. Not far from Boti's feet, a huge hand popped out. The hand, which was 20 to 30 meters long, was aquamarine in color, and it reflected the glint of a golden stone in the moonlight. The mere sight of the hand gave everyone the impression that the corpse dummy was a colossal being. Under everyone's gaze, the huge corpse dummy slowly rose up from the ground. When its full form was displayed, it shocked Gylding and his crew even more. The corpse dummy, more than 300 meters tall, looked like a living being as it stood on 2 feet. Nevertheless, It was clearly inhuman. The corpse dummy's body was aquamarine in color and it had 6 arms along with 3 heads. It had 3 eyes on each of its heads. Its mouths had no lips at all and only showed rows of silver-like teeth that were razor sharp. After rising from the earth, the creature raised all 3 of its heads and opened each one of its mouths at the same time before it let out a roar. Its roar was like a piercing sound wave, and 3 of them were produced at the same time. Gylding and his crew struggled to maintain their composure. Nevertheless, when the 3-headed monster opened its mouths, they noticed that it did not have a single tongue. All it had was sharp teeth that were arranged very densely. Its mouths were like boards of wood that had hundreds of silver nails attached to it. Looking at the number of teeth it had, there were at least 300 to 400 of them in each head. It made them get goosebumps. At the first sight of the colossal monster, Gylding and his crew were aware of its mightiness. The mere sound of its roar from nearly a kilometer away was enough to send them reeling. The demigod corpse dummies, who were standing motionless not far away from Gylding and his crew, were trembling. Most of them had been blown away by the impact of the sound wave. Gylding and Biggie both looked up and stared at the 3-headed monster with furrowed brows. On the other hand, Lilith looked dazed, visibly shaken by it. Elsa clutched her axe with a helpless look on her face. That guy feels almost as strong as Dad. There's no way we can beat it. Poti, who was standing on the monster's shoulder, smiled proudly and pointed a finger at where Gylding and his crew were. She shouted at the 3-headed monster, "Teach them a lesson." Chapter 246, Giant Golden Dragon. Having received Poti's orders, the 3-headed monster trotted out and closed in on Gylding's crew. Roar. It looked down at Gylding and his crew before letting out a menacing roar. All its 3 heads sounded at different frequencies. It produced a sound that was like the product of 3 harsh, incongruous chords, and it made one cover their ears. After roaring, it stomped on the spot where Gylding and his crew were standing. It struck with its foot so fast that its big green foot was like a giant falling from the sky. Gylding and Biggie dodged the attack and pulled Elsa and Lilith out of the way. The 3-headed monster did not stop making fun of them as its second and third foot came down one after the other. Each step it took made the ground throughout the domain shake wildly. It created a sense of fear that the ground would collapse completely, causing everyone to fall. Gylding and the others dodged with great luck. On the other hand, the demigods who stood in their places motionless were not so lucky. The 3-headed monster trampled most of them to death. Poti did not care too much about it. She knew that no matter how many demigod bodies she lost in the battle, the senior elder would compensate her. Even for corpse dummies on the level of Dun and Skro, the senior elder had a way of getting hold of them. She no longer cared about losing anything and only enjoyed the pleasure of chasing Gylding and his crew. As she watched Gylding and Biggie scamper off with difficulty as they were forced to take care of Elsa and Lilith, she felt a wonderful pleasure swell in her heart. It made her burst into a shrill laugh. Ha ha ha! Support our web novel Go.com. At the sound of her laugh, the 3-headed monster seemed to experience its master's joy. Its attacks on Gylding and his crew intensified. It jumped up high and stomped its feet on the ground where Gylding and the others were at. As a result, not only did it kill dozens of demigod corpse dummies, but it nearly destroyed Poti's domain, giving her a heart attack. Hence, Poti stopped the 3-headed monster at once. "All right, stop fooling around. Get rid of them." When the 3-headed monster heard her command, it let out another roar as if it was a response to Poti's orders. Finally, it stopped stomping around. Instead, it brandished its 6 fists at Gylding and his crew. Its fists were so fast that Gylding was unable to catch them. The creature's grayish-green fists hurled energy like 1,000 grayish-green comets at Gylding and his crew. Gylding frantically dragged Elsa and Lilith out of the way but was a step too slow as he was slowed down by them. Biggie, who had already dodged its attacks, appeared in front of Gylding. He brandished his saber, trying to buy time for them. Nevertheless, his black sword energy was as fragile as glass in front of the creature's grayish-green fist energy. Just one touch from it and Biggie's energy shattered apart. As a result, the fist energy hit Biggie's body without reserve, and Biggie spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew upside down into the far ground. Biggie, however, managed to buy Gylding a little time to escape with Lilith and Elsa. "How's Biggie, Neptune?" Gylding asked anxiously as he ducked out of sight. He had seen the intensity of the attack. Several demigods who had taken the same hit were smashed to smithereens. It was without a doubt that there was a chance for Biggie, who had been hit, to be in danger. All his bones have been shattered and many of his internal organs have been destroyed. However, he's not dead, and he's breathing faintly. He must be treated as soon as possible. Neptune analyzed Biggie's condition. Fortunately, Biggie was still alive and had not died on the spot. "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Biggie wouldn't have." Tears were streaming down Lilith's face non-stop. She knew that Biggie had taken the blow to protect the three of them. Gilding could have easily avoided it, and Elsa would not have been hit if she did not have to take care of her. She herself was the only one who could not defend and dodge such attacks. Biggie is not dead. Gilding knew that it was not the time to comfort Lilith, and he could only utter crucial words that affirmed her. Lilith felt a little better when she heard that Biggie was not dead. Gilding turned around and looked at the woman sitting on the shoulder of the three-headed monster. She was laughing happily and saying nasty things about Biggie. The monster did not attack immediately. "Neptune, I remember that when we bought the axe, you said you could not unlock its seal. However, you mentioned that there's an ancient technique that can awaken the weapon spirit in the axe. With your unlocking ability, there is a good chance that we can unlock the axe, right?" Gilding asked suddenly. "I think we have to use a lot of blood." "Gilding, it's no use. Even if we summon the weapon spirit, it won't be a match for it. The creature's strength is comparable to that of a 3-star medium-ranking deity. There's no way we can beat it." Neptune quickly explained that the art of blood sacrifice was different from that of an ordinary blood sacrifice. It required a person to sacrifice 2/3 of their blood. "We don't have to defeat that three-headed monster. We just have to destroy this woman's domain." Gilding had it all figured out. "Tell me what to do. You'll die." Neptune knew exactly what the consequences of it would be. "It's better than being turned into a corpse dummy. At least the others will survive." Gilding clenched his fists and turned to look at Elsa. "Elsa, if I fail, take this axe, destroy the domain, and get everyone out of here quickly." Gilding finished his sentence, and without listening to Neptune, he cut his own wrist with the axe and forcefully shut off his advanced regenerative ability. Bright red blood poured out from his hand and dripped onto the axe. "Neptune, tell me what's the next step." Knowing that Gilding would drain all of his blood if he said nothing, Neptune reluctantly sent details about the forbidden blood sacrifice to Gilding's brain. Gilding followed the information in his head and began drawing weird patterns on the axe. HMPH. They're still trying to resist. "It's only a simple art of blood sacrifice. So what if you managed to awaken the weapon spirit of that god item? Can that god item kill a real deity?" Boti mocked loudly. "I'll let you summon it today and let this big guy kill the weapon spirit right in front of you so you'll give up completely." After the drawing was finished, the axe slowly began to levitate in the air. Additionally, Gilding's blood began to flow over the surface of the axe, seeping into it as fast as one's eye could see. The scene made Boti feel a little uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she did not command the three-headed monster to attack. Gilding's blood began to flow more and more into the axe. It was as if the axe was feeding on Gilding like an underfed baby madly sucking at his blood. As Gilding began to lose too much blood, his vision started to become blurry, and he felt his body become heavier. He felt very drowsy as his consciousness gradually drifted away. Nevertheless, his strong will kept him standing still. By the time more than a third of his blood had left Gilding's body, he was completely unconscious, and his body was in a state of near death. His heart had stopped working and his brain waves had become weaker. However, after the 2/3 of his blood had been sucked out of his body, Gilding's advanced regenerative ability resumed its functionality. As a result, his wounds healed in an instant and his blood stopped flowing. He stood where he was, completely unconscious. Neptune had not noticed that while the axe was absorbing Gilding's blood, the dragon blood which had looked like rust on it previously, had also been absorbed by it. After the forbidden blood sacrifice was completed, with Neptune's help, the weapon spirit of the axe tore apart the shackles of its seal. At that time, everyone near could faintly hear the faint sound of something being torn. The shape of the axe began to change dramatically as it turned into a giant golden dragon. The giant golden dragon rose into the sky and, after hovering over Gilding's head several times, seemed to feel Gilding's will. It flapped its giant tail wildly against the ground, and for a moment, the ground all over the domain shook. With that, Boti immediately understood what her opponent was trying to do. She pointed at the giant golden dragon and shouted at the three-headed monster, "Kill that thing!" However, Before the three-headed monster could dash toward it, the dragon slammed its tail downward once again and Poti spat out a mouthful of blood. The dragon's blow managed to tear a hole in the domain, and without a doubt, another attack from it would shatter her domain completely. If that were to happen, Gylding would certainly take the others and flee like crazy. The three-headed monster would also be stuck with the dragon and would not be able to escape. She was severely wounded. If she rushed to catch up with them, she would probably be killed by Gylding. Having seen Gylding conjure up something like that with her own eyes, she no longer knew how much Gylding had up his sleeve and was afraid to try him further. What she did not know was that Gylding, though still standing there with his eyes open, was in fact no different from a dead person. Her greatest hope was that the three-headed monster would kill the dragon in their domain. As long as her domain was not destroyed, Gylding was a sitting duck. No matter what they did, they would not be able to get out. She would be able to complete her mission that way. Then, Elsa heard Neptune's voice in her ear. "Don't touch Gylding for now. He may be unconscious, but he can still deter the woman. Go over to Biggie and carry him here. If the domain collapses later, take him and Gylding with you and head for the port." Neptune's words were not only heard by Elsa but also Lilioth. Elsa nodded at Lilioth. "Keep an eye on Gylding. I'll be back in a minute." Elsa disappeared as she finished speaking. A moment later, she was seen carrying the huge Biggie. Biggie's heartbeat was weak, but he was not dead. "Elsa, inject him with some S-grade cell repair agent." "I've just transferred 2 bottles from Gylding's inventory to yours." Neptune's voice was heard once again. Elsa quickly took out the medicine and injected Biggie with it. Its effects were limited, but it was better than nothing. On the other side, the battle between the dragon and the three-headed monster had begun. Chapter 247, Demon Face. The three-headed monster was indeed a powerhouse that was as strong as a medium-ranking deity. It had the upper hand in its battle with the dragon from the very start. The giant golden dragon had intended to follow Gylding's will and was going to pound the ground until the whole domain collapsed. However, before it could deliver a third blow, the three-headed monster leapt up to it and struck it with an enormous force. It had struck wildly with its 6 grayish-green fists. Strange magic energy could be found in the three-headed monster's fist energy. The dragon had no choice but to take up the fight. It was no smaller than the giant. Hence, instead of slamming its huge tail on the ground, it directed it straight at the three-headed monster's fists. As the dragon struck with its giant tail, sharp blade energy shot out from it. It was similar to that of the blade of the giant axe. Additionally, it had magic power since it had become a dragon. The three-headed monster's fist energy collided with the dragon's blade energy. The impact of the two energies of different colors tore the space in Poti's domain apart. A space gap tens of meters long was left, and it looked very frightening. Not only that, but the impact created a ripple of energy that flowed throughout the domain like a gust of wind. The gust of wind blew the remaining 50 or so demigod dummies away. Lilioth and the rest were also affected by the impact of the collision as they struggled to hold on to their footing. Elsa even held on to Gylding. As for Poti, who was far away, she was relying on Gylding to keep her safe from being blown away. After the blow, the two monsters were unfazed by the space gap and instead went for each other wildly once again. Support our web novel go.com. Nevertheless, the three-headed monster had 6 hands and 3 heads, while the dragon had only 1 tail and 1 head. Added to the fact that the three-headed monster was already powerful from the start, in less than 20 seconds, it gained the upper hand over the dragon while the latter could only hold out against him. The battle between the two monsters caused the ground to tremble. However, the battle did not last long. The three-headed monster deliberately showed a flaw. When the dragon extended its tail to attack him, it struck with all 6 of his hands and stopped the dragon's tail. Then, it clung to the dragon's tail and madly bit at it with its 3 giant mouths. The dragon howled in pain and wrapped itself tightly around the three-headed monster's neck before biting one of its heads off. By then, Poti had already fled the scene of their battle and was hiding in a shadowy position. She had chosen to watch the battle from a distance. The three-headed monster's bites were so fast that in less than 3 minutes, the dragon's entire tail was shattered into pieces. On the other hand, the dragon had bitten off one of the monster's heads. The 2 remaining heads of the three-headed monster suddenly became violent as they turned around to bite at the dragon's head. At the same time, it clenched its 6 hands into fists and began to pound at the dragon frantically. His method of attack was proven extremely effective. Within 5 minutes, The dragon that had been summoned by Gyuding was broken into two by the three-headed monster's barrage of powerful punches. Additionally, its head had been thoroughly chewed up by the three-headed monster. As a result, its entire body finally disintegrated into energy fragments before it returned to its original axe form. The dragon did not manage to fulfill its mission after all. Gyuding's body underwent changes while the dragon battled with the three-headed monster. However, the only one who noticed this was Neptune. The dragon's defeat left Lilith and Elsa almost in despair. The three-headed monster might have suffered serious injuries, but it was still not something the both of them could handle. Elsa could barely deal with demigods and could only defend against them. On the other hand, Lilith was just a gunner and was only a rank 10 gene body. Her defense capabilities were even weaker than Elsa. Even a single blow from a demigod would be fatal to her. Neither of them could take a single blow from a real deity, let alone one that nearly killed Biggie in one shot. When Gyuding's brain stopped functioning completely, a black energy slowly dispersed out of his body. Its color was so faint that it was hard to see under the cover of the night. However, the black energy, like twisted tentacles, kept coming out of Gyuding as it sucked the residue of energy fragments in the air. Elsa and Lilith did not notice this because their attention had been drawn to the battle between the dragon and the three-headed monster. They were so preoccupied with the dragon's defeat that they did not notice the change in Gyuding. The myriads of tentacles that appeared grew in strength and began to form a shape above Gyuding's head. The shape it formed was the face of a black demon. Neptune shuddered at the sight of it. He had always suspected something like the black virus to be lurking inside Gyuding. Evidently, the black virus appeared each time without warning and always devoured any kind of energy presented in front of it before it gave Gyuding's body some of its energy back. At the sight of the demon face, Neptune looked up all data related to it in his databank, wanting to figure out what it was exactly. Nevertheless, he failed to find any relevant data. There were only two possibilities. One was that no such thing had ever existed since the ancient age. Another possibility was that information related to it was not available due to his access restrictions. Neptune's databank had unlocked all the way until the advanced level, and he could access most information about extreme deities. Hence, since that was the case, it meant that there was a chance the thing hiding within Gyuding was something beyond the deities. Neptune was afraid to think any further. In the void, the huge demon face that was nearly 1,000 meters high silently coalesced into shape quickly. When the battle between the three-headed giant and the dragon had ended, the huge demon face, which had been in a state of semi-nothingness, quickly solidified. Lilith caught a glimpse of the face above Gyuding's head. "What's that?" she exclaimed in surprise. Elsa immediately looked up and saw the terrifying demon face. She could not help but pull Lilith behind her as she stood in front of her. "Don't panic. Something's changing within Gyuding. However, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing at the moment." Neptune was not quite sure whether the matter was a good or bad thing. Nevertheless, he had to say such words to comfort Lilith and Elsa. The three-headed monster and Poti, who were in the distance, finally noticed the existence of the demon face. A vague feeling of uneasiness crept into Poti's heart. She leapt onto the shoulder of the three-headed monster, pointed toward Gyuding's position, and said, "Kill that black shadow." However, the three-headed monster only stared at the demon face and did not move. Instead, its body began to tremble violently. It was clear to Poti that the three-headed monster was beginning to resist her orders. That was the force of the contract. She could feel the three-headed monster's emotions because of the contract. It was an extreme sense of fear which exceeded even the restraints of her contract with it. He would obviously rather be wiped out than strike the demon face that was above Gyuding's head. This alarmed Poti. "What the hell is that demon face?" Just as she began to have an idea of what it was, she saw the black demon face finally finish solidifying and breathe a black breath out of its mouth in front of her. The breath condensed into a black ball in the void, and then, without warning, stretched out toward the remaining demigod corpse dummies and the three-headed monster with tentacles. Seeing this, Poti quickly jumped off the shoulder of the three-headed monster and instantly opened the exit of her domain, trying to escape. However, she was a step too late. Half her foot was outside her domain while her other foot had been caught by a black silk thread. She was yanked backward. Then, the black silk thread wrapped around her and turned her into a black cocoon. Just then, the corpse dummies were also wrapped around by the black tentacles, turning into black cocoons. The three-headed monster, who had been extremely arrogant, simply stood still as its body trembled violently. It let the black tentacles wrap around its body and eventually lock itself in a huge black cocoon. It did not resist from the start. The scene made Lilith and the others' hearts race. Originally, Neptune had been worried that the current Gylding would attack Lilith and the rest indiscriminately. In that case, he would have no choice but to watch Gylding kill his crew members without being able to do anything about it. That was because the black demon face was so powerful that it exceeded his own recognition. Evidently, Neptune was now relieved. Lilith and the rest clearly saw the black cocoons shrink at a visible speed. After several cocoons had shrunk to the size of peas, they flew back into the black ball in the void. Slowly, all the cocoons began flying back to the void after each of them had shrunk to a certain extent. The smallest of them was about the size of a pea, while the largest of them was the one wrapped around Poti, which was about the size of a thumb. After the black energy ball that belonged to Poti had returned to the black ball in the void, the whole domain began to collapse slowly. As for the three-headed monster's cocoon, it had shrunk to the size of an adult's fist in under 3 minutes and had itself returned to the black sphere in the void. That was when Lilith and the rest noticed that the black sphere seemed to have grown considerably. Nevertheless, the black sphere seemed to have a life of its own. After fusing with the last cocoon, it quickly shot itself back into the mouth of the demon face. At the same time, Poti's personal domain collapsed. The huge demon face opened its mouth wide and sucked fragments from the domain into it before it slowly faded away. Right when the demon face was about to disappear completely, on a distant planet, an old man in a black robe suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a red demon logo on his chest. The three-headed monster is dead. Poti, no matter who the murderer is, Dad will avenge you. Chapter 248 – Bombarding the Child Family. On Red Shield, at the utterly ruined and disfigured Square, the surrounding area had lost its usual light from its lamps and was completely dark. Not to mention, the stars in the sky were being blocked by thick clouds and it was hard to see what was happening under the darkness of night. After Poti's domain collapsed, the figures of Lilith and the rest began to show. Watching on as the huge demon face above Gylding's head faded away, Lilith and Elsa slowly came to their senses. However, they could not help but wonder if everything they had witnessed earlier was real. When the demon face disappeared, Gylding's heartbeat and brain activity resumed almost at the same time. Though they did not know what exactly had happened, they were relieved. Their battle with the Dark Sectors, though a victory, was a tragic victory. Robert had lost his energy source and had returned to his metal ball state. Both Biggie and Taegor were so severely injured that they had lost their combat effectiveness. Although Gylding's life was no longer in danger, there were no signs of him waking up. The only people left unharmed were Lilith, Elsa, and Neptune, who had taken the form of a wristwatch. Lily, Elsa, don't just stand there. Take Gylding, Biggie, and Taegor back to the spaceship. We must leave this planet as soon as possible. This is the Child family's territory. If Rothschild finds out that we've lost most of our crew's combatants, he won't let us go. The two women had been standing still, not knowing what to do. When they heard Neptune's voice, they were reassured little, and they did as they were told. Support our web novel Go.com. Elsa and Lilith each carried Biggie and Gylding. However, there were no extra hands to hold Taegor. The two girls looked at each other and Lilith's eyes eventually landed on Elsa's chest. Following Lilith's eyes, Elsa looked down at her chest as well and then back up at Taegor. She nodded at Lilith, put Biggie aside, picked up Taegor from the floor, and shoved him in between her chests. When she looked down and was sure that Taegor was firmly stuck in place, she nodded with satisfaction and picked up Biggie once more. Lilith looked at her enviously from behind. The two women ran all the way and were soon back on their spaceship in the port. After the two of them had placed the cat on the combination sofa in the living room, they no longer knew what to do. Biggie and Taegor are both in serious condition and we must find doctors to treat them as soon as possible. Biggie, in particular, has had his bones shattered and his internal organs damaged in more ways than a few bottles of cell repair agents can solve. The S-grade cell repair agent that we injected into him was only to prevent his injuries from worsening. Taegor's injuries are no worse nor better than Biggie's. Additionally, I examined him and found that his body structure and cell composition are different from humans as well as Genebeasts. The cell repair agent we gave him had no effect on his body. Therefore, we also need to find a doctor to treat him immediately to prevent his condition from worsening. How about Gyuding? Is he all right? Lilith asked, a little worried. Elsa also looked at Gyuding worriedly. Hearing this, Neptune hesitated for a moment as he had no idea what was happening to Gyuding. Humans who lost more than a third of their blood was supposed to die. Gyuding did lose 2/3 of his blood back then and had died when his heart and brain activity stopped. Nevertheless, after the demon face disappeared, his vital signs stabilized and reverted back to normal. The only thing was, he did not wake up. The most special thing about it was that Neptune had noticed the huge energy source in Gyuding's body, but was unable to probe any further because that same energy source seemed to emit radiation that prevented him from doing so. Hence, Neptune had no choice but to wait and keep watch. He felt that even if Gyuding were to be sent to a hospital, no one would be able to find out what was wrong with him. Nevertheless, to avoid causing a panic between the two girls, Neptune chose to tell a white lie. Gyuding only suffered a slightly serious energy loss because of the battle earlier. He's not injured. His body is in a state of self-dormancy, in which his body is using to recover more quickly. Once he has recovered fully, he'll wake up. How long will it take? Lilith asked. I can't say for sure because there is a huge energy source in his body that is blocking my analysis. I can't detect the exact recovery status of his body yet, so I can't predict when he will wake up. Neptune really could not answer Lilith's question because he had no idea what was going on in Gyuding's body. Although their hearts still had some doubts, the two women chose to trust Neptune. Neptune and Gyuding had known each other longer than anyone else, and Neptune had always been Gyuding's most trusted companion. Therefore if he said Gyuding would be fine, then Gyuding would be fine. For the first time, Neptune lied to his companions. Although he meant well, he still felt a little bad. If it was before, he would have to tell the truth and not hide it. However, in this case, he chose to think like Gyuding, taking care of both Lilith's and Elsa's feelings by lying. He knew he had done the right thing when he saw them become a little more motivated compared to before. Then let's get off this planet and find a doctor as soon as possible. Gyuding was fine, but both Biggie and Taeko needed medical attention. Lilith knew that she and Elsa had to toughen up. She managed to smile and raised her fist to encourage Elsa. Yes. Elsa nodded vigorously. We're leaving Red Shield for sure. But before that, we have one more thing to do. Neptune's voice suddenly sounded a little mischievous. What is it? The two girls asked at the same time. We came to Red Shield to avenge you, Lily. But we haven't done that yet. If Gyuding wakes up and finds out we didn't do things right, he won't be too happy. Neptune knew Gyuding's temper very well. Isn't that woman from the dark sectors already dead? Lilith asked, somewhat confused. She's dead, but our revenge is only half done. That kid from the Child family, he's the one who started all of this. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be here. Not to mention, Biggie and the rest wouldn't be hurt. Neptune blamed Rothschild for Biggie's injuries as it was true that he had played a part in it. Neptune, you don't mean to bombard their house, do you? Hearing this, Lilith guessed Neptune's plan immediately. She had been there with Gyuding during the Fenuyuan bombard and remembered their attack on the Onassis family. What do you think of the idea? Neptune asked with a smile. Very nice. I agree. Both women gave their assent to the plan. The Golden Eagle rose slowly from Red Shield's port. Then, after rising to a certain height, it suddenly stopped in midair and hovered on the spot. The scene immediately attracted the attention of the Port Authority's staff. Although it was very late at night, there were still people on duty. Watching the scene through the surveillance cameras, the port officer on his first day immediately followed the emergency instructions he had been given. He pressed the sound transmission button and shouted at the Golden Eagle, "That Golden Eagle right there. The port does not allow that kind of flying. Your behavior is extremely dangerous. You have only two options. 1. Dock your ship right now or leave Red Shield immediately. Nevertheless, we will record your dangerous behavior and hand it over to Port Authority. They will punish you when you land on the next planet." The young man's eyes were not on the monitor but on the projection of his intelligent wristwatch as he read aloud the rules and regulations that were being displayed in front of him. Of course, Neptune would not answer his threat. Robert had already tampered with the armor-piercing cannons of the port on the first day of their arrival. Hence, they could not be manually operated anymore. Additionally, the network controls had been cut off by Neptune himself. Hence, Neptune detected the position of Rothschild, who was playing chess on Skynet, locked in on his position, and then directed the muzzle of the cannon to the room where Rothschild was in. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shots rang out consecutively. Then, 3 oval white balls of light pulled tails through the air like extremely fast comets before they crashed into the child's residence. Neptune projected a video of the child's residence. Lilith and Elsa could watch the 3 white balls of light land unerringly on Rothschild's room. All at once, white flames rose from the middle of the night and illuminated the child's home as if it were day. Rothschild's room was blown to smithereens in an instant. Neptune had used the particle annihilation cannon, where everything the cannon hit would be annihilated into elementary particles. However, Neptune's attack was not spread throughout the rest of the house because the whole thing had been planned by Rothschild alone and no one else in the Child family had anything to do with it. As for the rank 12 and rank 13 gene bodies that Gilding had previously fought with, they had only done so to keep Rothschild safe. Besides, those who were shot were almost killed. The young man stopped talking about regulations the moment he heard the cannon go off. At that moment, he turned to the surveillance screen and was stunned to see the muzzle of a cannon protruding from a golden eagle. Nevertheless, he quickly responded and pressed the button for the armor-piercing cannon's firing system, only to find the system network disconnected. Reluctantly, he reached out and pressed a big red skull button, an emergency button that enabled the manual activation of the armor-piercing cannons. Nevertheless, none of them fired. He pressed the button again several times, but it was in vain. That was when he realized that the armor-piercing cannons had to have been tampered with. "It's time we leave," Neptune said as he piloted the Golden Eagle. A few seconds later, the Golden Eagle was out of Red Shield's atmosphere. It quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 249. Dr. House. After the Golden Eagle left Red Shield, Neptune informed Lilith and Elsa about his plan. "Lily, Elsa, this is my plan. We will use the spaceship's space sleep function and travel from Megascosmos to Radocosmos. The space sleep will take about 5 hours, which is the distance of 160 billion light-years. The 2 cosmoses are considered to be advanced civilizations within Fey Cosmic Nation. They are neighbors, which is why there is a direct space passage between them and there is no need to use the unstable border river territory. Besides that, I have already made calculations. By performing a space leap, the spaceship will use 87% of its energy. I've also determined the best landing coordinate after the space leap. It will take about 5% of the spaceship's energy. We will only need less than 20 minutes of flight before we arrive at our real destination, Medicinal Stone. There is a doctor named House on Medicinal Stone. He is ranked number 1 in the entire Radocosmos for his medical abilities. He is also ranked within the top 10 in Fey Cosmic Nation. Lilith voiced a question after listening to Neptune's arrangements. "Neptune, I have no objections to your plan. However, there's something I'm curious about. Why do we need to travel such a distance? Can't we find the nearest hospital after 1 or 2 space leaps to help care for Biggie and Tagore? Shouldn't they be treated as soon as possible since they are wounded so badly?" There are 3 reasons for this. 1. Megascosmos is filled with spies from the Child family. After destroying their mansion, they won't let us off so easily. Biggie and Tagore's wounds can't be healed in a short amount of time. If we are discovered, it would affect their healing process and we would be at a great disadvantage if their recuperation is cut short. By directly leaping to the Radocosmos, they won't be able to find us in such a short amount of time as long as we keep a low profile. We can fight for more time to get Biggie and Tagore treated there. Second, Biggie and Tagore's wounds are much more serious than they seem to be. They can't be treated by an ordinary doctor. We need to get the best doctor for them. I'm not even entirely sure if the doctor called House will be able to help them heal completely. Another reason we're doing this is that Gilding had previously promised a friend to visit someone in this cosmos. That person is also a doctor and has a very special ability. Support our web novel Go.com. I understand. We'll go with your plan. Let us know if there is anything you need us to do. Lilith became even more worried about Biggie and Tagore's conditions after hearing Neptune's explanation. Nevertheless, She did not continue asking about their wounds because she would not be able to help them even if she did. All she could do was feel anxious for them. In that case, it would be more helpful to lighten Neptune's burden wherever she could. I'm preparing to activate the space leap. Both of you can help secure Gylding and the others properly. After that, make sure you have secured yourselves. The space leap process will cause the spaceship to experience turbulence. Don't panic when that happens, Neptune instructed without holding back. Neptune had no physical body and there were many things he could not do, hence, he needed their help with such things. Lilith and Elsa immediately set out to help secure Gylding, Biggie, and take all to the sofa by using intelligent sleeping bags. Intelligent sleeping bags were a type of technologically advanced item. They were convenient to bring along for outdoor trips because of their size that looked to be that of a peanut. Once the button on an intelligent sleeping bag was pressed, it would activate it, and the peanut would start producing threads that would weave into a sleeping bags around the person, wrapping the person up within it while securing it in a suitable location. Once one was done using it, all one had to do was deactivate it through voice control, deactivate sleeping bag, and it would revert to its original peanut size. After securing the others, Lilith and Elsa proceeded to tie themselves down securely to two recliners near the sofa. Lilith has bought them on a free day. All it took was the press of a button and the recliners would release a magnetic force that would secure them tightly to the surface of the spaceship. Neptune checked on them and found that even though the two girls sometimes acted quite carelessly, when it came to crucial times, they were very thorough. His worries were eased slightly. Is everything ready? I'm about to activate the space leap. The spaceship accelerated in speed the moment Neptune said this. Just as Neptune had said previously, the spaceship began to experience slight turbulence. It was the first time everyone was experiencing the effects of a space leap. Only spaceships of Golden Eagle grade and above had the space leap function. Neptune reminded them, get some rest. You too. I'll wake you up when we arrive at Medicinal Stone. When that time comes, there'll be a lot for you to do. I've tweaked House's appointment system to place us as second in his appointments. The first person is someone who is in urgent need of a heart transplant. His heart will arrive at around 7:30 a.m. over there. The operation should be done by 11 a.m. On the other hand, will arrive at roughly 10:30 a.m. in their time zone. I've also checked to make sure that none of the patients behind us are in any life-threatening dangers even though some of those people made appointments more than 10 days ago. The two girls were exhausted after a full night of action. Hence, they took Neptune's suggestion and quickly fell deep asleep. Neptune navigated the spaceship's space leap closely while also paying attention to any changes that may occur in Gylding. Even though he was hindered by a layer of radiation whenever he checked on Gylding, he was still able to conduct a few simple diagnoses regarding changes to Gylding's physical body. Neptune quickly noticed Gylding's rapid breathing. In fact, Gylding's body was changing tremendously internally. The black energy had appeared out of thin air within Gylding's body after the demon face had disappeared. It was reaching out with numerous tentacles as it swept through every corner of Gylding's body. The major circulation of the Sun Sutra within Gylding's body was quickly discovered by the black tentacles. When it found the Sun Sutra's major circulation in Gylding's body, the black energy started to go into a frenzy as it entangled itself around the circulation. The four major circulations of righteous force within Gylding's body were immediately dyed black as if they were contaminated. However, that was just the start. After contaminating the four major circulations, the black energy started to imitate the activation of the Sun Sutra from Gylding's memory. It moved as if it had the support of unlimited energy, and in less than an hour, managed to complete the fifth major circulation. Gylding had always taken at least a week before he managed to complete one major circulation, and even then, he could only do it with the help of a sufficient energy source. The black energy did not stop after completing the fifth major circulation and instead continued with its activity. For the next few hours, Gylding achieved consecutive breakthroughs at a crazy speed of one major circulation for each hour that passed. By the time the Golden Eagle had finished space leaping, Gylding's body had completed a total of 9 major circulations. The 9 black-colored major circulations had also connected with each other in a strange way, creating a three-dimensional structure of an even bigger energy circulation system. The completion of this huge energy circulation system ignited a quick change in the essence of the righteous force within Gyuding's body. The righteous force was original golden, but it was now slowly turning black, adapting a consistency which was sticky and heavy. If Neptune had noticed the changes in Gyuding's body, he would have shouted in surprise, as what was happening in Gyuding's body was something that only happened to a demigod who was in the midst of producing a god source. The creation of a god source normally only happened through the repeated fusing of righteous force with ultrafire that resulted in a change of essence of one's righteous force. A situation such as Gyuding's was unheard of, where the process happened so easily without the help of an ultrafire to help with the transformation. Every part of a real deity's body was made of god source particles. Gyuding's transformation, however, involved only the righteous force within his veins. His body was still human, and it was different from a deity's. Nevertheless, to possess god source meant that Gyuding would be able to directly attack a deity lethally without the use of a god or demigod item. When the spaceship arrived on Medicinal Stone, the righteous force within Gyuding had not yet finished its transformation. His body was still undergoing changes. Neptune woke up Lilith and Elsa, sent House's address along with a map to both their intelligent wristwatches, and asked them to put on masks as disguises according to his instructions. He instructed them to help Biggie put on one as well. Both of you will need to put up with these in order to try and fight for more treatment time for Biggie and Taegor. I've sent fake identifications to all three of your intelligent wristwatches. Do take a look at them. I've also made the necessary changes to the clinic's system. Remember, from now on, Biggie is Mr. Korbik. Lily, you're Olive, and Elsa is Abby. You are both Mr. Korbik's daughters, and you're here traveling in the nearby star sector. If they ask you anything, don't reply immediately. Just wait for my instructions and follow my answers. Neptune had thought of everything. He had already made up stories that were believable in order to avoid any suspicion that they were Gyuding's crew. He had even masked the Golden Eagle with a fake color by using a holographic projection before descending to the port. The toy had been previously made by Robert. It was capable of projecting a holographic image to disguise the ship's original color. After disguising themselves properly, Elsa carried Biggie on her shoulders while Lily carried Taegor. They went straight to the address Neptune had given them. They managed to arrive right on time for their appointment. The girls followed a nurse into a consultation room, and Elsa placed Biggie onto a bed the nurse had pointed to. Biggie was a little too big for the bed. The doctor named House walked into the consultation room and lifted his head to look at Lilith and the others as he frowned tightly. Hey, you geese must have hacked into our system to arrange yourselves as second in the appointment list, am I right? Lilith and Elsa jumped when they heard this accusation. Chapter 250, Spiritual Healer Oms Jr. Gyuding was shocked upon seeing an empty cabin. He had no memory of what had transpired. The last picture he had in his mind was him slitting his wrists to let blood out, using the taboo art of blood sacrifice to call upon the weapon spirit within the god item. He did not even know if he had successfully summoned the weapon spirit, nor was he aware of the results of the battle. What happened? His question was pointed at his lone appearance in the spaceship's cabin while the rest had disappeared. Lily and Elsa brought Biggie and Taegor away to get treated, Neptune finally explained. His words carried a grim undertone. Gyuding quickly noticed the emotions in Neptune's words. Neptune never attempted to conceal its feelings. Gyuding quickly continued asking, what happened after that? The doctor conducted 17 hours of operation on Biggie and helped repair the wounds he suffered, but the remaining god source within Biggie's body is still doing damage to him. The doctor said even with the support of the cell repair, he won't be able to last more than a month. Neptune finally revealed the truth. We'll just get him a better doctor. Gyuding thought that this was because of the doctor's inability. It's pointless. This isn't because of the doctor's ability. It's because Biggie is still made of blood and flesh. His body is unable to sustain the corrosion caused by the god source. A real deity is of god status. The god source in their body and the god source in a demigod's body has a slight difference in their composition. There is a mark of deity position within their god source. Under normal circumstances, only a deity would be able to extract it from a body. Some stronger demigods would be able to exterminate the mark and mold the god source, but it would require a few years, even decades, For that to work, support our web novel Go.com. I knew from the very start that this doctor wouldn't be able to treat Biggie. I got Lily and the others to bring him in mainly for the doctor to put together Biggie's bones, making sure he lives. The severity of Biggie's bone fractures can only be put together by this one person in the entire Fey Cosmic Nation. I didn't tell Lilith and Elsa the entire truth because I was afraid it would make them too depressed, ultimately affecting Biggie's treatment. There's something else that I had not expected. Taekor's physique is quite unique and it is impossible for him to get treatment here as well. I originally planned for him to go into operation with Biggie to try to fix the terrible situation happening in his body. Turns out, the defense automatically generated from his body made it impossible to operate on him. However, we're lucky that his body is not in a critical state. We still have time to figure something out. Gilding frowned slightly after listening to Neptune's explanation. Where are they now? I'll go look for them. I've given them disguises and new identities. You shouldn't create more complications at this time. If there's anything you need to say, do it through the communicator. The entire crew is at Idsweekus now and we need to do our best to cover our tracks while getting Biggie and Taekor treated. The most important thing is that your ability may seem to be stronger now, but it's not to the extent that you think because your righteous force has been completely converted into God Source. The ultimate arts is not suited to be fueled by an energy system such as the God Source. Your enhancement effect of 320 times is no longer in effect. Besides that, your bronze-grade combat armor's 5 times enhancement is also no longer usable as your combat effectiveness is beyond its limit. Your current basic combat effectiveness is at 100 million points. You need a combat armor of silver grade or above. Neptune gave its opinion. Gilding went silent for a while after listening to Neptune. Let's call Lily and the others first. Let me ask them about the latest updates. We'll discuss the other matters later. Neptune immediately dialed Lilith's number. Lilith was taken aback when she saw Gilding's number, but she quickly composed herself as the caller might not be Gilding, but Neptune. She picked up the call immediately. Lily, what's happening over there right now? Gilding asked a little anxiously. Lilith almost cried when she heard Gilding's voice. Gilding, you're okay? I'm fine. I just woke up. Neptune told me about what happened to Biggie and Taekor. How are they doing? The doctor said there's no way to treat Taekor and Biggie. As for Biggie, he won't be able to live past a month. Lilith sobbed as she said. She finally let it all out when she heard Gilding's voice, unable to hold anything in. When Elsa heard her crying, the tears started to well up in her eyes as well. She placed her hand over Lilith's hand and quietly comforted her. Gilding had never thought Biggie would be so seriously hurt. He paused a while before he finally asked, refusing to give up, did the doctor say if there was anything else we can do to help with Biggie's wound? When Elsa heard Gilding's question, she thought back to the doctor's words before answering. I remember something. He said only Her Highness the Lord, who is now a deity, might be the only person in the entire Fey Cosmic Nation who is able to heal Biggie. This is because the God Source in Biggie's body has been continuously destroying his body. Someone would need to expel the God Source from him. Elizabeth. Gilding frowned slightly when he heard this answer. He might have had some dealings with Elizabeth but they were not friends. In fact, they were enemies from different camps. The last time he dealt with Elizabeth, she had clearly stated that the next time they met, they would be enemies. Gilding, there is no need to even consider this. It would be equivalent to sending yourself to your death. The royal capital sector Elizabeth is in, is the star sector with the most powerhouses in the entire Fey Cosmic Nation. There are close to 100 demigods there. Besides Elizabeth, it is also guarded by another deity. Moreover, the royal capital sector and the Fey Cosmic Nation army headquarters are neighboring star sectors. It would take less than half an hour for the army to gather there. The most important thing to pay attention to, is that one would need to go through very strict and thorough checks in order to get into the royal capital sector. You won't be able to slither your way through. Even if you manage to get in somehow, you would end up getting killed by a group of demigods before even seeing Elizabeth. Neptune immediately tried to talk him out of it, not wanting Gilding to take this risk. Lily, I'll put on a mask as a disguise and go over to you. I'll bring some food for you too. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Gilding said as he put on the mask of a young man. Nothing. Elsa and I don't really have an appetite. Elsa only had a piece of bread in the afternoon, Gilding realized both girls must be feeling really down during this time when he heard Liliath's reply. "Okay, I'll bring over something light." Gilding put on his mask and checked his reflection by projecting his image. He hung up after making sure everything was in place. He returned to his room and found himself a set of clothes he had not worn before. Liliath had bought it for him. After changing his clothes and putting on a wig, Gilding looked at himself in a mirror. He finally left the spaceship after seeing that he could no longer recognize himself. It was 20 minutes later when Gilding found the private clinic from the map. The clinic was not large and Gilding found operating room number 1 very quickly. He waved the pack of dinner in his hands at Liliath and Elsa, who had on their disguises and looked totally different. With that, the two girls knew that the blue-haired young man was Gilding. "They are planning to move Biggie into the cell repair berth. Only by staying in the cell repair berth will Biggie be able to last a month. Tagore is immune to all medication, so he won't be able to be operated on." Liliath took over a small piece of cake from Gilding's hands as she forced a little smile. Gilding nodded. "I've heard. Don't worry, they'll be fine." After passing the food over to the girls, he walked toward House, who was in the operating room. House had on a big, white robe, and he looked quite mature. Gilding guessed this must be the person who had operated on Biggie. "Thank you. I'd like to ask if we can buy this extra-large cell repair berth from you. It would be much cheaper to rent." "Are you sure you want to buy this?" They rarely used a cell repair berth of this size and it came in a set when they first purchased it. Biggie was basically the first person to use it. "Yes, we don't want to waste too much time. I'll try to find another way to help him with the treatment, but we would need your cell repair berth to sustain his life for as long as possible. Moreover, the chance of us returning to Medicinal Stone is not high, so..." Gilding raised an eyebrow at this point. "I have no idea what sort of trouble you have gotten yourselves into that Forster deity's hand, and I'm not concerned over it. However, as a doctor, there's a need for me to clarify some things. If he sustains another attack in his current condition, it will be fatal. Even if he recuperates in peace, he would be left with less than a month to live." House could tell easily that the god source left in Biggie did not belong to a demigod, but a real deity. He had some questions in his mind, but he did not try to find out the identity of Gilding and the others, nor did he want to find out what had happened to them. "I understand, thank you." Gilding nodded. Gilding waved the two girls over after he was done with the hospital discharge procedures. They placed Biggie and Tagore into the cell repair berth and Gilding carried the extra-large cell repair berth out of the private clinic. It took less than half an hour for 3 of them to return to the spaceship. Gilding placed the cell repair berth in the living room, making it easier for anyone to access if there were any changes. Gilding, spiritual healer Oms Jr., Docket is also in this cosmos, and he's a doctor too. "Let's pay him a visit," Neptune suddenly suggested. "He has a special ability, doesn't he?" Gilding vaguely remembered someone like that. "That's right, he has the ability of negative state transfer, but I'm not sure how effective it is when dealing with God Source." Neptune was not entirely sure, but giving this a try was a much better plan than Gilding barging into the royal capital sector. "However, I will need you to purchase a new energy source for the spaceship before we do this." Chapter 251, Duke Malcolm. Normans was a very scenic tourist planet. This planet had a sea as blue as sapphire and a golden beach. There were dancing snow and icy lands which were extremely exotic, rich foliage of flora and fauna and even famous, adventurous mountains and rivers. That was why many of those within the Radocosmos who were about to get married would pick this place. Besides being a wedding destination, it was also a great place for honeymoons. This was also the reason Normans was a favorite travel spot for young, single women looking for romance. Some were lucky enough to fall in love here, and the stories were shared and told everywhere. As a result, the planet had earned itself a pretty nickname, the Romantic Star. There was a high volume of tourists on Normans. According to the cosmic calendar's calculations, the number of annual tourists on this planet was ranked in the top 50 in the Fey Cosmic Nation. In fact, its average ranking for the past 10 years would put it at number 41. Naturally, Romance was not Gilding's reason for visiting the planet. He was here for spiritual healer Oms Jr. Neptune locked onto the coordinates on his intelligent wristwatch and confirmed he was on this planet. When they had met with spiritual healer Om in the border river, Neptune had checked that the coordinates led to this planet. Spiritual healer Oms Jr. had never left this location. Support our web novel Go.com. When he got off the ship, Gilding noticed that the harbor did not have many spaceships such as the Golden Eagle, which was grouped under the Raptor series. Most of the spaceships were of the colorful and vibrant Starry Sky series. This sort of spaceship was usually purchased by women, and they did not possess great attack effectiveness. This series was designed with a more civil approach. Lilith and Delsa followed behind Gilding, dazzled by the scene in front of their eyes. There were too many spaceships of the Starry Sky series docked at the harbor, and the two girls were captivated by the sight. It helped them feel less depressed than before. Neptune, what are Docket's exact coordinates? Gilding did not plan to stay long on this planet because of Biggie's current condition. Neptune immediately projected the map. Gilding raised an eyebrow at the district displayed on the map. It looks like he has been living quite a good life. The projection clearly showed that Docket was located in a palace. Gilding might have no idea who the palace belonged to, but he had heard the booming tourism industry of Normans. Any location swarmed with tourists was just like a gold mine. Common housing properties would not come cheap, not to mention a palace. Although Gilding did not think Docket could afford this palace, he thought that it was a good enough life Docket was enjoying, even if it was nothing more than having a close connection with the owner of this palace. However, Neptune next projected a map of the palace to be matched with the coordinates of the intelligent wristwatch, which made Gilding frown. According to the information, it showed Docket's location to be in the basement of the palace, and this coordinate had never shown any sign of movement. If I'm not wrong, this guy must be imprisoned. Neptune's tone had a tinge of ridicule. Who is the owner of the palace? Gilding rubbed his nose as he asked. Neptune immediately projected the information. Duke Malcolm. Gender, male. Age, 3323. Gene level, demigod. Strongest combat effectiveness, unknown. Special ability, unknown. Other abilities, martial arts powerhouse. Personality introduction, a demigod powerhouse appointed as duke by the federal government. Upright and friendly, popular among others, and has many good friends within the inner circle. Ranked at number 33 on the demigod ranking but rarely fights. His good friend Grand Duke Roland once said that number 33 was an understatement to his old friend's ability. Gilding eased a little when he read the personality introduction that was projected. He was Roland's friend, so it would make sense for Gilding to visit him since Gilding also knew Roland. However, he had some doubts as well. Why would Duke Malcolm imprison Docket in his home? Malcolm seemed like a good person from the official description. Moreover, he was friends with Roland. I've compiled other information from the Skynet on Malcolm. He seems to be of good character. Every person who has come in contact with him has given him high praise. He has also made anonymous donations to various charities. His donations are not the type of pretentious anonymity, but the kind that is very hard to be tracked. The amounts are generous, with every donation as high as hundreds of millions of universe credits. If I did not go through his bank accounts, it would be impossible to find out that the huge amounts missing in them match the exact values of several anonymous donations. The timings match as well. Let's pay him a visit. He has strong abilities, which probably makes it difficult for us to save Docket secretly. We'll just have to negotiate with him about letting Docket go. Gilding brought along the girls and rented a small aircraft. All three of them arrived outside the palace after half an hour. There was something strange about this place. There were no guards at the entrance of the courtyard in this gigantic palace. Even the door was left wide open as if to signal to visitors that it was okay to walk in just like that. Gilding did not see a doorbell, so he walked in with the two girls. The plants in the courtyard had been kept tidy. Someone must often take care of the garden. All three of them walked through the courtyard and straight on toward the entrance of the palace. Gilding knocked on the door knocker after looking at the huge, black door in front of him. The door opened by itself after a while. Gilding walked in without hesitation and the two girls quickly followed behind. "What would you like to drink?" A deep, magnetic voice of a man was heard coming from somewhere nearby. Gilding was taken aback by the voice. He had not detected the presence of anyone there when he came in. "This is a very powerful man. He's not any less powerful than Roland. Neptune immediately whispered into Gilding's ear. I'll just have a glass of milker, thank you. Gilding did not hold back on his request as he started sizing up the man in front of him. This man looked to be around 25 or 6. He was skinny and tall with fine-looking features and a small face. He was a handsome man with a smallish face. There was a certain quality to him, which made it seem like he was a born nobleman. The word elegance was usually suited to describe a woman, but it felt just as natural to use it to describe him. This did not mean that he acted in a feminine way, rather, it was because he was brimming with the essence of a nobleman. What about the two lovely ladies? The corners of the man's lips were lifted at the right point, displaying a sincerity that did not look at all like a fake smile nor an exaggerated one. We'll just have fruit juice. Lilith was still wary of him. She was not planning on ordering any alcoholic drinks at this time. How about some lime juice? It's sweet and sour, a favorite with the ladies. The man looked at Lilith when he said this, all the while concocting Gilding's milker. That's fine. Lime juice sounds good. Lilith nodded. Feel free to sit anywhere. It will be done in just a moment, the man said as he busied himself. Gilding and the others sat on the sofa near the bar counter without hesitation. Mr. Malcolm, we noticed that your courtyard door is wide open. Do you always leave it open this way? Lilith was the first to ask what was on her mind. That's correct. The courtyard door is always wide open whenever I'm home. If the courtyard door is closed, it means I'm away. Those who visit are my friends, and there's no need to lock the courtyard doors. All they need to do is come in. Malcolm's logic sounded a little strange, but Gilding liked his style. He could tell why Malcolm and Roland were friends. Won't you get robbed this way? Lilith still could not understand this. No, I won't. The security here is better than Utfa. If someone were to come in here to steal, that would mean that the person is desperate and is in dire need of help. It would be okay for him to take a few things. I only have daily necessities here. Losing a few of my things is better than someone dying of hunger. Malcolm did not seem too bothered about material items. Your drinks are ready. Have a taste. Malcolm served the drinks to all three of them while he poured a glass of Binks for himself and sat down on Gilding's right. Wow, this tastes really good. How did you make it? Did you add any special ingredients? Gilding could not help crying out when he took a sip. I used a special technique whereby I crushed the creamer to make it finer. This elevates the taste. Malcolm did not keep the method a secret. This tastes really good too. Elsa had taken a sip of the lime juice, and later immediately gulped it down. Lilith only took a small sip before placing the glass back on the table. Don't you like the taste? Why don't I make something else? What do you like? I have most ingredients available. Malcolm noticed Lilith did not drink much of it. It's okay. I'm not really thirsty. Lilith was secretly worried that this man had done something to the drinks. Malcolm seemed to be aware of Lilith's thoughts and did not force her, nor did he say much about it. All he did was smile lightly. Okay. Gilding was also done with his milker. Just as Malcolm was about to pass him some tissue, Gilding wiped his mouth with his fingers. Malcolm was taken aback but laughed. You are exactly as Roland described. How did you know who we were? Gilding had thought no one would recognize them as they had all put on masks as disguises. Malcolm laughed. Who else but Gilding would drink milker wherever he goes? Not only that, but you also have two little ladies trailing after you as well. Tell me, what do you three kids want from me? Uncle, we're actually not here to see you. We're here to see Docket. Malcolm looked slightly confused when Gilding said this. Docket? I don't know this person. Who informed you that I know him? Malcolm did not look like he was pretending. Lilith hesitated when she heard this. She tried to signal Gilding with a look to stop him from continuing to ask about this, but Gilding did not notice her signal. Instead, he asked directly, Docket is the guy you have imprisoned in the dungeon. Chapter 252, Docket, the battling maniac. Lilith had tried to signal Gilding because Malcolm was obviously denying that he knows such a person. This could only mean that he did not want someone else to know that he had imprisoned this person. However, Gilding did not hesitate to ask the question, which slightly worried her about Malcolm taking action against them out of anger. However, Malcolm looked stunned as he asked, Do you know this person? We don't, but he is a junior of a friend. Uncle, why did you imprison him? Gilding asked next. Lilith was dripping cold sweat over his questioning. Malcolm looked a little exasperated as he explained this. That man is a battling maniac. He came looking for me a few months ago when he was rank 9 Gene Body and issued me a challenge. I agreed since I did not have much to do. I thought it would be no harm to give a junior some pointers. I arranged a guest room for him here after he had lost the fight as an offer of consolation. I had thought he would leave after one night. I never expected him to continue staying here comfortably and issuing me a challenge every few days. I had to chase him out of here since there was nothing else I could do. I never thought he would end up settling down in the dungeon. I've had this house for close to 100 years, and if it wasn't for him, I would have never known there was a dungeon below. I tried chasing him away, but that kid must have realized I was not willing to kill him. Every time I took action, he made no attempts to defend himself. I have no choice but to let this go and allow him to stay on. If you have a way to get him out of here, I'll be willing to give each of you a golden combat armor. Support our web novel Go.com. Uncle, do you have a lot of golden combat armor? There are 4 of us who need it. Combat armors can only be used by humans. Robert and Tagore would not be able to utilize them. But Gilding did not forget about Biggie, who was still lying in the cell repair berth. I wouldn't have enough if you wanted 40 of them. But 4 is no problem at all. Malcolm had already thought about a meeting gift for Gilding when he visited because he was good friends with Roland, as Gilding had a good relationship with Roland. Moreover, the golden combat armor was only useful to those below demigod level. He would need to give the golden combat armors to someone sooner or later. It just so happened that he gave Gilding a mission to get rid of that person. To be honest, the golden combat armor was quite a generous gift. The market price of a golden combat armor was worth at least 800 million universe credits, but there was no supply for it. Every time golden combat armor appeared at an auction, it would be auctioned off for no less than 1,200 million universe credits because of the level of enhancement of combat effectiveness it provides for those below demigod level, typically around a 50-time increase. For those who were not demigods, this was an item that was more useful than a demigod item. Gilding had been an interstellar pirate for around half a year but has yet to hear from Neptune about any golden combat armor being put up for auction. He would have made a mad dash to purchase if there was one available. How is Docket's combat effectiveness? Gilding quickly thought up a plan on how to get rid of the troublesome Docket. He has the ability of psychokinesis. He was a rank 9 Gene Body a few months ago, but now he has achieved rank 12. His combat effectiveness is slightly more powerful than a normal demigod, but his power is limited. He owns a demigod item in the form of a scalpel and has a very special ability. He can transfer his wounds to his enemy, but it would first require him to touch his opponent physically. Malcolm quickly shared some information about Docket. Uncle, take me to him. Gilding made a rough estimation of his own combat effectiveness. Even though he no longer had the enhancement effects of Ultimate Arts and the bronze-grade combat armor, his basic combat effectiveness had reached 100 million points. Even without the use of damage stacking, with the help of the enhancement effects of his other abilities, he would be able to reach 200 billion points. If he included the use of advanced damage stacking, his highest combat effectiveness would go up to more than 200 trillion points. A 1-star lower ranking deity's basic combat effectiveness was only at 100 trillion. Gilding also had the martial arts domain, which could suppress his opponent's combat effectiveness by 90%. Add that onto his current battle effectiveness, he could take down nearly any demigod. Gilding's plan was quite simple. As long as he was able to suppress Docket, Docket would be sure to change targets and go after Gilding instead of Malcolm. The only downside about this was the possibility of this guy harassing Gilding, but for the sake of the golden combat armors, Gilding decided to temporarily sacrifice himself. His combat effectiveness is not that low. It would be better for your crew member, Biggie, to take him on. Malcolm guessed Gilding's thoughts when he heard Gilding's question about Docket's combat effectiveness. He had just watched the video of Gilding's huge battle on Red Shield. Although those videos ended after Robert had released his powerful annihilation cannon, the contents at the beginning of the video were enough for many to see the combat effectiveness of Gilding's crew. Malcolm was slightly surprised when Gilding appeared in front of him because he had never expected Gilding's crew to be able to escape from the hands of Porty. From the videos, he could tell that Gilding's battle effectiveness was not good enough for him to be going against Docket. Biggie was badly wounded. I'm strong enough to handle this fight. Gilding did not think that Docket was a threat to him. Wounded? Malcolm frowned slightly. He had seen Porty summon 3 corpse dummies in the video. It was highly unlikely for Gilding's crew to make a safe retreat from the fight with such a powerful enemy. It was quite impressive for them to be able to escape, and only normal that Biggie was wounded. However, Malcolm did not think Gilding could win. "How about this? What if I let you borrow the golden combat armor? You would have a higher chance of winning with it." "It's fine, I would never overestimate my abilities, and I know I can definitely win." Gilding shook his head in disagreement. He knew Malcolm would not believe in his combat effectiveness. The only thing left to do was to prove his ability. "If you say so, follow me." Malcolm did not argue when Gilding said that to him. All 3 of them followed behind Malcolm and soon came to an entrance at the courtyard, which led them to the dungeon below the palace. The dungeon space under the palace was surprisingly larger than the surface area of the palace. The dungeon was kept very clean and did not smell at all. Duke Malcolm must have cleaned it up during his free time. The 4 of them walked into the deepest part of the dungeon and saw a young man sleeping with his feet up on the stone bed. It looked like he was sleeping, and it would seem so if he was not shaking his legs. It was obvious that he was not asleep. The young man immediately sat up when he heard footsteps coming nearer, and it sounded like there was more than one person. There were several scalpels hidden in the sleeve of his robe, all prepared to spring into action. He relaxed slightly when he saw Malcolm in the front, although he was still cautious. He asked, "Who are all these people?" "Hi Docket, I'm Gilding." Gilding took off his mask as he greeted him. Even though he stayed in the dungeon, Docket did not forget to update himself on the latest news. "I know who you are. You're the interstellar pirate who made a mess on Red Shield. You even had a drink with Grand Duke Roland before." "I have a question. How did you make your escape?" "That lady from the dark sectors was quite something. She didn't die instantly at the hands of that robot from your crew, did she?" The Skynet's video only showed the robot making his move, and all surveillance videos after that were blinded. However, most of the locals said that you were transported into her domain. "If that was the case, there wouldn't be a high chance of all of you escaping, would there?" "We did get pulled into her domain, but we killed her and then made our escape." Gilding was not planning on delving into the finer details. Docket did not believe Gilding's answer at all. However, Malcolm was surprised. There were only 3 people left on Gilding's crew. This was enough to inform him that it had been a horrible battle. He quickly stopped Docket from continuing his questioning. "Gilding, you should tell him what you are here for. We met your senior from in the Border River and he informed us of your ability. We have 2 crew members who are heavily wounded and we hope that you would be able to treat them using your ability." Gilding informed him of their reason here. "You met my senior? How is he doing now?" Docket quickly asked when he heard Gilding mention "He is now a spiritual healer at a temple in Tampa and helps treat illnesses." "Didn't he call you on your communicator?" "We found your number and passed it to him. He asked us to relay some news but we thought it would be inappropriate for us to do and requested that he tell you personally through your communicators. We haven't seen each other for 6 years and I have never received any message nor calls from him." "What news could he have for me?" Docket was curious. "He said your master has fallen," even though Gilding felt that news of this nature should not be told from an outsider such as himself. He also thought that the truth should not be delayed. "The old man is dead?" Docket did not look sad at all, but he did look surprised, and at the same time, it looked like he had expected this news. "My condolences," even though Gilding did not really understand why Docket did not react emotionally to the news. He proceeded to console Docket. "Actually, my senior and I have expected this. His life had long come near the end and it was about time he would have fallen. It is considered a release for him and not necessarily a bad thing." "Where are your wounded crew members?" "Take me to them." Docket provided a reason for his lack of emotion. "They are at the harbor." "I didn't bring them along." "We would like you to come with us." Gilding did not plan to waste any more time. "I'll tag along with you," Malcolm offered as he had free time and wanted to see how badly Biggie and the others were wounded. Chapter 253, The Failed Treatment. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 5 of them quickly arrived at the harbor and Docket could not help admiring Golden Eagle when he saw it. What an impressive spaceship. He had always been a solo traveler and owned only a gray-faced buzzard. It was a remarkable thing to see a Golden Eagle. Docket kept looking around when they got into the spaceship and had a look that said this was a whole new world to him. "Docket, why don't you join our crew? We need a doctor," Gilding suggested when he saw the look on Docket's face. "I can't. I'm not going anywhere without winning Malcolm." Docket immediately rejected Gilding's invite. "That's fine, we'll discuss this later." Gilding did not immediately mention his plan to challenge Docket. He was worried that Docket would refuse to treat Biggie and the others if Gilding beat him. That would spell trouble. Support our web novel Go.com. Biggie's mask had already been taken off in the cell repair berth. He only had on a huge pair of pants on his body. "Open the cell repair berth and let me check his wound." Docket stood next to the cell repair berth. As he frowned slightly, he was not just a doctor. He was also psychokinetic. The power of his soul energy was nearly at the level of a demigod. He was able to detect that Biggie's soul was currently in deep sleep. When someone showed this symptom, it meant that the owner of the soul had suffered a terrible wound. Gilding opened the berth and Docket reached into the cell repair berth, pressing directly on the veins on Biggie's neck. He next opened Biggie's eyelids and raised his head to look at Gilding. "He is halfway to hell. I can try to extract the negative effect within his body, but I would need you to get me a substitute to bear the burden of the negative effect. This substitute must be powerful enough to take on the effects. At the very least, it cannot die within 10 minutes after the full transfer is complete. Otherwise, both me and Biggie will suffer the counter effect of my abilities. If that happens, I'll be wounded at most, but for Biggie, who is in such a weak condition, it is highly possible that he might die." Gilding immediately replied, "I'll be the substitute. My body has 10 times the recovery rate of Biggie. This wound should not give my body too much trouble." "Are you sure?" "My recommendation is to capture a strong and powerful Genebeast, and transfer the body's damage onto the Genebeast's body." Docket had not expected Gilding to make this decision. "It's okay, you can just transfer it to me." Gilding shook his head. "Very well. Let's see if I am able to extract it." Docket did not try to change Gilding's mind when he saw Gilding's determination. He activated his special ability and started to detect the special circumstance happening in Biggie's body. Docket could tell that there had been surgery done on Biggie using his special ability. There were also minor cracks on Biggie's bones that had not completely healed. Docket continued digging for more information and very soon, he saw a special energy that was grayish-green. There was a vague mark that looked like a shadow on it. It was an energy that was continuously creating damage to Biggie's body. "Is this God Source?" "It's a God Source with the mark of a deity." Whoever wounded Biggie was not a demigod. It was a true deity. Docket was finally able to diagnose the reason for Biggie's wound, but he also quickly collected his thoughts as he tried to extract these negative effects from Biggie's body. Within Biggie's body, the marks of unhealed wounds after his surgery quickly vanished. Next, the cracks on his bones disappeared quickly as well. But the grayish-green God Source did not react to Docket's attempts at extraction. He had no choice but to retreat from Biggie's body. Biggie was wounded by a real deity. "I am able to extract his wound, but I can't do anything about that grayish-green God Source. That thing seems to have been nailed down into his body by the mark of a deity. Only a true deity will be able to expel it." It was the first time Docket had met a patient wounded by a deity, even though he was not willing to admit this, but it was a fact that he was unable to do anything about the energy remnants created by a true deity. Porty had upgraded to become a deity. This was Malcolm's immediate reaction to Docket's statement. No, it was a corpse dummy within her domain. All Gilding did was correct Malcolm's guess, but did not plan to continue with an explanation. Malcolm knew Gilding was in a bad mood and did not continue with any questions. "If that is the case, help us take a look at Tagore," Gilding said as he passed Tagore to Docket. Docket activated his ability again as he checked for any anomalies within the little cat's body carefully. After looking over Tagore a few times, nothing was found. Docket came to a conclusion in the end. "There is nothing wrong with this cat. His body is just lacking energy." "How is that possible?" Gilding could hardly believe it. Neptune quickly scanned Tagore and surprisingly came to the same conclusion as Docket. "That's strange. The wounds in his body have all vanished. If he possesses advanced high-speed regeneration, it would not be impossible for him to completely heal within a day. Do you know when would Tagore be able to wake up?" Gilding could not help asking. Docket thought Gilding was directing the question at him. It would be difficult to tell. However, judging by his current condition, the coma might be caused by evolution. If that is the case, It would require a huge amount of energy. His deduction makes sense. We can find some time to purchase more energy crystals and feed them to Tagore. It might have an effect on him. Neptune's databank did not contain any information on Tagore or similar species to him. It did not dare to provide a definite conclusion without support from the databank and could only give a suggestion. Docket was a little disappointed as he had always been confident of his ability. "I'm sorry I was not much of a help." Biggie's wound would continue to spread because of the God Source. "Even though I have removed all the damage caused to his body, the God Source will continue to damage it. Judging by the speed of the damage, he will only live for a month at most, unless you are able to find a deity willing to help him." However, there are currently only 2 deities in the entire Fey Cosmic Nation. One would be Her Highness the Lord, and the other would be the Guardian of Fey Cosmic Nation. The possibility of Her Highness the Lord helping you out is not very high, especially since you are an interstellar pirate, which places you both on opposing sides. As for that Guardian, all we know is that he stands guard at the Royal Capital Sector all year round. But no one knows which planet he is on. We don't even know what does he look like or what his name is. He could be a man or a woman. The chances are even slimmer to try and get his help. Looks like we can only approach Elizabeth. Gilding clenched his fist. It looked like they had to make a trip to the Royal Capital Sector in order to save Biggie. Chapter 254, Docket's Crushing Defeat. Docket's ability was a truly unique one. He was able to extract a person's negative state and transfer it onto the body of another person. At that point, Biggie's wound was transferred onto Gilding. Gilding frowned slightly when he took over the damages, but did not make a sound. Biggie's wound was not too serious. He had only bone cracks and his internal organs had suffered a concussion. Other than that, there were some traces left by his surgery. As Gilding's body did not have a source of damage, it took less than a few minutes for him to completely restore himself at high speed after those wounds were transferred into him. After Docket was done with this, Gilding walked Malcolm and Docket out of the spaceship, but later pulled Docket to the side. "It's not realistic for you to view Malcolm as your target." Malcolm's real ability is comparable to that of Roland. Both of them are demigod powerhouses at their peaks. They are fully capable of slaughtering deities. Even though he is ranked 33 on the demigod ranking, he has never taken the initiative to challenge anyone. However, if we were to look at his true capabilities, he is absolutely qualified to be in the top 10. Judging from your current situation, you would need to achieve at least demigod level to be able to truly be on par to fight him. When I say on par to fight with him, it does not mean that you achieve the ability to be good enough to go up against him. Rather, I mean that you would actually be powerful enough to force him into displaying his true abilities. Does he truly have the power to slaughter deities? Docket knew that Malcolm had never really showcased his true powers whenever Docket challenged him, but he had no idea of the extent of how powerful Malcolm was. Support our web novel Go.com. Yes, it is absolutely true. Gilding had no doubts about Neptune's conclusion. Looks like it would be difficult for me to defeat him before achieving demigod level. If that is the case, I'll be stuck on this planet forever. Docket frowned. He had thought he would have a slight chance of victory when he had achieved rank 13 gene body. If Malcolm was as powerful as Gilding described, he would not be able to leave us for any time soon. Actually, you can choose another opponent. Gilding took the opportunity to mention this when he saw Docket's hesitation. Who should I pick? Your crew member, Robert, may have powerful attack effectiveness, but it cannot be compared to a human. It does not mean much for me to battle him, regardless if I win or lose. I don't think anyone else on your crew can go up against me other than Biggie, but he has only a month left to live in his current condition. Docket shook his head. Gilding replied with conviction. Don't worry, nothing will happen to Biggie. The opponent you should challenge is me. I've seen the video of your battle last night. You do have the ability to suppress all rank 13 gene body, but what you are unaware of is that I may have rank 12 gene body, but my soul energy is close to that of a demigod level. Not only that, but I am also a psychokinetic with a demigod item in my hands. I'm able to kill any ordinary demigod level powerhouse. The most important point is that a psychokinetic such me has the professional ability to suppress close combat martial artists such as yourselves. Even if you possess the same combat effectiveness as I do, it would be impossible for you to win. Docket was not underestimating Gyuding. He acknowledged Gyuding's strength. To be able to beat a group of rank 13 Gene Body with only the power of rank 7 Gene Body was something that Docket would never be able to do. Docket had too much of an upper hand compared to Gyuding, which made winning Gyuding not much of a victory. Docket instead wished that the fight with Gyuding could be postponed. Gyuding might very well turn into a worthy opponent if he became stronger. How would you know without trying? My abilities have achieved a breakthrough again tonight and I want to test myself by fighting you. Gyuding knew that Docket was unwilling to fight him because of the video he had previously watched. Docket must have thought that Gyuding's combat effectiveness was not as powerful and was not interested in the challenge because of this. Docket was doubtful about his. Every time Docket had a breakthrough with his gene level, it would take him at least one day and one night. Of course, he was open to the possibility that someone would be able to achieve breakthrough speedily if they possessed unique physical qualities. You've achieved a breakthrough in one night? Well then, let's have one fight. Although, let's be clear that whoever loses is not allowed to harass the other and request for best 2 out of 3. We'll decide the outcome in one round. Malcolm was quite speechless when Docket made the declaration. He was thinking about how thick-skinned Docket was. Requests such as best 2 out of 3 were always made by Docket to Malcolm, which were always extended to best 3 out of 5 and best 4 out of 7. However, they have fought each other n times and Docket had never once won, except for the one time when Malcolm let him have one victory out of exasperation. Malcolm had thought that if he lost on purpose, this young man would finally leave. He did not expect for Docket to reject the victory, insisting that it was not counted because Malcolm had lost on purpose. Remember your words. Gyuding felt that Docket was not doing himself any favors. Do you need me to create an energy barrier for you? Malcolm was in a pleasant mood. He had seen Gyuding's previous video. If Gyuding had achieved a breakthrough, he would have some chances at winning. Moreover, Gyuding looked pretty confident. If Gyuding won, Malcolm would finally be able to get rid of this man, who was as sticky as chewy candy. I'm fine. A wide smile appeared on Gyuding's face as he shook his head at Malcolm. He turned toward Docket. Are you ready? I'm a psychokinetic. Once I make my move, you'll have absolutely no chance, Docket replied with confidence. I won't stand on ceremony then, Gyuding said as he fully activated all enhancement abilities, increasing his combat effectiveness to 2,000 times in an instant. He had also activated his martial arts domain at the same time, pulling Docket into it. Malcolm was stunned as he watched both of them disappear from the scene. How is this possible? Gyuding is only rank 7 Gene Body. Even if he had achieved a breakthrough, he would only be at rank 8 Gene Body. Moreover, I cannot detect any sense of demigod in him. Why is he able to use this domain? This domain requires God Source to be activated, which would mean that his body currently possesses God Source. Docket knew he had been pulled into a domain when he saw the scene in front of him suddenly change, as he was thinking that this was done by Malcolm in order to prevent the harbor from being destroyed when he noticed there was nothing in this domain, much like a barren land yet to be developed. He immediately turned to look at Gyuding, asking uncertainly, "This is your domain?" "That's right. I haven't had time to develop it, which is why it looks pretty barren." Gyuding scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. There was nothing in this domain, and the ground beneath was filled with bumps and hollows. It looked really pitiful. How did you do this? Even if you have cultivated the domain of another demigod or deity, you would not be able to activate it without God Source, would you? Docket was getting quite curious about this. Gyuding was not bothered with providing an explanation. A black energy flowed out freely from his body as it quickly wrapped around both his hands. Docket could easily tell that the energy Gyuding was using was not righteous force, but was truly a God Source. Much like Malcolm's, the energy flowing out of Gyuding looked like it was alive. Only a God Source could create such an effect. You've upgraded to demigod? That's impossible. No one is capable of upgrading from rank 7 Gene Body to demigod level in one night. This was Docket's first reaction, but he had also quickly thought it impossible. There's no need to guess further. If one cultivates righteous force to its extreme, it would naturally be transformed in God Source. It's not that complicated, Gyuding immediately answered Docket. I know this, but it's rare for someone to be able to truly cultivate righteous force in God's source. Most people would elevate to demigod level and only start cultivating divine connection tome to temper and assimilate their righteous force before slowly transforming it into God's source. This is a very slow transformation process. Normal 1-star divine connection tome that possesses the capacity to temper and assimilate would require around 300 years for complete transformation. Even a 2-star divine connection tome will require at least 50 years and above. Docket had been making preparations to upgrade to demigod level and had done a lot of research on the subject. He had a very clear understanding of the transformation from righteous force to God's source. You had actually managed to transform all your righteous force into God's source in one night. Why not let me have a look at the power of your God source? Docket quickly shot out close to 100 of little silver blades from his sleeves in quick succession as he said this. His 2 special abilities of increased speed and razor sharpness were enchanted onto these hundreds of blades. His righteous force was bright white, which was why when those little silver blades flew out from him, they looked like a meteor shower flying across the empty sky, but they were targeted at Gyuding. However, Docket soon realized that his attack speed and attack effectiveness had been greatly diminished in this space. He knew the moment he let fly those blades from his hands that this would be a difficult fight. All Gyuding did was smile widely. Docket's attack looked vicious, but only the one demigod item among those hundreds of little blades would be capable of causing him harm. The other little blades were all blocked by his Gyuding's God source and were far from being able to hurt him. However, he had to make Docket accept the defeat wholeheartedly, which was why he did not avoid the blades, nor did he choose to defend himself from them. Gyuding chose to attack instead. Hundreds of finger force were shot out from all 10 of Gyuding's fingers, going head-to-head with all the blades sent out by Docket. The black light formed from the God source shot out quickly, colliding speedily into the meteor shower created by Docket. Almost all of those hundreds of flying blades were destroyed in one move. Only the demigod item had managed to break through the obstacle of the finger force. However, its speed slowed down from more than twice its normal speed because of the finger force attack. Gyuding released more finger force in succession. Flashes of black light continuously crashed into the last force of silver light until it eventually dimmed and bounced back to where it had come from. You lost, Gyuding said as a bunch of black energy threads formed under Docket's feet before he had realized it. The threads wrapped themselves around both of Docket's feet as they moved upwards onto his body while the energy within Docket quickly drained. It took less than a few seconds before Docket was wrapped up like a dumpling from the black energy with only his head showing. Gyuding's move was inspired by tentacle cocooning. Fine, I admit defeat. It was only now that Docket finally realized that his ability was completely not on par with Gyuding. Both of them appeared at After's Harbor the next minute after Gyuding released him from the restraints and activated the exit of the domain. Malcolm knew the result of the right when he saw the grim-faced Docket, but could not help ridiculing. Who won? Chapter 255, Divine Forbidden Tome. Docket had never expected to be crushed so badly in defeat. He had thought Gyuding's overnight enhancement in abilities would end up with both of them being on the same level at most. It did not cross his mind that Gyuding's domain was able to suppress his ability to only 10%, which ended up in the fight lasting for less than 10 seconds before he was completely defeated. It was somehow lucky that both Gyuding and Docket had a short conversation before the fight started, which gave outsiders the impression that they had gone through a brutal battle. It was only now that he realized that there is always someone better out there. Docket had truly overestimated himself when he immediately decided to challenge Malcolm. I've lost. Docket had completely accepted his defeat. When faced with Malcolm's question, he turned towards Gyuding. Gyuding, I'd like to join your crew. Welcome. We do need a doctor right now. Gyuding had been thinking up various ways to invite Docket because of Docket's unique ability to transfer negative states. It would not have mattered if Docket had no medical expertise, as the ability alone would have been good enough to solve most problems. Moreover, Docket had pretty powerful abilities. If it was not for Gyuding's domain suppressing Docket, Gyuding would not have won that easily. I have 2 requests I hope the captain will be able to fulfill. First, if I were to be your ship's doctor, I need a pharmacologist who is able to refine medicine of high quality and above in order to help me refine medicine that I need. Second, I would need opponents strong enough to challenge me whenever I need to upgrade my abilities. Gyuding nodded. I can fulfill both these requests. I'm a pharmacologist that is capable of refining medicine of high quality and above, even though I'm currently able to refine D-grade medicine at most, but I will find time to enhance my pharmacologist grade. As for opponents, you would not be lack of them. You can challenge me or Biggie, or even any enemies you meet. You should be aware that our crew tends to create a lot of trouble. There will be no shortage of enemies. Support our web novel Go.com. Malcolm walked over at this moment as he gave Gyuding a thumbs up. He took out 5 golden bottles from his inventory and passed them to Gyuding. Here are 5 golden combat armors since you now have Docket joining your team. It's no issue to gift you an extra one. It's all thanks to you, Gyuding, that I'm finally able to rid myself of this sticky melted candy. I'll return to challenge you once I've defeated Gyuding and Biggie. Docket was still brimming for a good fight. Let's see what happens then. The cosmic sea is wide and there are many more powerful than I am. If there aren't any special alterations, the demigod monster ranking would be updated every 100 years. Normally, only the names of the fallen will disappear from it and the ranking would be moved upwards. Our ranking was announced 100 years ago and no one knows how many new powerhouses have appeared within these 100 years. Besides the powerhouses that have fallen, powerhouses who are missing without any news would also be moved out of the ranking by members of the Star Chambers. That is why there are many unknown powerhouses out there. Besides the demigod monster ranking, there is also a power ranking in the cosmic sea. The power ranking consists of powerhouses with gene levels that have not attained demigod level. There are 108 people on the ranking. 26 of them have the capability of killing a 1-star lower ranking deity. This ranking is updated every 3 years with one person staying at the top spot for 99 times because he had slaughtered 2 5-star lower ranking deity. He has a very strange sounding name called Stupor. No one knows if that is his nickname or something else. Stupor. Gyuding immediately memorized the name. Currently, Neptune had limited access to only Fey Cosmic Nation and a few other Cosmic Nations sharing the Skynet with Fey Cosmic Nation. Besides these Cosmic Nations, the Skynet access of other Cosmic Nations was sealed off and could only be accessed when they arrive at that Cosmic Nation. That is why Neptune was unable to find out more information about the Cosmic Sea, much less know about the power ranking. Neptune had found out about the demigod ranking because someone from Fey Cosmic Nation had shared the demigod ranking on Skynet. It must have been from someone who had previously visited the Cosmic Sea. I'll give you a copy of the list from 3 years ago. There is also the personal information of 26 of those powerhouses who are able to slaughter deities. Malcolm sent the list and information to Gyuding as he said this. Many thanks. Even though Gyuding would be able to obtain information on these people after entering the Cosmic Sea, but it would be good motivation to learn about them earlier. Docket returned to his grey-faced buzzard to pack up after saying goodbye to Malcolm. He was preparing to move into Golden Eagle and selling off his grey-faced buzzard for some extra money. However, Gyuding disagreed with the idea. Keep it with you. This spaceship is not worth much and we might be able to make use of it sometime. My inventory does not have enough room. Docket pointed at his intelligent wristwatch. His wristwatch was a common commercial grade. It was evident that he did not live a comfortable life after becoming an interstellar pirate. I have ample space in my inventory. Every time Gyuding obtained an intelligent wristwatch or intelligent ring, the inventory space would be immediately absorbed by Neptune, including the intelligent ring he got from Boti. Speaking about Boti's intelligent ring, Gyuding had scanned it roughly. It already contained more than 30 billion with just only universe credits, which more 6 or 7 times more than what Gyuding had. There were also more than 100 energy stones, 3 demigod weapons, and a bunch of other extra stuff. Gyuding immediately kept Docket's spaceship into his inventory ring after Docket was done packing. After that, they returned to the Golden Eagle. Lily, Elsa, we have a new member joining us. Gyuding introduced him to the 2 girls when they returned to the spaceship. Lilith and Elsa had been staying guard by Biggie all these while and did not know about Gyuding's battle with Docket. They greeted him politely when they found out Gyuding had recruited a doctor, which was what the crew needed. Docket, is it true that Biggie can only live for a month? Are there any other doctors out there who are able to treat him? Lilith did not want to give up. Biggie's wound is not an ordinary one. Maybe you haven't fought with a demigod before, But God's source is a truly strange and special energy. The God source of a true deity has a marking that is difficult to eradicate. However, with my ability, I can continue transferring the wound from Biggie's body to someplace else and help him continue surviving, but that is all I can do. He would never wake up if the God source is not eradicated from within his body, and the damage within him would continue to worsen every day. Only a deity with a true deity position would be able to erase the marking on the God source and eradicate the God source from Biggie's body. Docket gave another detailed explanation of Biggie's wound condition. Neptune, let's head directly to the Royal Capital Star Sector and get Elizabeth's help, Gilding decided. Although, will she help us? She's the Lord of Fey Cosmic Nation and we're interstellar pirates. Lilith did not think that this would be a simple task. Their opposing identities had decided there was no chance they would be friends with Elizabeth. Gilding was well aware of Lilith's concern. She's the only deity we know in the entire Fey Cosmic Nation. We don't have any other choice. Neptune, you can dock the spaceship somewhere 2 or 3 star sectors away from Royal Capital Star Sector. I'll take Docket's grey-faced buzzard and sneak in then. Are you sure you want to do this? Even though you will be able to shield Lily and Elsa from danger, but the chances of you getting caught is quite high, and Biggie might very well fall into the hands of the Federation Army. Biggie is very fragile now, and if he falls into their hands, he might be brainwashed by the people in the federal government using illusions and reawakened. By then, it would be impossible to hide from the federal government regarding him having an imperial projection. The federal government will do everything they can to snare a potential future extreme powerhouse such as him. As for you, there would be a high possibility that you would be sentenced to a few hundred years of imprisonment. Neptune informed him of the result of its prediction. What you are telling me is the worst-case scenario. Biggie won't be controlled so easily, and I won't be captured that easily as well. We need to give it a try, even if there is a very small chance it would work. Besides, my combat effectiveness will be further enhanced with the golden combat armor. My highest combat effectiveness was the power of a 1-star deity, but after enhancing it by 50 times, I can reach the strength of a 3-star. If I use the effects of my domain, I can suppress those demigods except for Elizabeth. Gilding was quite confident of himself. Don't forget there is another deity keeping watch over Fey Cosmic Nation besides Elizabeth. That guy lives on a long-term basis at the Royal Capital Star Sector, Neptune reminded him. That is why I would need your help in guiding me on God abilities and God power to make me stronger. We would need quite a while to get to the Royal Capital Star Sector, won't we? Gilding said with a wide smile. We would need to conduct at least 19 space leaps. The spaceship's usual auto-energy recharge is not enough after a space leap, and it would need to replenish energy. If the spaceship repair shops conduct high-speed recharge, it would normally take around 1 day to be fully charged. However, after every high-speed recharge, the ship would need to go through 2 sessions of normal charging before the next high-speed recharge can be conducted. A normal recharge would require 2 days. That is why we would need around 30 days to reach our destination. 30 days would be enough. Gilding believed he would be able to pick up at least one God ability or God power in 30 days. I'm actually quite hesitant about this because you're still made out of flesh and blood. Most of the God ability and God power used by deities won't apply to you. However, abilities that are of non-deity based won't be able to help your combat effectiveness create any enhancements. Neptune had not expected Gilding to form a God source. This had actually messed up the original cultivating plans he had made for Gilding. I do have a set of divine forbidden tome that would be able to help you enhance combat effectiveness greatly in your current status, but it does have one side effect. Your body would forever be unable to go through materialization. Chapter 256. Cultivating God power. Under normal circumstances, higher life forms were energy life forms. For example, the flaming beast, which exists among the stars, was a pure fire energy life form. There was also the devouring bug, which lives in deep tunnels, as well as other life forms such as the radium bird, which lives in quasars and absorb energy through radiation. If these animals were made out of flesh and blood, it would be impossible for them to survive in such extreme environments. This was because physiques made out of flesh and blood were too fragile and had too many flaws. It was also the same reason why most life forms would become energy life forms when evolving into a higher form of being. This was not only limited to humans, the same could be said of other creatures. However, This does not mean that a body made out of flesh and blood did not have its advantages. A flesh and blood life form would be able to evolve further than an energy life form because of the high potentiality and growth of the gene chain, which also had a higher durability than pure energy particles. An energy life force was able to become strong because of the simple logic of energy pile-up, which would later result in the energy undergoing qualitative change. This would make it more difficult for an energy life force to advance further as time passes. For a flesh and blood life form, the cells would not only be able to bear energy load, but could also sustain a lot of material passed down through genes. The evolvement of cells had infinite possibilities. That was why a minor group of energy life form powerhouses would not be able to achieve breakthrough once they have cultivated to their ultimate peak. They would then try to transform back to flesh and blood life form to attain the next breakthrough. At this point, they would need to pay a high price. Once the powerhouse transformed themselves into flesh and blood life form, some might achieve success, while some would fall. There were even some who were still stuck cultivating. Neptune had originally planned for Gilding to transform into an energy life form once he achieved demigod level. There was enough information in his databank to help Gilding successfully attain the status of extreme deity, which included a huge amount of usable information on god ability and god power. However, Gilding's current situation would only allow him to remain in flesh and blood life form if he started cultivating the divine forbidden tome. Support our web novel Go.com. Unable to become energy form? Does that mean I can't upgrade to become a deity? Gilding wondered if this was what Neptune had meant. If so, he would need to seriously consider if he wanted to cultivate this. It's not that you won't be able to become a deity, but you won't be able to transform into an energy life form. You will lose a lot of unique characteristics found in powerhouses with energy life forms. For example, you would still die from serious physical wounds, but for an energy life form, the wounds will conduct self-healing as long as there is still energy within you. Also, deities can transform their bodies into particles and use light to transport their bodies through the void, achieving short-distance interstellar transmission. For you, this would not work at all. Isn't there any other way to overcome this? Isn't there anyone who has attained god level with a body of flesh and blood? Gilding did not believe he was the only one in this situation. There were many who attained god level in flesh and blood form during the ancient times and ancient ages, but it's very rare now in the modern ages. Even though those who become god level with flesh and blood bodies would become very powerful at a later time and sustain longer, they would still be basically tortured at the beginning. Energy life forms upgrade very quickly. As long as one's soul is powerful enough, 1 star to 5 stars lower ranking deities would be able to absorb energy without limit to enhance themselves. Flesh and blood life form is not the same. Every level of upgrade would require a strong and stable foundation. When the time comes for you to upgrade your deity level, you would only reach 2 stars, while others would have attained 4 or 5 stars. By the time you manage to attain 4 or 5 stars, others would have upgraded to medium ranking, Neptune explained. Gilding was not bothered by this explanation. All he did was smile widely and replied, "It doesn't matter if I'm slow as long as I can still upgrade." Neptune, teach me that set of god power. Okay, since you're insistent on cultivating it, I'll teach it to you, Neptune said as it inserted the skill named Imperial Phenomenon into Gilding's mind. This set of skills is named Imperial Phenomenon. It was created by an extreme powerhouse from the ancient ages who had observed the ancient demons for 80,000 years and came up with this cultivation for flesh and blood life form. Gilding immediately flipped through it when he received the god power skills in his mind. It was difficult for him to put it down once he started going through it. This was a truly incredible set of god power. It had the ability to allow flesh and blood physique and god source to support and sustain each other by pushing oneself to the extreme. Gilding had finished the first chapter without realizing it. It might only be 1 chapter, but it was good enough to provide 10 times enhancement for combat effectiveness. This motivated Gilding to continue turning the pages. However, he realized he was unable to flip to the second chapter. Based on your current cell index, cultivating the first chapter had pushed your body to its very limit. You shouldn't push yourself further. Neptune had sealed the subsequent contents on purpose as it was worried Gilding would not be able to stop himself from continuing reading and cultivating, which might result in his body being overloaded. Okay, I'll just cultivate the first chapter. You should start to pilot the ship on the planned route too, Gilding said as he stood up. He turned towards Docket. I'll take you to choose your room. I need to return to mine and cultivate anyway. Who does that child's voice belong to? Docket asked his question in his mind as he followed behind Gilding. Gilding had no plans to hide anything from him. It's one of our crew members named Neptune, who is in charge of compiling information and analyzing them. Docket did not ask any further questions. Getting to know the other members would require time and there was no need to ask more as the days were still long ahead. Gilding, why don't I accompany you to the Royal Capital Star Sector? It's too dangerous for you to head there alone and I can be of help when I'm with you. Currently, no one else knows I've joined your crew besides you guys and Malcolm. I can help you in situations where it won't be convenient to show your face. Are you sure you want to go with me? I'm sending myself in for the slaughter in this situation. It would depend on luck for any chance of escape. Gilding felt that Docket would be a great help in this, but he was also worried that bringing Docket along might result in his fall. The enemy this time was a huge group of demigods and 2 deities. After all, there was also the possibility of being taken out by the army's technological weapons. I've always had good luck, Docket was not scared of as he gave a definite answer. In that case, you should start preparing yourself. I'll be in retreat for a month to upgrade my abilities. Gilding reached an empty room in the cabin. Pick your room and just head down once you've chosen it, Gilding said as he walked towards his own tomb. Gilding put out a in retreat sign on his room door when he returned to his room. He closed the door and sat crossed-legged on the floor. He took out a power stone from his inventory and popped it into his mouth as he swallowed it, and immediately started cultivating. The Power Stone was a unique energy crystal rock that contained source energy. Only those with God source in them were able to absorb it, otherwise, one's body would explode once consumed. As powerhouses who are demigod level and above would always bring this along with them. The Power Stone was also slowly recognized as a type of currency. 1 Power Stone was equivalent to 100 million universe credits. Gilding had come into a huge fortune when he obtained more than 100 of them from Poti. Once the Power Stone was consumed, Gilding started to madly activate Imperial Phenomenon for cultivating. Waves of energy continued circulating within Imperial Phenomenon. As it spread to every corner of his body and his cells subtly accumulated the energy. As time passed, the Power Stone became smaller while Gilding's cells accumulated more energy. The first Power Stone had been completely absorbed within half a day. Gilding took out the second one from inventory and popped it into his mouth. Everyone busied themselves as well while Gilding had been cultivating. Lilith and Delsa had closed themselves in their rooms as well to cultivate. They hoped they could be of help the next time, and Neptune had also given them a lot of guidance during their cultivation. As for Docket, he had gone deep into training in his room after making preparations for the upcoming battle. 30 days passed by quickly. During this period, Gilding had finally mastered the first level of Imperial Phenomenon, and Docket once again transferred the wounds away from Biggie's body. Neptune docked the spaceship at a planet which was 3 star sectors away from the Royal Capital Star Sector, and both Gilding and Docket took the grey-faced buzzard as they headed towards the Royal Capital Star Sector territory with Biggie in it. Chapter 257, Meeting Elizabeth Again. During this time of more than 30 days, news of the battle Gilding's crew had with Second Elder Poti from the Dark Sectors spread to every corner of Fey Cosmic Nation as well as more than 10 Cosmic Nations through Skynet. Evidently, this included Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation. No one had witnessed the results of the battle. Even the public that had seen the fight on Red Shield only witnessed a portion of the entire battle. Nevertheless, the outcome of the battle was not hard to guess, as Gilding's spaceship had ended up blowing up the Child family's house. Additionally, Poti's name vanished from the demigod ranking. The Sword God, Roland, had moved up from number 8 to number 7. Many had seen Gilding's crew get pulled into Poti's personal domain. It was safe to assume that she ended up dead as Gilding's Golden Eagle set fire to the Child family. The sequence of events made it quite easy for others to piece things together. Poti's death had to have been caused by Gilding's crew. Nevertheless, No one knew what happened that night in Pote's domain. Whatever Gilding's crew did to take out Pote remained a mystery. The strange thing about it was Gilding's crew seemed to have vanished after the incident at Red Shield. No news of them was heard for the next 31 days. A heated discussion broke out on Skynet in an instant. Some speculated that the battle had caused the death of Gilding and a few crew members, which resulted in the crew being disbanded. Support our web novel Go.com. Some guessed that someone on Gilding's crew ended up suffering a serious hit and was currently recuperating. Some even went as far as to say that Gilding's crew must have found a new civilization ruin after leaving Red Shield and were in the middle of treasure hunting. Some guesses made by the people were quite close to the truth of the condition of Gilding's crew. Nevertheless, none of them would have expected Gilding's crew to be in the Royal Capital Star Sector. Furthermore, none of them would have expected Gilding's abilities to have already upgraded themselves. Gilding only took 2 days to succeed in cultivating the first chapter of the Imperial phenomenon. His combat effectiveness increased by tenfold upon activation, but he could only sustain it for 1 minute. Throughout the following 27 days, Gilding took the time to strengthen the god power of Imperial phenomenon and finally became able to extend its usage time from 1 minute to 40 minutes. He used a total of 58 power stones. In the process of doing so, on the day the grey-faced buzzard arrived in the Royal Capital Star Sector, Gilding took the time to inject golden combat armor into his body. It enhanced his combat effectiveness by another 50 times. Factoring in the enhancements, his basic combat effectiveness of 100 million points could reach 100 trillion points. It was equivalent to the combat effectiveness of a lower-ranking 1-star deity who had just achieved a breakthrough. With the help of damage stacking, the maximum combat effectiveness Gilding could reach was equivalent to that of a 4-star lower-ranking deity. The grey-faced buzzard slowly docked at the interstellar harbor of the Royal Capital Star Sector's Forget-Me-Not. With Neptune's help, the crew passed the identity verification with ease. The spaceship's scan did not reveal any anomalies during the verification, and Biggie, who was hidden in the spaceship with the cell repair berth, was not detected. The Cosmic Nation Lord's palace was located on a planet called Dragon Cove, which was filled with many powerhouses. Elizabeth basically never left her palace, and the only way to see her was to sneak in. However, the risk of doing that was too high, which was why Neptune had picked Forget-Me-Not for Gilding. If Dragon Cove was Elizabeth's home, Forget-Me-Not was Elizabeth's garden. Forget-Me-Not was a tourist planet with incredible scenery. It was completely different compared to Dragon Cove when it came to security measures. The most important factor that determined their success was that Elizabeth would visit the planet at least once a month and stay for a few days during more leisurely times. Of course, she would bring many powerhouses secretly with her to protect herself. Nevertheless, the security was slightly less tight compared to Dragon Cove, and the probability of Gilding meeting her was higher. Elizabeth has been visiting Forget-Me-Not quite frequently for the past few months. She must be slowly delegating her work to others, but no one knows when the next Fey Cosmic Nation Lord will be chosen. Neptune knew that the role of a Cosmic Nation Lord was not an easy one. She's passing the baton to someone else? Why? It was the first time Gilding had heard of it. Elizabeth is still quite young. Now that she has become a deity, it means that she has a long road ahead of her. Her role as a Cosmic Nation Lord will not help her advancement in any way. Besides, the Congress of Fey Cosmic Nation and the federal government have nurtured many candidates for the role of Cosmic Nation Lord. Her position can be easily replaced at any time without the operation of the Congress and federal government being affected. Compared to a Cosmic Nation Lord who is a lower-ranking deity, the Congress and federal government hope to get a medium-ranking deity for the role, even if that medium-ranking deity is a member of the common public. Why would that be? It made Gilding even more confused. Why did it matter to the Congress and federal government that the candidate was a deity? The more powerhouses that appear in a Cosmic Nation, the more resources its federal government will receive. That is, the Congress would want powerhouses to appear in their respective territories even if the powerhouses are common people or interstellar pirates. As for why the federal government needs those powerhouses, it's because the entire human race is a race that is close to falling out of position in the vast cosmic sea. That is the same reason why the federal government has cut down on capturing and killing interstellar pirates. Any interstellar pirate that is not against the human race is to be captured alive. Besides that, The federal government is also willing to share its profit and benefits with different powerful organizations within the Cosmic Sea by giving up some territory and allowing interstellar pirates to grow. No matter your identity, whether you're a member of the army, an interstellar pirate, a mercenary, or anything else, you belong to the human race. If the entire human race was faced with apocalyptic extinction, Gyuding, would you stand up for your race? Neptune suddenly asked. Gyuding nodded heavily. If the entire human race was wiped off, it would mean his friends, even Zerul, would be completely annihilated. It would be impossible for him to stand by and do nothing even if he was just an interstellar pirate. The federal government thinks the same way too. On some level, if the interstellar pirates become more powerful, it would motivate the federal government to increase in strength as well. That would in short push the entire human race to become more powerful. Under dire circumstances, even an interstellar pirate would stand up for the human race if need be. Nevertheless, it goes without saying that this does not apply to organizations such as the Dark Sectors which are against the human race. Neptune's explanation helped Gyuding understand that he had been born in a great era. If this was the previous era, the federal government would give everything they have to capture and kill every single interstellar pirate. In the past, interstellar pirates were like rats. Many of them were killed on the spot. It was because of the extreme killings in the last era that some interstellar pirates who had the potential to do great things were killed. As a result, the army lost powerful rivals to compete against, and it indirectly lowered the ability of the entire army. The number of powerhouses who were of the human race dropped to a historical all-time low during that era. It made the federal government realize their grave mistake. If the human race was forcefully demoted from first class to second class, they would be forced to depend on another race. Otherwise, they would be picked clean by the other race. Additionally, if things ended up deteriorating further, the entire human race would be exterminated by the first-class race. Moreover, even if they chose to depend on the first-class race, their powers would be limited to less than 10% of their condition. Most of their resources would be forcefully taken by the first-class race. Falling into the category of the second-class race would almost mean that they could be sold legally and traded as slaves. If the human race falls under such conditions, it would be impossible for them to rise up once again. Neptune's explanation made Gyuding frown. He shook his head to clear his mind of those thoughts. Let's hear Elizabeth's schedule. Elizabeth will arrive at Forget-Me-Not within the next few days. A lady named My Dear will be accompanying her along with at least 4 demigod powerhouses who are at their peak. They're all tasked with protecting her in secret. There is the possibility that an extreme demigod powerhouse will be with them. Neptune's access to the Cosmic Nation Lord's secret files may have been limited, but he was still able to provide some information by collecting data from different locations. That woman My Dear is very powerful, although I've never seen her name appear on the demigod monster ranking. Gyuding felt that it was quite strange. There's nothing strange about that. The Star Chambers would never reveal information of people who are closely related to the federal government. That is a deal made between the Star Chambers and the federal government. There has never been a Cosmic Nation Lord who has been on the demigod monster ranking. With that being said, the same restrictions must go for the bodyguards of those Cosmic Nation Lords. That woman's combat effectiveness is not too far off from Roland's. I estimate her combat effectiveness to rank among the top 20 powerhouses of the demigod monster ranking. She has enough combat effectiveness to at least kill a 1-star deity. However, she is not an obstacle for you right now. Your greatest obstacle is Elizabeth. She may only be a 1-star deity, but she has the combat effectiveness of a 4-star deity. Factoring in the last few months in which she continued cultivating, she must be as powerful as a 5-star powerhouse now. Hey, that spaceship looks really grand. Docket cried out in admiration. Gyuding turned toward where the man was looking. It was a gold and purple phoenix. The phoenix had the crown of a golden phoenix encrusted on top of it. The spaceship clearly belonged to Elizabeth. Gyuding had not expected her to arrive so soon. The phoenix slowly descended, attracting a crowd toward it. The employees of the nearby harbor and some local merchants knew who the owner of the spaceship was. Nevertheless, on the tourist planet called Forget-Me-Not, many tourists were unaware of who the owner of the spaceship was. The crowd was pushed to the side by a few members of the army, but no move was made to evacuate them. Many people started taking pictures of the spaceship. Then, The hatch of the Phoenix quickly opened and a beautiful woman in a purple dress exited it with a light smile on her face. It was only then that the crowd realized the owner of the spaceship was Her Highness, the Lord, Elizabeth. Chapter 258, Disturbance at the Hotel. Elizabeth smiled lightly. She looked dignified and elegant. The first thing she did after becoming a deity was hand over most of her work. After that, she retreated for more than a month to cultivate continuously. Gyuding and Poti's fight was the first thing she learned of after coming out of her retreat. She admired the young man who always had a confident smile on his face because he was someone who lived true to himself and had a carefree life. His life was unlike hers as she was nothing but a bird trapped in a cage. Even though her cage was luxuriously decorated, she still did not have any freedom. Her mood was affected slightly at the thought of it, especially since there was no news about the young man after his fight with Poti. That was why she wanted to relax and go on a trip. As the lord of a cosmic nation, she could not leave the royal capital Star Sector unless something special happened. Hence, Forget-Me-Not was the only place she could go to if she wanted to relax. The scenery was very beautiful on Forget-Me-Not, but it could only distract her slightly. It may have been a planet with scenery that could make others forget their misery, but it could not make her forget hers. When she stepped out of the hatch and saw the citizens of Fey Cosmic Nation, her sadness disappeared a little. She knew that she had done something right in her position throughout the years when she saw the blissful smiles on their faces. She had exchanged her freedom for something worthy. Support our web novel go.com. Elizabeth lifted her gaze as her sight followed the row of people that was lined up. Looking further away, she caught sight of two people afar who were not amidst the crowd. Instead, they were looking at her from a distance. Being a deity, she had great eyesight. Her gaze stopped momentarily at the two when she realized the young man's eyes looked a little familiar. They emanated a pure and clean feeling. They had a touch of friendliness. A strange memory came to her mind. Where had she seen that look before? It was not long before she recalled that night when she was sitting on the grass, making a trade with a young man who had the same look. However, by the time she broke out of that reverie and looked toward the same direction, the two people had disappeared. Neptune, why did you make us leave? Gyuding asked after they had turned a corner in the street. She would definitely reject you if you made a dash for her. There are so many citizens watching, and she is the lord of a cosmic nation. It would be impossible for her to agree to help you treat Biggie with so many people watching. Neptune was worried that Gyuding would act trashly and ruin the plan, so it got Docket to pull Gyuding away. I think Neptune is right. We should find an opportunity to make the request when she is alone. Docket tried to talk sense into Gyuding as well. Besides, both of you will have to keep watch over her exact location. I'm still unable to lock down the location of deities. If they want to, they can use their energy life form to cause magnetic disturbance to surveillance equipment and disrupt many other forms of detection. I'm afraid I might lose her, Neptune explained. Leave the tracking to me. I'll update you on any news I find. Docket seemed experienced with this sort of thing. As he said this, he weakened the aura around him. This skill is known as aura restraint. It's capable of allowing one to lower their aura and become less of an existence around people. Gyuding chose to trust Docket when he saw the skill come into effect. Gyuding headed to the auction site, planning to get some energy crystals for Taegor. According to Docket, Taegor's body was not in any harm at all. Taegor was only lacking energy. The energy crystals he had gotten for Taegor had been used up and Gyuding had to replenish the supply. Elizabeth and My Dear got off the spaceship along with 4 bodyguards that protected them from the adoring crowd. They headed to the hotel they had made reservations at. The location of the hotel was not far, and the two ladies did not board any means of transportation. They vanished into the distance after a few leaps and the 4 bodyguards followed suit. Docket quickly took chase and was clearly good at it as no one was able to sense him. He used intelligent binoculars and followed the 2 ladies from far behind without being discovered. Having followed them to their hotel, Docket stopped at a street not far away from it, lighting a cigarette for himself. He acted very naturally. He lifted his head to look at the name of the hotel but did not enter it as he knew he would be discovered if he got any closer. That man is not stupid. He didn't follow us in here. My Dear and Elizabeth sat on a sofa in the hotel while their 4 bodyguards stood behind it. They were facing the entrance of the hotel, but no one came in after them. The two women had noticed someone following them and wanted to bait the person out. They had not expected the man to be so careful. Docket entered an alleyway in a flash and called Gilding's number as his eyes stayed glued on the entrance of the hotel. "How is everything? Did you get caught?" Gilding immediately asked when he picked up the call. "I've caught up to them. They're staying at the Queen Empress Hotel. I don't dare follow them too closely, so I didn't enter the place." "What do we do now?" Docket had no idea what to do next. "I'll get Neptune to check for their room numbers. You can just spend some time walking around. There's no need to continue watching them. Wait for us to check in at the hotel. We'll stay next to them." Neptune immediately found their room numbers while Gilding was still speaking. They booked 3 rooms in total. Elizabeth and My Dio are sharing one while the 4 bodyguards are sharing the other 2 rooms. The 3 rooms are connected, and Elizabeth will definitely choose to stay in the middle room that's numbered 002013. "In that case, we'll take 002014, Gilding said with a smile on his face. "They've already made reservations." Neptune had no idea what Gilding was planning. "If we booked the place first, won't they be unable to stay in that room?" Gilding said with a cheeky smile. Neptune was taken aback but immediately responded, "You mean for me to shuffle the hotel system around and make the system display the room as previously reserved?" "That's right. An even better thing you could do would be to tweak the deposit a little and let the system display the room as has been paid in advance. That way, the hotel would be in the wrong and there's a higher chance they won't change our rooms," Gilding added. Neptune quickly made the necessary changes while Gilding walked around the trading market leisurely. By the time he had circled the market, an hour had passed and Gilding had spent 100 million universe credits on 5 rank 13 energy crystals. There was very limited stock for energy crystals of such grade in the trading market. It was not easy for Gilding to find all 5 of them. Gilding finally left the trading market and waved down a hover car to rent. He arrived at the entrance of the Queen Empress Hotel after another 10 minutes. He made a beeline for the hotel's front desk. "Hello. I previously booked room 002014 for 2 nights. The front desk employee checked the system and saw that the room was being occupied by the bodyguards of Her Highness the Lord. The employee looked at Gilding. "I'm really sorry, sir. The room is being occupied right now. We'll change your room number." "Occupied by someone else?" "I made the booking a month ago and even paid for it." "How could you allow someone else to check in when I booked the room in advance?" Gilding continued to hassle the employee. "I'm so sorry about it, sir. There's nothing else I can do. I'm willing to refund your money and arrange another room exactly like that one for you. The room number may be different but its interior will be exactly the same. The view will be quite similar as well." The hotel manager had arrived to sort out the issue. "This is unacceptable. I couldn't care less about getting a refund. I want the room that I reserved. Figure out how to make those people move out of the room." Gilding waved his hand to reject continuing the discussion. "Sir, the guests occupying the room have special status. We really cannot get them to change rooms," the hotel manager said with a grim look on his face. "Do you need to be of status to be able to stay in this hotel?" "I'm a guest who spent the same amount of money as guests who pay for your accommodation. It's only natural that the service I provided is equal to theirs. I don't care about their status. I booked that room first and it should be me staying there, not them." Gilding acted the part of a spoiled, rich brat quite well. He could only use this unflattering method to fight for a room to stay next to Elizabeth. "Okay, let me discuss the matter with them. However, I'm not sure if I'll be able to convince them." The hotel manager took the magnetically powered elevator to the 20th floor with a helpless look on his face. He hesitated momentarily as he knocked on the door to room 002014. The 2 bodyguards in the room quickly opened the door and blocked it. They looked coldly at the young hotel manager. "Is anything the matter?" He quickly explained the situation to them. The taller bodyguard, who was a bald man, said with a stoic look, "Get him to change to another room. We'll take care of the expenses. I've told him that we can conduct a refund and get him another room that's just as nice." However, the young man is very stubborn about it. He says he wants the room he reserved and doesn't care for a refund. "I'll go downstairs with you. Let's see how glib he can be," the bald man said with an angry look on his face. At this moment, Elizabeth pushed open her door and saw the hotel manager standing outside. She asked him about the matter. The hotel manager told her the story again. Elizabeth nodded after listening to it. "Jody, You should change rooms and let him have this one. Your Highness the Lord, it won't be safe. Jody quickly shook his head. If someone really wanted to do something to me, would there be any difference with me being separated from you by a room or two? For the same reason, if someone is not planning on killing me, it wouldn't make any difference if they were in the same room with me, much less next door, would it? Elizabeth replied with a question. The bald man nodded unwillingly. We'll let that ignorant spoiled brat have this room then. We'll move to 002015 next door. The hotel manager immediately helped them with the necessary arrangements before taking the elevator back down. He walked toward Gilding and forced a smile. Sir, I managed to convince the two guests to move to the room next door. Do you want to proceed with checking in now? Chapter 259. The plan to get close to Elizabeth. After checking in with his fake identity, Gilding called Docket's number. I'm done checking in. We're staying next to their room. Where are you right now? I'm at a tavern on the same street. You'll be able to see it after turning right from the hotel and walking another 200 meters. The tavern is called Lover's Tears. I'll head back after this drink. Docket had not expected Gilding to be able to find a way to book the room right next to Elizabeth's. Our room number is 002014 on the 20th floor. I've informed the front desk of your wristwatch serial number and they've already registered you. All you need to do is scan your wristwatch to get in. There's no need to go through the front desk. Gilding provided instructions to Docket. He was worried Docket would reveal too much if he said anything. Okay. Got it. Docket knocked on the bar table after hanging up. Get me another glass. Support our web novel Go.com. Docket arrived at the hotel room after more than 10 minutes. Were there any regularities with Elizabeth's schedule previously? Gilding asked Neptune. Elizabeth has stayed in a total of 15 hotels on this planet. She has stayed more than twice in 8 of them. Currently, the Queen Empress Hotel is the one she has stayed at the most frequently because it is very near a division of the Hermian Alliance. She is a pharmacologist master who is able to refine demigod medicine and she loves teaching children who dream of being pharmacologists in the art of medicine refining. Many newbie pharmacologists from Fey Cosmic Nation attend her lectures here every year. Medicine refining. Gilding's eyes brightened. He knew how to get close to Elizabeth. That reminds me, you're a pharmacologist too. Do you have any confidence in getting her attention? Docket had never seen Gilding refine medicine before and was not sure of his medicine refining standard. I should be okay even though I haven't been practicing for quite a while and am quite rusty. Gilding was quite confident with himself. There's a free zone for public practice at every Hermian Alliance division. You can practice your medicine refining skills there for the next few days. Elizabeth will definitely see you if she visits the Hermian Alliance. There's no doubt she will approach you with appreciation if she sees the quality of your medicine, Neptune said with conviction. I'll stand by in the hotel to keep watch over her. Docket knew his mission was important as well. Get in touch with us the moment you find out anything, Gilding said as he left the hotel and headed toward the Hermian Alliance. The Hermian Alliance division was not that far from the hotel. Gilding arrived after turning 3 corners, and it took him less than 15 minutes to reach the place after leaving the hotel. Gilding scanned his wristwatch at the entrance of the Hermian Alliance and walked in. The fake identity Neptune had created for him was that of a D-grade pharmacologist. Let's get some ingredients from the ingredient hall and collect a year's worth of free ingredients, Neptune whispered in Gilding's ear. You're trying to convince me into doing bad again, Gilding said with exasperation. If you are willing to pay for them, there's nothing I can say. D-grade medical ingredients are not worth much. A portion of D-grade ingredients for a gene enhancer costs less than 100,000 Dragon Source Star credits. It's just a little more than 10,000 universe credits after conversion. If you wouldn't be bothered by 10,000 universe credits, what more a vastly rich organization like the Hermian Alliance? Neptune felt that since Gilding's fake identity had been created, it would not be too much to take advantage of a rich organization like the Hermian Alliance. The pill business the Hermian Alliance was involved in easily earned them 10 times the profit. After all, it was considered a highly profitable industry. Practicing 100 times with those ingredients would allow me to refine leftover mainstream D-grade medicine twice. When that time comes, I can start refining C-grade medicine. Gilding followed Neptune's suggestion in the end and headed to the ingredient hall. Hello. I'd like to request for a year's worth of free ingredients, Gilding said to an employee, requesting for a year's worth in one go. The employee was an elderly man. He raised an eye to look clearly at Gilding. Yes. Gilding nodded as he reached out with his wristwatch for it to be scanned in front of the machine. Name, Jack. Age, 17 inches. Pharmacologist grade, D. Mentor, none. Record of free ingredient requests for the year, 0 times. The old man nodded after comparing the picture in the system with Gilding's face. You can collect 100 portions of D-grade medical ingredients. You can make your choice on which medical ingredients you need from the system. After that, just click send and you can immediately collect the ingredients from the warehouse. There were only a few types of medicine that Gilding frequently used, and he had already practiced refining them all. Nevertheless, Gilding aimed to refine all types of medicine in the same grade before moving on to the next level. There was a huge variety of D-grade medicine. Its total was more than 120 of them. Gilding had only refined more than 30 previously and had close to 90 medicines to refine. However, there was a limit to the quota of free ingredients, which was why Gilding got Neptune to pick 50 types of medicine that were more difficult to refine. After requesting 2 portions of each type of medicine and confirming his selection, Gilding clicked the send button. Gilding's list was not only viewable by the people in the warehouse but also the elderly man. His face turned grim immediately when he saw the list, and he lifted his head to berate Gilding. Young man, these medicines are very rarely used on a daily basis. If you truly want to become better at refining medicine, I would suggest you refine more common medicines for practice. Don't be overambitious. Gilding could only give him an awkward smile. The old man was not just lecturing him. In fact, it was a very helpful suggestion if pointed at other pharmacologists. However, for Gilding, the old man's suggestion did not mean much to him. There were less than 10 types of D-grade medicine. Under normal circumstances, Gilding was capable of refining more than 30 types of medicine perfectly. All those medicines included commonly used medicines. The elderly man lost his temper over another reason as well. The workload of the warehouse employees was quite high. One bottle of D-grade medicine required 10 to 15 types of ingredients. It meant that 50 portions of various types of medicine would require more than 500 medical ingredients. In other words, the employees would suffer a very heavy workload. If only everyone was as free as Gilding, who could take the time to refine some new and exciting medicine for fun. Then, the employees at the warehouse would not have to work themselves to death. When the warehouse employees received the list of ingredients, they immediately began to curse about it. There were 50 types of medicine listed on it and each medicine required 2 portions of ingredients. An employee even began to wonder if he had offended anyone recently, as he later mumbled quietly to himself, "Is this the doing of Coleman, who lost money to me yesterday while playing cards? That beastard is out to get me today, isn't he? That's not right. Only a real pharmacologist would be able to collect ingredients. It can't be Coleman." Nevertheless, no matter how much the employee complained about it, he did not dare slow down his work. It was his job to compile ingredients for pharmacologists, and the job paid him well. He was not willing to lose it. It took more than half an hour. With the help of 10 smart robots, the warehouse employee finally managed to put together all the ingredients and itemize them in separate packages before sending them out. The elderly man passed the ingredients one by one to Gilding with an unhappy look on his face. "Thanks, old man." Gilding thanked him awkwardly after keeping everything in his inventory. Before the elderly man could lecture him again, Gilding made his escape. Sigh, young people nowadays. The elderly man looked at Gilding's disappearing figure with an angry expression on his face. Gilding headed to the public practice hall after obtaining the free ingredients. The tools for medicine refining in the public practice hall were all E-grade. Nevertheless, they were better than the F-grade ones in Dragons or Cosmocnation. They could not be compared. After all, Fey Cosmocnation was a 5-star Cosmocnation, unlike Dragons or Cosmocnation, which was a 2-star Cosmocnation. In fact, most people who practiced in public practice halls were those who had only started to learn medicine refining. The medicine they refined was mostly F-grade or E-grade. By the time someone was a D-grade pharmacologist, they would have enough savings to afford their own equipment for medicine refining, and there would be no need to visit the place. They could also rent private refining rooms to practice. Gilding was there with a mission. Hence, it was necessary for him to use the public practice hall for refining. Otherwise, There would be no way for him to get in touch with Elizabeth. The Hermione Alliance on Forget-Me-Not seemed to have gotten a lot of help from Elizabeth. The public practice hall was quite vast, filled with more than 800 refining stations. The atmosphere there was very pleasant as well. More than half of the 800 over refining stations were occupied. Only more than 300 of them were empty. Gilding found a refining station without many people around it and took out a portion of D-grade medicinal ingredients. The medicine he was planning to refine was called a manic agent. The difficulty for refining it was higher than gene-enhancing medicine of the same grade, which was why low-grade pharmacologists often chose not to challenge this type of medicine. A quality-assured D-grade manic agent would be able to increase one's combat effectiveness by 50% after injection, but its effect would not be obvious. D-grade medicine was suitable for those with 3 gene chains. Additionally, even if a rank 7 gene body possessed 3 gene chains, their maximum combat effectiveness would only be 10,000 points. After an enhancement of 50%, they would only have 15,000 points in combat effectiveness. They would end up losing very badly when up against an opponent who was a rank 8 gene body. The higher one's combat effectiveness was, the better this type of medicine would perform. If it was of A grade and the user was a rank 10 gene body, a maximum of 10 million points combat effectiveness would be enhanced to 15 million points. Powerhouses of such levels would be willing to pay to enhance their abilities. It was not difficult for those who were rank 6 or 7 gene bodies to enhance their gene levels. If they had extra money to purchase such medicine, it would be better for them to spend their money on energy crystal rocks to upgrade their gene levels instead. Gilding's appearance did not attract the attention of others. He looked like an ordinary young man who was a little good-looking. There were middle-aged men and women who were about 30 to 40 years old in the public practice hall. No one looked at them, much less the normal-looking Gilding. However, the lack of attention was temporary. After Gilding had prepared all his ingredients and started practicing his refining, he quickly attracted the gaze of several pharmacologists not far from him.